or you could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
house.
combat onto a Bogish. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Pochua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish dash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
As the sun rises this morning over sunny Sacramento, we are here to guide you through this tournament to see who is going to claim the gold here at the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. I am Stephanie Christine, also known as DeFi 250, and I am joined today by Alpha Phoebe.
Good morning. I am feeling great. I am excited to get into the second day of action here in Sacramento. As you had mentioned, the weather cleared. Yesterday it was a little bit drizzly. Today it's all sunshine and cheer.
When I am heading off on a journey, I like to check the weather, but I also like to take a look at the map. Let's look at our roadmap for the 2025 season. You can see we've had just a few tournaments here in North America. This is the third one in Sacramento, and we have quite the road ahead of us.
I'm really looking forward to the next regional event in Toronto. You know, we don't have all that many regional in snowy places, so I'm hoping, you know, maybe against a lot of people's fears for a snowy regional in Toronto. I love having a nice snowy landscape to step out into at the end of the day.
There are going to be quite a few Ice-type Pokemon that I'm sure would love that. What these trainers are loving are the World Championships qualification points. You can see what trainers are out here looking for. 350 championship points for first place.
And last year was the first year of championship points. This is the first year of specific regional qualifiers. So 75 people from the US and Canada able to qualify for the World Championships, and 50 from Europe, and a handful of others from different regions throughout the world.
Let's take a look at which trainers have already been doing so well on the leaderboard. You can see Elam, Nighttime Clasher, and Lyle Jeffs III kind of taking those top three spots, and you can see some other trainers on the rise in North America. But we also have the EU leaderboards.
Yeah, top there is Tonton Batuz coming off of his regional victory, and Nezabethan Tomahawk UK with his regional, or not regional, the international cast down at LAIC. So he's going to have some opportunities in the future, I imagine, to pick up some points, maybe in Toronto.
We also have trainers who have secured their spots and are already set on that path to Worlds. We have plenty of trainers like Yakai and Inadequance who are going to Worlds based on their Worlds performance in Hawaii. Marto Galde, who's qualified 3 different ways to get on this leaderboard, as well as several other trainers who've been performing well at regionals and international championships.
Imagine if you had a bracket where you see Marto Galde 3 different times in 3 different locations, and if he makes it all the way through, he gets to face himself in the winners finals. That's not quite how it works, but it'd be pretty funny if it did.
Marto is known for some spicy plays, but we had quite the Spice Lord yesterday, and I am excited to talk a little bit more about him. PCF 52. This isn't just the spiciest matchup, it is the spiciest trainer, the spiciest player that we have seen this season, almost arguably throughout the championship series since its inception.
5 different Shadows on his team. Shadow Bayleaf, Shadow Piloswine, core breaking a lot of teams that he went up against. Shadow Gyarados, which I think we've seen once before. Dragon Breath, a great fast attack. And Water and Flying, a pretty solid move typing as well.
we had to put the spiciest trainer along with this most hyped matchup of the day, where he was able to take this game with the Shadow Typhlosion. You're going to see here was able to take one shield with one Thunder Punch, and the fire type Typhlosion is able to completely wipe away that Feraligatr in a one-hit knockout.
Incinerating down the Annihilate to secure victory in that battle. What an intense matchup. And here we have the top matchup of the day, a really hard-fought set of 3 between Tony Jr. and BJ. In this game here, unable to reach the Rage Fist, getting farmed down by the Psywaves and returning a foul play into Superior, but it survives. It hangs on with 1 HP and gets off the Aerial Ace.
I love seeing those trainer reactions in that moment. That was certainly the top matchup, that 1 HP and a dream. Phoebe, you and I have some trainers, as well as Chris and Will over on the desk right now. We have some trainers that we are dreaming are going to win this weekend. We have our most valuable Pokemon. I selected Mystic Mamba. I wanted to select someone from California with the support of a giant team of Swablues out there in the crowd, along with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. The play that Mystic Mamba had with that was incredible this weekend.
For those of you with good memory, I chose Abhinav as my pick to make day 2, but instead I've opted for the Taurian here with his Shadow Feraligatr. I talked about it so much yesterday. Unfortunately, Abhinav not having a Shadow Feraligatr on his team of 6, so I had to look elsewhere for a Pokemon that I felt like would be someone's MVP.
And of course, we have Rise with Out of Pocket and that Clodsire play as well. And Nick, as you've been joking all weekend, TBD has won so many regionals out in the future. But no, we have 2 regional champions. We have Wadaj from Baltimore and Lyle Jeffs III from Louisville. Who is going to take that win in Sacramento today on Championship Sunday?
One way to find out is to stay tuned, watch all the action, and see who comes out on top.
Yes, be sure you are following so you don't miss a single moment at Play Pokemon, #PlayPokemon, /Pokemon on YouTube. You want to be sure that you are catching all of the action and share your photos on socials. Let us know if you're watching while you are playing a little bit of this Go Wild event. Let us know. Have you caught a shiny Toxicity like Tool Butters did? Have you caught any other really fun Pokemon? Let us know.
Have you been able to defeat a Dynamax Toxtricity in those Dynamax battles? Because we struggled as a team of forecasters before the start of the show today. We were barely able to take one out.
I carried. It was me.
Actually, definitely. It was all Stephanie. Not joking whatsoever.
All right. Well, we've been talking about Dynamax battles here for a moment. Let's get to some fantastic PvP battles. Will and Chris, take it away.
They say that Sacramento is the city where the rivers meet, and I cannot wait to see these trainers meet on stage for an exciting day 2 of action. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 with the Rise to Occasion.
It's a pleasure to be here on day 2 where a champion will be crowned in Sacramento. We saw all sorts of spicy battles day 1. And we saw some high-level gameplay as well that will be put to the test here on Championship Sunday.
And it is always a test because some of our best trainers have already fallen out of the bracket, like It's Axon and Elite are already eliminated from competition, and a lot of exciting trainers like BJ are going to be competing as well. So I'm really excited for these battles, Rise. Championship Sunday always has a good vibe about it.
Championship Sunday always has a good vibe, and if you're curious in how the format works, here you go.
Regional championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6, pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
It is such an exciting time to be a Pokemon fan, especially competitive Pokemon, because the Play Pokemon Championship Series continues to grow. I'm so excited to get into our Day 2 battles, Rise. What are you looking forward to the most on Championship Sunday?
I'm looking forward to seeing some of the top trainers compete for a regional title, as simple as that. And they're not just competing for the glory of that title, they're competing for prizes as well. And there's a lot of stakes on the line here. We take a look at the prizing, $2,500 going for that first place as it scales down all the way to the top 8. So as these trainers in the top 8 are already set to get some prize money, there's a few still vying to try and win one more game to get into that prize pool.
And that's not even to mention all the booster packs in play as well. I know a lot of trainers are playing TCG Pocket. They love opening packs. There are so many awesome rewards that these trainers, like you said, will continue to fight for, even if they might lose a little bit earlier than they had hoped. These are the pairings we're going to have today to kick off Championship Sunday. Out of Pocket versus Bogish, Mystic Mamba 24 versus Abhinav, the Taurian takes on Peng, and the C2U takes on S James P21. Rise, if you could only watch one of these pairs, which one would it be?
The C2U in 2 of his last tournaments was on the loser side of the bracket early, went on incredible winning streaks from the loser side, which is so difficult to do. Incredible poise, incredible resilience from this trainer against S James P, or SJ as he prefers. He is a regional champion. He placed second in his first ever regional. That is going to be a very hype matchup to start off the day on the winner's side of the bracket.
I still remember Dunebug97 in San Antonio, who dropped that loser's bracket after his first round of play and pushed all the way into the grand finals to reset and win. C2U did something very similar, right? He won 9 rounds in a row at LAIC, but we're going to get to that matchup, so stay tuned. Right now, on stage, we've got Out of Pocket taking on Bogish. Rise, you and I had a moment to catch up with Out of Pocket last night. He said, if I can beat Bogish, I might be the best player in the world.
That is a quote from Pocket himself. I don't know the logic behind that, but maybe it means he holds Bogish in that high of regard, because Out of Pocket is obviously one of the best trainers in the world with what he's accomplished, especially in recent memory. A top 6 finish at the World Championships, as well as your North American International Champion from last season. He's running a relatively standard team, but one unique pick is the Araquanid.
Oh, yeah.
And is he going to be able to utilize that to great effect in this matchup? To be determined.
It's so tough because Bogish does have the Mandibuzz and the Dunsparce on his side, which Araquanid does have a bit of play into, but we haven't really seen it much on stream. I feel like due to its slow pacing, it's a difficult Pokemon to manage. Bubble Beam, you could run Water Pulse or maybe even Bug Buzz depending, but it is using Bug Bite as its fast attack. It's not Fury Cutter, it's not Infestation. It is going to be a little bit slower, but as we take a closer look at the accolades here, I mean, if you're Bogish, you are staring down one of the best trainers in North America, but Bogish does have that top 16 finish in Portland to his name.
An intimidating foe is Out of Pocket sitting across the table from you, but Bogish has been playing extremely clean, and we are off and running for day number 2, Championship Sunday. Starting things off, it's going to be Out of Pocket's Malamar into Bogish's Superior.
You've seen Malamar put in work against Superiors in day number 1, but can this one get the job done for Out of Pocket? Very neutral matchup leading in here. No super effective damage to be dealt on either side, but a lot of kind of thought process going on in the background. Do I want to control switch advantage, and how important will it be in the matchup?
That Community Day Frenzy Plant is such a powerful, such a threatening move to the Malamar. So Out of Pocket with an early decision to make. Do you invest in the Protect Shield early? Do you let it connect onto the Malamar? He's going to be saving the Protect Shield, knowing that he can outpace potentially to this superpower on the chart attack priority. And this is ideal for Out of Pocket. He's going to pull away Protect Shield and might be content just letting his Malamar go.
Question now is if Bogish wants to actually undercharge the Aerial Ace here and maybe try to get a few Vine Whips, but he doesn't want to take any more Psywave damage, so he will go ahead and charge up this flying type attack to get the KO and try to control as much HP as he can. Coming in with the Cloudsire, this is Out of Pocket's MVP so far in the tournament.
This is a sizable Poison Sting down, and we actually see Bogish elect to bank some energy on the Serperior, pivot out into the Feraligatr, but there is a big Earthquake coming through. Clodsire make the ground shake, big damage onto the Feraligatr.
That is going to leave a dent in Feraligator's HP. The Poison Sting is not too threatening though, so it's able to go ahead and fire off the Hydro Cannon here. I think Clodsire might be just outside of Hydro Cannon range, but Out of Pocket wants to preserve some HP as well.
Hydro Cannon is going to grab the first Protect Shield from Out of Pocket. Now going for the Sludge Bomb. Has to put the pressure on this Feraligatr before it reaches another Hydro Cannon. Bogish thinking about it, no. Gonna let the Feraligatr go, and he's gonna put this mostly on the back of this Annihilate in the back, but that is a lot of ground for this fighter to overcome.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as you look at the rest of the team composition from Out of Pocket, I don't know if Annihilate has that many solid targets outside of an Alolan Sandslash, so it's got its work cut out for it. And now another Earthquake is getting queued up here. Boglish letting this one through as well. He's getting piled on by this ground-type damage.
At this stage in the game, we may see Azumarill be able to close out both the Annihilate and the Serperior. A Rage Fist coming through. Pocket knows he doesn't really need to shield this first one. Gonna let it connect on Clodsire. Gets off the Sludge Bomb. This is resisted, but at this low of health range, he forces Boglish to commit the last Protect Shield.
And just look at the HP here on that Annihilate. It really doesn't have much left in the tank. Azumarill's Bubbles might actually get the job done. Look at the catch here as well, Rise.
Nice catch. Beautiful anticipation from Out of Pocket. Able to read his opponent there. Catching the Rage Fist onto the Azumarill, who can absorb it a little bit better, but maybe it's not quite over.
Yeah.
Superior at the double Frenzy Plant. And a Frenzy Plant might be nearly enough to knock out the Azumarill at this range. Out of Pocket with a decision to make. He's going to let the Frenzy Plant go. Azumarill actually able to hang on.
Wow, and he gets the bubble down as well. The Vine Whip does come through, but the bubble damage does apply. Gonna fire the Ice Beam here off against the Annihilate. No more Protect Shields for Boglish, and he says good game number one. That is Out of Pocket taking an early lead in the series.
Dynamic gameplay to start off the day. Out of Pocket up 1-0 here against Boglish, and great maneuvering around from Out of Pocket, especially in the lead. I think that Malamar versus Serperior, I tend to favor the Serperior, but getting that charge attack priority on the second charge attack ended up being probably best case scenario for Pocket in that lead matchup.
If I had one word to describe Boglish's gameplay in that game number one, passive. It felt very, very passive. He was allowing his charge attacks to come through. He was getting up control of his positioning. He just wasn't very aggressive. He wasn't making any swaps. He was just kind of letting the game play out. And I think that if he needs to start to come back in this series and get a reverse sweep here, he's got to start to take control, be a little bit more aggressive.
To add on to that note, he gave the Clodsire a 6 Poison Sting head start against the Feraligatr. Perhaps if you pivot immediately, put that pressure on, be more aggressive rather than passive, as you said, makes it a little bit more difficult for Out of Pocket, who is one of the best trainers, and you really have to take some risks if you're going to overcome the talented Out of Pocket.
I think you nailed it. When we saw the Feraligatr come in, it just felt like it was a little bit late. It felt like the Clodsire already had so much momentum. As you take a closer look here at Pocket's team, the Araquanid, we keep on like zeroing in on that Pokemon, but I just don't see a space for it here on his team of 3 against Boglish. I mean, it doesn't have the targets you really want. Maybe outside of the Feraligatr, maybe you could argue Serperior, but you're still taking neutral grass-type damage.
Absolutely. Feraligatr, the one real target for the Araquanid. Everything else certainly has play against it. So Pocket may be content just putting that on the bench. Sometimes in your notes, you might just cross out one of your Pokemon, say, I'm not bringing this in this matchup. But here we go. Out of Pocket up 1-0. Game number 2, it's going to be the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Feraligatr.
Interesting position to be in. We know the Mud Slaps are going to apply a ton of damage, but that Feraligator's pacing is nearly unmatched. Being a Shadow, though, look at the damage. That Feraligator's almost down to the yellow already.
Those Mud Slaps really chunking at the health of the Feraligatr, and Out of Pocket, if he's willing to commit both Protect Shields in this matchup, can just completely farm down eventually. But we're going to see him elect to throw the Bone Club. You don't want to go down 2 Protect Shields, so you want to at least get a shield back here, and this Marowak is able to do so.
Yeah, exactly right. You want to keep applying pressure to your opponent. Gonna go for the Mud Slap, but here's another Hydro Cannon. Out of Pocket was very willing to give up switch advantage game number 1. Does he do the same thing here? He, actually decides to shield. Is this a Mud Slap down situation, Rise?
I think so. I think 1, 2, and number 3 is going to get the full farm down. But here's the thing, Boglish only has one legit answer here to the Marowak, and we're going to see Out of Pocket save all the energy and pivot into the Clodsire. Now Speedy the Clodsire is so safe against Bogwish's team, especially once the Feraligatr is out of the picture. There is no hard check, so he knows he can freely swap into that Clodsire.
And he's going to leverage that here. He sees the Dunsparce come in, but this is one of those counterintuitive matchups, and even shielding scenarios, the Clodsire gets a slight edge here. It does have a little bit of chip due to that Superior's Aerial Ace, but the Earthquakes, the Sludge Bombs, it's going to hurt, and it needs at least 2 drill runs to pick up the knockout here.
Earthquake connects, putting Dunsparce just over 50% health. The first drill run is queued up, super effective damage, but we know Clodsire is bulky. It can hang on. It's going to be a pace to the next charge attack, but this Clodsire had a head start out of pocket, precise with the timing. Throws 1 turn prior to the drill run, queues up another Earthquake here.
I like this a lot because the Clodsire realistically is only going to get 1 more charge attack, so you throw the heavy-hitting Earthquake. Actually switching into the Malamar. Rise, I don't know about this one. I feel like you should have just stayed.
Or perhaps utilized the Marowak, right? Because the Marowak's not going to want to see that Superior in the back. Maybe could have saved the Malamar for that Superior, but we'll see what Out of Pocket is cooking here. Has a big energy head start now with the Malamar against Superior, going for the superpower, a little bit less energy cost, and does approximately the same damage as Foul Play.
This is interesting, right? You land the superpower, maybe going to try to fire off another one here if Bogish is slow, but no, he goes immediately for the Frenzy Plant. This is absolutely going to KO that Malamar after the defense fall from the superpower. But how do you play this out, Rise? Do you come in with the Marowak now?
I think this is approaching Rock Slide range now, so we might see 1 Mud Slap and the Rock Slide. Maybe an extra Vine Whip went through there that shouldn't have, but Out of Pocket really needs this Rock Slide to knock out the Superior, and it does, and I think he already has a Bone Club queued up.
Wow.
This is gonna potentially knock out the Dunsparce. It's gonna be close.
Wow, I think he's got all of his bases covered here. Bone Club coming through, Dunsparce takes a big hit, and that is gonna be a KO. No need to even go to the Clodsire. That is a 2-0 sweep for Out of Pocket.
Out of Pocket, starting the day off strong. He said if he could defeat Boglish, it makes him the best player in the world. And we'll see if that holds true and if he can reach his goal of winning this regional. Out of Pocket, I was talking to him before this tournament, and he was so confident coming in. He feels really strong about his team, and he feels like he could certainly go all the way. We all know Pocket is always capable of going all the way, but for some reason, he felt like this weekend, this was his time.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to describe Pocket in one word, it would be modest. He's incredibly modest, right? He's very realistic about his expectations for himself and his team, and he knows the kind of caliber of opponent he's going up against. And he was telling us last night, he said, Bogish has the Mandibuzz, he's got the Annihilate. I really need to figure out the right way to position my Pokemon. I'm sure he did a mountain of scrims last night, was really thinking about the matchups, and it really paid off.
Just always felt like he was in the driver's seat, in control, despite leading that ground type into the water type, knew his best course of action. I would say in both games, played the lead scenario to a perfect tee, as well as he could have, to set himself up, give himself a great advantage. And like we hinted at game 1, Bogish maybe hesitated on pivoting out after the lead scenario, whereas Pocket in that game, he farmed down with the Marowak. He had all that energy, immediate swap. Doesn't want to put that to waste against the Superior. Save that energy for later, and Marowak ended up closing the game.
I just really feel like Pocket came in with a game plan. He knew what he wanted to do. He executed it really well. And I feel like Bogish maybe was a bit passive. Was kind of letting things unfold, trying to find an opening. But when you're up against a trainer like Pocket, there are very few openings, and that's why he has so much success so consistently. So I really would look for Bogish in that loser side bracket to start to be more decisive, to make some harder reads, and actually try to take control of the match.
Bogish was so impressive on day 1, and you have a different picture in day number 2. You have time to think. You have time to prepare for a matchup. And when you give Out of Pocket, a trainer that caliber, the time to prepare, to think about what he wants to run, it's a whole nother challenge. So the first matches of day number 2 are always a whole different ball game.
We always like to argue, right, in the fandoms, like if you give a certain superhero prep time, they can beat almost anyone. Pocket might be that superhero. But speaking of heroes, let's go down to the stage and talk to Pocket. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Will. I am here with the superhero himself, Out of Pocket. Last night, you said, if I beat Bogish, I might be the best player in the world. Tell me about it.
Okay, so as you guys may have noticed, well, maybe not, because he was only on stream once, I think. But he, Nighttime Clash and I ran the same team, and because of that, we kind of felt obliged to discuss each other's matchups. And since I was the only one on day 2, we put both of our efforts, both 100% of our brain to that matchup, and we were like, oh man, this is not great. So for Alligator, very safe into me. I can handle it with Marowak, Malamar, and Araquanid. But if someone hears that, it's like, oh man, Gator's, if that's the best answer, then Gator's not the greatest for you. And I think I just needed to get, maybe not perfect alignment, but I needed to get my better neutral answers aligned to it, because my Araquanid wasn't great that matchup. I practiced multiple matchups, said, yo, lead this, send me a battle, I'll lead this, I'll do this. And then plus like, total of like I scrimed like 2 different people last night as well. And I won like 2 out of 6 games. I was like, oh man. And that was after I had discussed everything with Nighttime Clasher. So I was like, oh man, I just need to like, at that point I was like, all right, I'm playing the player, not the matchup. And I'm pretty confident as me as a player.
Well, definitely showed 2-0 from 2 to 6. It's a great turnaround. Shadow for Alligator, it's going to be there again. How do you think you're best able to handle it with a team that's a little bit weak to it?
You just have to take advantage of the fact that everyone is inclined to want to shield it all the time. And you have to just take advantage of the fact that they are going to shield it, and okay, how can I close the game from that point onwards?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of fast attack pressure with something like your Kanto Marowak. Thank you for the insight. Appreciate it as always. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you.
Now, if Out of Pocket said that him and Nighttime Clasher used 100% of their brain in the matchup, does that mean they both used 50%, or they both used 100 to make 200% brain power?
I think the question comes down to capacity. You know, if you're capable of 100 to 200%, that's really impressive. But those 2 guys are interesting characters. That's all
They
I'll
are.
say.
That is an understatement, and we have a lot of great characters in this community. Speaking of which, a character that's relatively new to the scene, not in terms of his history as a PvP player, but in terms of the regional circuit, only his 3rd ever regional, Mystic Mamba, California native, took down some big names yesterday, took down Nighttime Clasher, took down Softov in day number 1.
Yep.
Playing against Abhinav, who is a regional champion. We're in store for a big-time matchup coming up next.
I saw this on the bracket, Rise. Not going to lie. I'm really, really excited for this matchup because both trainers make very, very minimal mistakes. We say the same thing about Pocket or Lyle Jeffs or even Bogish. We say they're very, very calculated and precise, but these 2 trainers do not give their opponents much in terms of an edge. We saw this in particular with Mystic Mamba versus Softov. Softov played so incredibly well, especially that game number 2. If you look at the alignment on paper, it looked absolutely brutal for her, and she almost brought it back, but Mystic Mamba just did not allow her to do so. So these are 2 very calm, very calculated trainers, and again, interesting picks too. I mean, we've got the Shadow Quagsire from Abhinav, which we think is his MVP, and then Mystic Mamba's got Toxapex, Shadow Sableye, Shadow Jumpluff. Like, what's going on?
Also, a bit of a home crowd favorite here is Mystic Mamba, so he'll have the home court advantage, if you will, with some support coming from the audience, and Abhinav going to try and play spoiler and be the away team in this particular matchup. But a lot of unique picks, not a whole lot of overlap with these 2 squads. The Azumarill I see as some overlap, and the Dunsparce, I believe. But overall, a lot of variety in this matchup.
For a lot of our grassroots competitors as well, I mean, Mystic Mamba has some impressive lineage. If you recall, his older brother, Limon Lime, actually won a massive grassroots tournament years back in this very same state. So I'm sure Mystic Mamba is looking to shore up his success and make a name for himself. As you take a look at these accolades, though, Abhinav on the right, top 16 in Orlando, and the Portland regional champion last season, and San Diego top 8 is the only accolade for Mystic Mamba.
The Toxapex is a pick we talked about might be on the downswing, but having that super hard check to the Azumarill is nice. It makes you think twice about bringing the Azumarill into any sort of game here, because if you find yourself locked in that position, it's pretty much game, set, match. Speaking of which, this match is underway for game number 1. It's going to be a Shadow Jumpluff taking on Azumarill in the lead.
This is such a non-traditional grass versus water matchup because of that sub-flying typing. You see the instant pivot into the hard counter and Sand Slash, and here comes Dunsparce. Look at this team from Abhinav. ABB strong versus that Dunsparce. Versus the Jumpluff. He's got Dunsparce in the back.
The Jumpluff is going to have a tough time in this matchup as the drill run is queued up. Now, the regular Alolan Sand Slash has the ability to absorb a drill run a little bit better here. You can afford to take one. It's not going to be comfortable, but you're not really at jeopardy of getting rolled out down before you get to potentially 3 charge attacks here. So Abhinav going for the drill run, and this is going to put some pressure on Mystic Mamba and the Dunsparce. Are we going to see Protect Shield? No, no Protect Shield.
I think that, yeah, the Dunsparce actually is going to hang on here, and it does have a lot of energy. It can throw another drill run into the Sand Slash to try to pick up the KO. Abhinav has a decision to make. If he shields, which yeah, he does, I think he can powder snow this thing down.
He is going to go for, and actually going to see a quick pivot. Doesn't want to give the farm down, and now it's going to be the Azumarill mirror match, but you called it, Speedy. Multiple answers for the jump bluff. Now Abhinav is going to be able to align the Dunsparce against the jump bluff later on in this match.
A marginal HP advantage here for Abhinav in the mirror match, but he is down a little bit in terms of energy. It looks like he's going to go ahead and fire up and play rough after overcharging just a bit. This is going to be kind of a tough matchup to watch because we're going to go play rough for play rough. Keep one eye on the switch time, everybody, because a catch or a swap onto the low HP Dunsparce for Mystic Mamba could reset the table.
If you could somehow time it where both of these trainers have just minimal HP on a Pokemon lurking in the back as a potential catch, a potential Saxo opportunity, absorbing the high energy cost play rough could be a pivotal swing in this matchup. Here's a play rough coming through. Now the switch timers should be up. Play rough going to connect on Azumarill in this mirror match.
And you saw that impressive internal clock from Abhinav. He waited a turn because he knew the switch timer was up. Gonna go to his Dunsparce against the Shadow Jump Bluff here. We talk about the energy ball and the debuff chance that will help this Shadow Jump Bluff to two-shot the Dunsparce if the first attack connects.
Although it's a favorable matchup for the Dunsparce, as we see the Protect Shields come up from Abhinav, we have a significant shield advantage now for Mystic Mamba. Up 2 shields, you gotta use one at some point. Will he put up the first one here? No, still gonna let it go. Gonna let this Rock Slide connect. No, he can afford to take one, but now you kind of start to worry about getting fast attack down if you're Mystic Mamba, and another energy ball is now going to connect onto the Dunsparce.
You saw Abhinav's head tilt as well. He said, you know what, if you're gonna let that Rock Slide through, I might be able to just roll out all the way through this jump bluff because you're getting really, really low.
And another Rock Slide is cute. Mystic Mamba is still thinking about whether he wants to shield or not. No, he's just going to sacrifice the jump bluff fully. Going to put this all in the back of 2-shield Azumarill, perhaps.
Yeah, I think the Azumarill is the key play here. That Dunsparce could be a sacrificial swap, a third shield, so to speak, if he switches it in at the perfect moment. Going to come in with the Azumarill, try to time his charge attack. Abhinav waits again so he can nail the Azumarill with the drill run.
Beautiful patience on display from Abhinav, waiting a turn there as he fires off the drill and grabbing that first Protect Shield finally. And Mystic Mamba, oh, and we see the catch, the resistant Ice Beam onto his own Azumarill.
Pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Here comes Abhinav to catch the Ice Beam on his Azumarill. That is resisted damage. Gonna hang in here for an Ice Beam of his own if Mystic Mamba will allow him to get to it. He is there. Oh, tries to make the catch.
Tried to make the catch. It was awfully close to that play rough. But Abhinav able to avoid that from happening. Play rough now coming. They're going to grab the final Protect Shield. And unless Mystic Mamba can somehow get a full bubble down here, I think that might be the only potential win condition. But also the Alolan Sand Slash might actually have a charge attack banked.
Hold on. Azumarill gets KO'd. Sand Slash might have it. Let's see. It does.
The drill run is fired off. And Abhinav able to finish off this Azumarill here in game number 1. A 1-0 advantage for Abhinav in a very close, tight-knit contest.
Bubble as a fast attack generates 11 energy, and when you give up 2 free bubbles to your opponent because you're waiting out that fast attack and you want to prevent the catch, it's tough. It feels like, you know, as an instinct, as a Pokemon Go player, you should be tapping all the time, right? But when you wait out those turns and you have that kind of level of patience, it can really pay off in a big way. And I mean, Abhinav just played absolutely seamlessly that entire game.
The Ice Beam catch on the Azumarill probably was the biggest point in that game. If that is a play rough, might have been enough to knock out the Azumarill and could have been a different result for Mystic Mamba. So you play so many decisions over the course of that game, and one catch at the end is perhaps all it took to flip the outcome. Great play from Abhinav to finish off that one, and they will reset for game number 2.
Rise, I almost think that Abhinav had in mind what you said at the beginning of the match. The Toxapex versus Azumarill matchup is devastating. Not only was Abhinav ABB strong versus the Jump Bluff, his Dunsparce Sand Slash was also double strong versus the Toxapex. So he had straddled both matchups with that team.
One thing you notice about Toxapex teams often is other than the Toxapex, they are pretty soft to Azumarill because they feel like it could scare it off. So the Sableye, the Kanto Marowak, the Dunsparce, even the Jumpluff, that Ice Beam is very threatening. So Azumarill has play against every single Pokemon other than the Toxapex.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I feel like once you have that immense bench pressure for a lot of inexperienced trainers, it probably scares them off, scares them away from bringing that one critical choice. But I don't think Abhinav is just any type of trainer. Let's jump right into game number 2 here. Mystic Mamba looking to bounce back.
Quagsire making an appearance in this one against the Azumarill Battle of the Water types. And this matchup, the Stone Edge is going to chunk away at the health of the Azumarill. You're going to slightly outpace it as well. Stone Edge queued up. You know they're unlikely going to bait in this matchup. Not really the risk versus reward ratio as the Stone Edge connects onto Azumarill.
And look at Abhinav's team as well. I mean, he brought that Azumarill in the lead in game number 1. He went triple strong to Toxapex in game number 2, but Mystic Mamba did not fall for the trap. Going to send in his Dunsparce here against the Alolan Sandslash. Like you pointed out earlier, Rise, it can eat the Drill Run, no problem, but the Sandslash is going to apply pressure as well.
Alolan Sandslash greeted by the Dunsparce. Mystic Mamba had the option to swap in the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but elected not to. Wanted to throw in the Dunsparce here, maybe felt like it was his better course of action rather than having to expend a Protect Shield and knowing you'd be at a shield disadvantage. But I also like the fact that he saved the energy on the Azumarill. Sometimes you fall into the trap of throwing energy to give yourself time to think, but saving that energy when it would be resisted was a nice play from Mystic Mamba.
No, you're exactly right. Dunsparce is going to pace pretty quickly as well, and I think that the Shadow Kanto Marowak would have had to contend with Ice Punch, which is going to be faster than the Drill Run regardless. Now this Dunsparce is really low. Mystic Mamba does control switch advantage, but in comes Quagsire. Instant pivot rise into the Azumarill here.
Quagsire is so menacing with energy and didn't want to give it any extra mud shots, so the quick pivot into Azumarill, and it's staying in for the time being. Play Rough connects. That's really nice here for Mystic Mamba. Now fast attacks are going to really start to threaten the Quagsire.
I'm starting to look at the HP here. This is a nasty Aqua Tail bait. Absolutely disgusting work by Abhinav, and he pulls the shield.
Huge Aqua Tail bait, and gonna force Mystic Mamba to throw this Ice Beam immediately to put the pressure on the Quagsire, and going to get a Protect Shield in return. At this stage in the game, this is going to be a critical decision. Oh, we're actually going to see Abhinav bank the energy on the Quagsire and swap in the Dunsparce. Azumarill queuing up the Play Rough.
And yeah, Azumarill is stuck. That switch timer is not up for Mystic Mamba yet. Abhinav gonna let the Play Rough through. He's got low HP on both of his Pokemon now, and this is where it matters because that Mudslap damage is not going to slow down.
Now that the Dunsparce absorbed the Play Rough, fast attacks are going to be a real problem for Abhinav to deal with because 2 Drill Runs are not going to be enough to knock out the Marowak. So I think if you're Mystic Mamba, you're content potentially just letting this go. You know the Quagsire has energy. You know you're not going to get rolled out down by the Dunsparce. We're going to see these fast attacks keep on coming. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Counting on the 4. Mudslap down.
Wow, you saw Abhinav shake his head. He knows he's in serious trouble here. Marowak going to fire off the Bone Club. I don't know if Abhinav will even bother with the shield, and he doesn't. He says, you've got this one, Mystic Mamba. GG's.
Mystic Mamba, a critical decision to counter the Sandslash with the Dunsparce. That, I think, was the pivotal point in the game. He felt confident in that matchup and saved his own Marowak for a favorable matchup against the Dunsparce and back. If he had countered the Sandslash with the Marowak, it could have been a different ballgame.
It's so interesting because several Pokemon that we really enjoy playing, maybe like Swampert or Registeel or even Jumpluff, are very charge attack oriented. You need to gather some energy, fire the charge attacks, and that's where your real damage comes through. But when you have a dynamic team, when you have a Charm user, an Incinerate user, a Mudslap user, you can really attack your opponent from different dimensions. And I promise you that in this game number 3, Abhinav is going to be managing his HP much more carefully because he does not want to get Mudslap down again.
The successful Aqua Tail bait, one thing I liked from Mystic Mamba there, after the Aqua Tail bait, he didn't, sometimes these high-level trainers fall in love with the precise timing, but he knew if he went for precise timing after that, he risked Abhinav getting to a Stone Edge before the Ice Beam. So he's like, okay, I got baited. Let me just get off this energy immediately. I can't afford to let him outpace me here. So a nice reaction there, compensating for getting baited from Mystic Mamba.
We've seen a lot of Dunsparce this series, a lot of Azumarill as well. This is a decisive game number 3 in our winner's side bracket. As you are very, very familiar with our format video and plenty of other tournaments you probably watched, falling to that loser side bracket is tough. You want to stay on the winner's side. It's fewer games, and you get to the grand finals a lot quicker. But one of these trainers, unfortunately, will not come out of this series on the winning side.
These trainers thinking it over. Abhinav was really pondering what he wanted to run. Here we go, decisive game number 3, Alolan Sandslash into Dunsparce.
Instant pivot into that Shadow Quagsire met by the Azumarill from Missing Mamba. This is fascinating to watch because we have the same Water-type Pokemon we saw in game number 2, but now they're in switched in position. Stone Edge getting queued up here immediately by Abhinav.
With a slight mud shot advantage, this is not the most comfortable matchup for Azumarill, so I could definitely see Abhinav trying to fight for switch advantage here, maybe trying to flip the alignment in this matchup. Taking some notes, trying to figure out, what is in the back? Now that I've seen the first 2 Pokemon, what makes sense as the third? But we actually see a Shadow Sableye lurking for the first time in the back as another Stone Edge here queued up.
Abhinav allowing the Ice Beam to come through, gonna look to land the Stone Edge. At this range, like you pointed out, Rise, I think there might even be Mud Shot down potential if Abhinav is willing to shield the second Ice Beam.
Ice Beam queued up, and there you have it. A Protect Shield put up, gonna go for the Mud Shot down. The switch timer might be up. Does Mystic Mamba pivot? Yes, he does. Pivots straight away into the Sableye. Aqua Tail coming up now. It's just an Aqua Tail. He knows that, but he knows how glassy this Shadow Sableye is. Is it going to put up a Protect Shield? Yeah, it's gonna do that. I'm
really surprised. I mean, the Azumarill's in the back there for Abhinav. Of course, Missing Mamba doesn't know that yet, but getting that shield is huge. And now we see the Shadow Sableye squared up against that Alolan Sandslash. Another benefit of a regular Alolan Sandslash versus the Shadow, you can probably eat this foul play, no problem.
So much pressure from the Shadow Sableye as it really chunks at the health of this Alolan Sandslash, going for the harder hitting Drill Run here. Wants to either pull the Protect Shield or maximize the damage. Mystic Mamba allowing it to connect. Can he reach another foul play before going down? Yes, he can. Oh, and it's gone on the Azumarill.
Big catch by Abhinav. And look at how aggressive he's been. Shielding the Shadow Quagsire, Mud Shotting down, throwing the Drill Run immediately, swapping in the Azumarill. Abhinav is making moves here on stage.
Dunsparce versus Azumarill. We've seen this matchup so many times in this tournament, in this meta. It can go either of which way. It really depends on the health amount. We've seen some chip damage from that foul play already on the Azumarill, and Dunsparce is going to try and outbulk this Azumarill.
I don't think there's any reason to throw the play rough here. Missing Mamba puts down the phone for a moment. He thinks it's, he actually tries to call it. It's just the Ice Beam here from Abhinav, but I think you need 2 charge attacks regardless. So at this point, you're just shielding because you have to.
You have to at this point. Drill Run is queued up. Abhinav going to allow it to connect, and that is still a sizable chunk of health on Azumarill. It's going to be difficult to go for a rollout down. Ice Beam is now queued up. Feels like perhaps he can reach a charge attack on the Alolan Sandslash. He's going to pivot quickly, but the Sandslash is getting really low.
Oh my gosh, we see it. We see the swap and the catch. Abhinav with a rare mistake. I held my breath. I didn't know what to say because I could see it coming a mile away.
Oh my goodness, Mystic Mamba playing out of his mind. And he is now going to wait out the switch timer. He's going to get the rollout down. Has double Drill Run queued up for this Azumarill.
This might be game. Azumarill's out of energy. Abhinav's only got 1 shield. Missing Mamba might just flip this game.
Mamba mentality at its finest. Gets the first Protect Shield and queues up a second Drill Run. Mystic Mamba takes down another big name in this tournament, Abhinav, and he is going on into the winner's side of the bracket.
I can hear his teammates in the crowd. Let's get some Mambas in the chat to hype up this California local. What an insane win over one of the best trainers in Abhinav.
Mystic Mamba has just continued to impress throughout this tournament. Day 1, we talked about some of the big names he took down, and he's continuing it on to day 2. I believe he's going to be matched up against Out of Pocket next. Ooh. So maybe put it on upset alert, or if you're from the California area, maybe it's not an upset to you. Maybe you just know this is what Mystic Mamba does.
Rise, I'm thinking of this in real time. We need a button here at the caster desk that we can just smack and say upset alert, and it pops up on stream. That would be so cool.
That's the game we play. Anybody can be anybody on any given day. There's a reason they play the game, right? There's a reason they play the game, and exactly. Mystic Mamba has continued to impress as he moves on, and just incredible dynamic gameplay from start to finish. We saw the Dunsparce go off in multiple games. We saw the nice catch here from Abhinav, and both trainers really just trying to maneuver their way, trying to make and find a path to victory, and just some clever plays all around for Mystic Mamba to barely edge out the victory.
I honestly wish this would have been a best of 5, right? So we could watch more battles between these two talented trainers. I mean, coming in with the Sand Slash here, the swap right there, you saw Abhinav, he's been so patient, but I think in this final moment, he knew that he needed to capitalize, and just a couple of seconds off in terms of that switch timer, he threw the drill run. It was caught, and unfortunately, that was the game-losing play from Abhinav.
I noticed the expression on Abhinav's face when he was locking in for that matchup. He was looking up, he was thinking. It didn't seem like he was super confident with his line in game number 3, and sometimes that involves the matchup, sometimes it involves how the previous 2 games have played out, so perhaps just didn't feel super confident in the line, and Mystic Mamba was able to maneuver away to victory.
Yeah, I think when you're facing such a dynamic opponent who lost game number 1, but then came back in game number 2 with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, it really kind of pushes and pulls at what you want to do with your own team composition, and you could see him kind of carefully switching the Sand Slash in and out because he knew that that super effective ground type Mud Slap was going to be really devastating, so he went with 2 answers to the Marowak, and then the Marowak just didn't show up.
It takes resilience to lose game 1 and to overcome that and get away to win. To discuss his mentality, here's Stephanie with Mystic Mamba.
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with Mystic Mamba, and you could hear the crowd from backstage during Game 3. Tell me about your mentality during that Game 3, that epic catch. How are you feeling?
Feel good. Yeah, that catch, I felt like it was like basically my only win con. I also thought I was in range to like be able to bubble down if anything if I needed to, but kind of worked out. I'm just have the same mentality as yesterday, just trying to have fun and stay even keeled and just really think about the matchups and really nothing else.
And so you were my pick to win, and I chose that Shadow Kanto Marowak as the MVP. I have to know, do you agree with my assessment?
Partially. It helps for sure, like, solidify a matchup, but like a Swiss Army knife, I feel like it's done sparse. It's the energy generation and like the moves it can tank and the coverage it has. It's really helped me out like to this point, yeah.
Awesome. You heard it from the man himself. And I want to know a little bit more about that SoCal Swablu community. You can hear them in the crowd. You have such a supportive group around you. Could you tell me a little bit more?
Yeah, so I mean, it started as just like a grassroots community. It was just like maybe 6, 8 of us, and it's kind of grown and grown. We really prioritized communicating with each other, helping each other out, and whether we're in because people like to joke there's like 10 different Swablu teams or whatever, but we kind of scrim with each other, and the support at regionals like this is couldn't ask for more. It's awesome, and we get to just hang out before and after, and it's awesome.
Excellent. I'll let you catch a break before your next battles. We are gonna go do a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have some fantastic matches upcoming for you.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我 为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 ISELF 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds it destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yakai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Inadequates going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequates. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive to try and confuse my opponents with some of the play styles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequates.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht Special Event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your Special Event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, it's very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequates is gonna take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble and very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the world championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your Giratina's on Lickitung, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win, but just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
We are here in Sacramento with the Pokemon Go action and some great insights from our fellow co-caster and second place Worlds finalist, Martijn. I'm AlphaPhoebe, joined here by DeFi E250, and we are so excited to continue the action with these group finals here in Sacramento.
Those were fantastic matches to start off the day. We have even more excitement coming up. Our next battlers are going to be the Taurian and Caleb Peng to finish out the Group C winners final. We are finishing our group play stage, and very soon we will be down to our top 8.
After the winners, we will have the losers, and after that happens, then finally, Stephanie, we'll be able to get access to our Day 2 usage, which I know you've been very excited to see.
I am very interested. I mentioned it yesterday, but the Day 1 usage, it's a popularity contest. Which Pokemon are most popular, but Day 2 is where that performance is at. Which Pokemon are really out there doing the work?
And I think it's going to be my MVP pick here in this matchup, the Taurian and his Shadow Feraligatr. I got to watch a little bit yesterday. After the show, I rewatched some of the battles, and honestly, it's what stuck out to me is he really utilized this Pokemon to the max, making sure to optimize its energy. 5 Shadow Claws to each and every Hydro Cannon is just so fast, and it provides so much pressure on your opponents.
I'm going to be looking forward to seeing if you are correct, but both trainers do have access to that Shadow Feraligatr, but there are plenty of key differences in these two teams. The one has the Superior that we've been talking about, Galarian Moltres, the Shadow Drapion, Shadow Kanto, Marowak, Dunsparce. I think the Shadow Feraligatr is the only thing in common between these two teams.
Yeah, I also want to look at what the two trainers on stage have for in terms of their answers for the Shadow Feraligatr. For the Taurian, you did mention that he does have the Superior, but he also has Dunsparce, whereas Caleb on the other side, Ariados is slightly an answer because of access to Trailblaze, but he does also have Mandibuzz, which doesn't have a typing advantage, but has a slight bulk advantage here. We also have all of these two trainers' most recent accolades. The Taurian getting top 16 at LAIC, a really strong run for him at that international stage. But here we go into game number 1. It's going to be Shadow Drapion into that Clodsire for Caleb Peng.
Clodsire benefits from its ground typing and being able to throw an Earthquake that would one-hit KO a Drapion. However, the Shadow Drapion benefits because it can outpace a little bit to the super effective Aqua Tails. And because this is a Shadow Pokemon, it gets the little bit of bonus. So it gets to almost 2 Aqua Tails before Caleb Peng throws his first charge attack.
Caleb going for the bait. Stone Edge would not threaten a knockout. We do see the shield come up. It is slightly less energy than that Earthquake, so he's going to be able to pace to another charge attack a little bit faster, but I believe the Taurian is going to be able to get to 2 more Aqua Tails first, which should threaten a shield from Caleb's side if he should choose to do so. Instead, opting for a catch. Aqua Tail into the Azumarill. Both charge attacks from the Drapion are resisted, but that crunch would have been a bit better. It has the chance to debuff, and it has that same type attack bonus.
It looked like the Taurian was almost going to wait a moment to make sure that Caleb wasn't going to make a catch. However, Caleb being a little bit patient, waiting for just the right moment to put in the Azumarill to really start to absorb a lot of this damage. The Taurian did not switch out after the catch, deciding instead to stay in with the Shadow Drapion.
Play rough, not quite enough to knock out. The Taurian saving that Pokemon for later, maybe for a catch. In comes that Shadow Feraligatr, able to build up to a Hydro Cannon well before the play rough, but the Taurian opting for energy advantage is going to no-shield this play rough. The Feraligatr is going to be taken deep into the yellow, and in comes Mandibuzz. Hydro Cannon thrown. This is now a potential shield bait. Shield goes up for Caleb Peng.
Yes, and even though it's only the Hydro Cannon, that still does so much damage to a Mandibuzz. So Caleb deciding to use a Protect Shield on the Mandibuzz and using a Protect Shield again, doubling down on this Mandibuzz, thinking that is perhaps a key to victory. Maybe thinking the Superior is back there or the Marowak.
But instead it's actually the Dunsparce, and as a reminder, this is the air slash variant of Mandibuzz, so it gets to the charge attacks a little bit slowly. And interestingly enough, Caleb opting for Dark Pulse instead of Foul Play, which because Dark Pulse costs a little bit more energy and you generate a little less energy with Air Slash, I feel like most trainers opt for Foul Play, but Dark Pulse a little bit better of a charged attack, so able to hit a little bit harder as well.
And there is that Dark Pulse, and like you mentioned, it is going to hit a little bit harder, but this Dunsparce, especially this shiny Dunsparce, it doesn't matter. Doesn't even take it down under half health yet, and we see Caleb make a quick swap into the Azumarill, perhaps to absorb some of this damage, but the Taurian being very patient, recognizing that the Azumarill left energy dry, didn't have any energy, gives the Taurian an opportunity to build up some energy before knocking out the Azumarill.
The one question that remains is how much energy does that Clodsire have? If it's able to get to a charge attack before the Dunsparce gets to another move, it would be really close, but good patience there from the Taurian, recognizing it's the Clodsire coming in, throwing the Drill Run instead of the Rock Slide and able to pick up the knockout.
Oh, now we are going to have to see, can the Dunsparce get to the attack? And it does. Will this Rock Slide be enough to knock this big buzzard out of the sky?
I think it is, yes. Super effective Rock Slide. Although Rock Slide has been nerfed in recent seasons, it's still enough. That super effective damage, giving that extra multiplier to the base damage, means that it is easy to knock out at that point.
I really want to highlight the Taurian's patience there. When Caleb brought in the Azumarill, maybe a less experienced trainer would be like, oh, I want to knock this thing out before it gets to an attack. Maybe jump a little early there. But the Taurian recognizing and remembering that Azumarill has no energy, I can use this as an opportunity to build up to 2 attacks so I can clear out the remaining Pokemon on Caleb's team.
Yeah, it's good patience. It's also good memory. Recognizing that, oh, okay, I recall that there was no energy at this point. Dark Pulse coming through. It is a little bit better than Foul Play, but still not quite able to pick up the knockout.
And our battlers are actually going to be getting started here as soon as this replay finishes. We are actually in Mandibuzz versus Feraligatr. That was not the opening matchup. This is what both trainers swapped into.
Feraligatr able to throw the Ice Beam. Caleb recognizing that Ice Beam does a lot of super effective damage to this Mandibuzz, and because the Mandibuzz is running Air Slash, it's going to have a little bit of a better time in the Shields Up matchup here, able to put in some fast attack pressure into the not so bulky Shadow Feraligatr.
Yes, and I really like the Taurian building up to the Ice Beam, making sure he's throwing on good timing, and stripping away both of Caleb's shields early in the game. This could give an opportunity for perhaps the Shadow Drapion to do some work, because that Pokemon, if you can get an energy lead on Shadow Drapion, can do a lot of damage.
Opting for 2 shields here. Aerial Ace goes shielded. In comes the Azumarill. Was going to wall off all this energy, so I'd love to see the Taurian build up more energy and then switch out, preserving that energy for Pokemon in the back where it could be more useful, and he does exactly that. Play rough, only neutral into the Shadow Drapion. Will do about 50, a little bit more than 50% of the remaining health of that Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion only resisted charge attack, so we're going to see this matchup take a little bit longer than you might expect for a poison type into a fairy type.
Yeah, not being able to hit an Azumarill for super effective damage makes this a rough matchup for the Drapion, because now Caleb is able to throw an Ice Beam and knock the Shadow Drapion out. So really, the only full health Pokemon that the Taurian has left is that Dunsparce, and Caleb still has a very healthy Mandibuzz and a full health Clodsire.
Dunsparce going for an additional rollout, not trying to get the knockout blow with the Drill Run just yet. I think it would be a bit shy of picking it up. Azumarill is quite bulky, building up to 2 Drill Runs out, almost over to it's gonna be really close to see if this Drill Run picks up the knockout. I think it might just be a little bit shy.
And just barely, but that means that the Taurian is able to get an additional rollout worth of energy before going into the Clodsire matchup. Now, we know that this is a tough matchup for Dunsparce. Normally, it's going to be even tougher with Dunsparce down in health. We actually see a quick swap into the Mandibuzz, and here is an Ice Beam. Let's see what a Shadow Feraligatr Ice Beam does to this Mandibuzz. And knocks it all the way down into the red. And because the Taurian was at a Hydro Cannon as well, is able to completely clear out Caleb's Mandibuzz. But that Clodsire is still in the back. It's going to be able to Poison Sting down, and now Caleb, I think, is just one attack away from a move.
Yeah, and Earthquake coming through is going to be more than enough damage to knock out. I think the Taurian might have been in a slightly better position if he landed a charge attack with the Dunsparce, super effective Rock Slide, plus maybe an Ice Beam to get the knockout there, and then able to land a Hydro Cannon into that Clodsire, because it's super effective into the Clodsire, only neutral into that Mandibuzz. Able to increase that energy efficiency of his charge attacks there might have put him in a slightly better position in that endgame.
So now we are in a decisive game 3. We have the Taurian versus Caleb Peng. The winner is going to move on into our top cut bracket. You can see on Caleb's team, he's brought the Azumarill, the Mandibuzz, and the Clodsire both times. I believe he led the Clodsire in both games. In the first game, kind of pivoting to the Azumarill. In the second game, pivoting to the Mandibuzz. Has left the other Pokemon on the bench. We'll have to see if he's going to stick tried and true to those 3, or if he's going to switch into something else. And here we have a solid lead for the Taurian with that shiny Dunsparce into the Mandibuzz. We're going to see Caleb immediately pivot into the Azumarill, and now we have the Shadow Drapion as the pivot for the Taurian. So we saw that the Azumarill, it paces very slowly, but it's at least able to hit for neutral damage against Shadow Drapion, where the Shadow Drapion can only hit for resisted damage into the Azumarill. How do you think this matchup's going to play out?
Frankly, I would like to see the Taurian play for shield advantage. Unfortunately, going for the shield here, so going against what I would hope. I think having energy advantage afterwards on something like Dunsparce, able to farm down an Azumarill in after it plays out the zero shield matchup into the Drapion would have been really powerful. Instead, it looks like he might be opting for switch advantage, hoping to keep the alignment of that Dunsparce against that Mandibuzz.
Yep, we also have to point out the Taurian has brought the same 3 Pokemon each and every time. Caleb actually leaving that Clodsire on the bench this time, bringing in the Shadow for Alligator in the back.
Going for the Aqua Tail, not confident in the bubble down. I think that's the right call here because the bubble damage to a Shadow Drop-In would have been too much. Actually, Azumarill hanging on, able to get one more Poison Sting worth of energy there. The Taurian now throwing Aqua Tail, going to get a little bit of chip damage into the Mandibuzz.
That's not going to be very much, though, just a tiny little chip. Then going to rely on the Dunsparce to have to take out the Feraligatr. But Caleb Peng has not. Caleb Peng now is showing the Shadow Feraligatr, so I think all the cards are on the table. The Taurian knowing what now all Pokemon have been revealed.
He's down in energy, though. Caleb almost at 2 Hydro Cannons here. Hydro Cannon resisted by the water typing of Feraligatr. However, it still does a massive amount of damage, Shadow into Shadow. A Hydro Cannon is launched off by the Taurian. I expect to see a shield from Caleb here. The question is Caleb able to get a Shadow Claw down, or will he have to expend energy as well to pick up the knockout?
We'll have to see, can he get there? Caleb doesn't think he can, so he's going to use an attack to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. But here's the question, because he used the Protect Shield, yep, now the Taurian gets to the attack, but it's going to land on the Mandibuzz, which is unfortunate because the Taurian would have preferred to maybe try to get to an Ice Beam for it.
And getting farmed down a little bit unfortunate from the Taurian. Maybe would have liked to keep that Feraligatr in the back for a potential catch later. Now able to build up with these rolled outs a lot of energy. I think Caleb is 1 Shadow Claw away from the next Hydro Cannon, so the Taurian's win condition here is to land a Rock Slide. Oh wait, no, he threw before he had back-to-back. He's 1 rollout away. I think he's maybe just outside of Hydro Cannon range, but I feel like this is really risky.
I think it's risky too. Throwing right before he got there. We're gonna have to see, is this Hydro Cannon range? Will the Dunsparce be able to hold on? Both trainers kind of looking at the calculation. The Dunsparce hangs on, and Drill Run is going to connect and knock the Shadow Feraligatr out of play. The Taurian taking the Group C Winners Finals.
A little bit
better knowledge of his Dunsparce than I have. I thought it was really close. I thought it was really risky to allow that Shadow for Alligator to get another charge attack off. You know, you're not really worried about Mandibuzz landing another Aerial Ace or Dark Pulse. It's not super effective damage. It might be same type attack bonus damage, but it's not as threatening as a Hydro Cannon from a Feraligatr.
No, we were on bated breath looking, is that going to knock out? That was so exciting from the Taurian, moving on to the next round, into the top cut. So that is a top 8 performance then from the Taurian, guaranteed. Taurian really relying Shadow Droppy on Dunsparce and Feraligatr for every single game.
Yeah, you called it out. Players love to play into the Pokemon that they feel are the most safe into their opponent's team. And if you look at them, these are the Pokemon in the meta that have the most general play. Shadow Drapion, Shadow Feraligatr, Dunsparce, Azumarill, and Mandibuzz, all quite bulky or all quite hard-hitting, but with good neutral play into a lot of the meta.
Yeah, I am very excited to see how the Taurian will do in the rest of this tournament. However, Caleb Peng is not out of it. He will have to make a loser's bracket run. But as Nick and I talk about all the time, it's a tougher road ahead when you're battling through the loser's brackets. You need more grit. You need more patience. You need, what else do you think? What does it take to make a good loser's bracket run?
I wouldn't know. I haven't had a good one myself, so clearly I don't have what it takes. I do want to comment though. I did say Shadow Feraligatr is the Taurian's MVP, but in that matchup, honestly, it was the Dunsparce. I feel like the Dunsparce really carried its weight in that matchup, getting aligned onto that Mandibuzz every time, able to build up a lot of energy because of its bulk, because of its ability to double resist Shadow Claws, getting a knockout blow into Mandibuzz, and then one more rollout into a charge attack into that Shadow Feraligatr, and barely able to survive that Hydro Cannon. I think that understanding that he showed with that Pokemon is going to be able to carry him far in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and Mystic Mamba actually in my interview with him said that he thought Dunsparce instead of the Shadow Kanto Marowak as his MVP. So maybe, I think some Pokemon get a lot of attention. You know, they're big, they're kind of scary. The Shadow Droppy on the Shadow Feraligatr.
They've got big fangs.
Big fangs. But maybe it's a Dunsparce meta. Maybe that's the Pokemon that we should really be focusing on. It seems like that is the most consistent Pokemon on these teams.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from the Taurian, see if he thinks it was Shadow Feraligatr or Dunsparce that helped him to secure victory here.
All right, everyone, I'm here with the Taurian 22, just took down Caleb Peng. We were talking about Feraligatr, Shadow Feraligatr, but my question for you, Taurian, is the Mandibuzz. That seemed like such a tough Pokemon for you to deal with. How did you get around it?
I guess the Air Slash variant was a little bit tough. I came around with the Snarl variant that Sylvie ran yesterday, so I mean, it was teamwork, right? And then he kept shielding my Ice Beams. It was not the greatest moment, but then, yeah, we took it down.
We were talking about Feraligatr, and you just mentioned the Ice Beams. Can you talk to me a little bit more about how you see Feraligatr, its place in the meta, Shadow versus regular, if you have any thoughts?
I feel the Shadow is the way to go, in my opinion. It gives you so much momentum. Like, there's such attack weight in Pokemon, you get there in 10 turns, like, you just dictate the momentum of the game moving forward. The mirror in the end was pretty difficult, I guess, but then when he gave the 2 shoots to the Feraligatr, I had a pretty straight pathway, so yeah.
Awesome. Taurian, you are the 2024 Carolina Special Event Champion. You're looking to win here in Sacramento. Who are you looking forward to facing the most that is still in the bracket?
I think it's pretty much my good friend Aiden. We traveled to Sao Paulo together to face each other in the Day 2 finals. And then this is, again, I'm going to face him again. Pretty excited to face my good friend Aiden again.
Awesome. Is there anyone you want to shout out or thank for your success and for your career?
Yes, I did miss quite a lot of people yesterday. I guess my old TD faction, Broom, Beelzy Boy, Master Mihir, all the good stuff. And then obviously Sergio and Minun Dugong, you guys deserve a shout out too. Thank you very much.
Awesome, Taurian. Best of luck in your future rounds, and we'll see you on the main stage shortly. For now, back to casters.
Thank you so much, Will, for getting a little bit more information from the Taurian about the Shadow Feraligatr and a little bit about his gameplay. Nick and I were talking about what it takes to make a good losers bracket run, and typically that's the C2U over here on the left, but here we see him on the winner's side of the bracket in Group D facing S. James P21.
And this is our last winners final for the day, and it's going to secure who is on the winner's side of the bracket going into the Day 2 bracket here, continuing on Day 2. Looking at the teams, we are seeing a little bit of diversity between these two. We have Malamar for the C2U. We see that Jumpluff opting for the non-Shadow variant here, but paired up with a Shadow Drapion, Shadow Marowak, as well as that Shadow Feraligatr. Probably opting for the non-Shadow Jumpluff to build up a little bit of bulk on that side for SJ. Otherwise, he might be feeling a little bit flimsy with 4 Shadow Pokemon on his team.
Yeah, I noticed that. So when Shadow Pokemon, they're down in defense, but they are up in power. And we saw lots of examples yesterday where sometimes just that little extra bit of damage, that little extra bit of raw power can be notable.
And we saw in those accolades there, the C2U's had a lot of really impressive runs, so we'll see if he can push it farther, if he can have his best run of this season yet. We see Mandibuzz into Jumpluff and a quick switch out for SJ into that Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, how would you rate the Mandibuzz into that Jumpluff matchup? Because you would think Jumpluff has Fairy Wind.
It is a little bit favored for the Mandibuzz because of the additional bulk it has, and it does not take super effective damage from Aerial Ace. However, with energy advantage, Jumpluff can sometimes flip switch, I think specifically for the Shadow variant, so SJ does not quite have that opportunity with his non-Shadow Jumpluff.
Now we're in that mid-game matchup. We have a regular Alolan Sandslash, notably not the Shadow. We've seen some trainers decide to go for that little bit of extra bulk there on the Alolan Sandslash versus the Azumarill. So taking a look at this matchup, we're looking, can the C2U set up some of his Pokemon for success later on? Perhaps maybe trying to get the Clodsire aligned on the Jumpluff instead?
Interesting, going for the Ice Beam here, the C2U is going to do double resisted damage, not quite able to pick up the knockout, but his switch into the Feraligatr, he's got a Play Rough already loaded. This will do a lot of good neutral damage to that Feraligatr, so a shield comes up for SJ.
Yeah, with the Play Rough would certainly do quite a bit of damage, and here we're seeing the Mandibuzz, and you'll notice that the switch timers are misaligned. So S. James is going to get an opportunity to switch this Feraligatr out if he so chooses a little bit earlier than the C2U will be able to.
And interestingly enough, the C2U opts to bring this Mandibuzz back into the Feraligatr as opposed to saving it for the Jumpluff. It makes a ton of sense though. Looking at his backline, he's got that Clodsire, and because SJ pivoted out of the middle matchup of the Azumarill into that Alolan Sandslash, he was unable to align this Feraligatr onto that Clodsire.
And now I'm really looking at that Clodsire in the back, and it just looks so strong. Like it has so much potential. However, this Mandibuzz needing to soak up the energy from this Hydro Cannon and perhaps using the Azumarill to finish the job against the Shadow Feraligatr.
Azumarill in the red would not be able to take another Hydro Cannon, but there is a little bit more than one Hydro Cannon loaded. Oh, catch from the C2U. Potentially an undercharge here from SJ if he wants to get a little bit more energy. We see he goes up to the Great, not going to pick up the knockout and going to be able to get a few more Shadow Claws, 2 back for his efforts there.
And here we have the Clodsire. So there's one Hydro Cannon. However, it takes 2 Hydro Cannons to knock out the Clodsire. The C2U deciding, I think this is going to be the most impactful charge attack left in the game. So I'm going to use this to protect. And however, I think the C2U maybe lost a little bit of count there. You could see that look on his face. So having to tank this Hydro Cannon here, which is not what he wanted to do. So now this Clodsire is going to be very low on health going into the Jumpluff matchup.
And this has put the C2U in a really tough position because he opted to not throw his charge attack into that Feraligatr. It will still have a good amount of health left, and in the back is a Alolan Sand Slash Poison Stings are double resisted by that Steel typing, so it's really difficult to Poison Sting down a Alolan Sand Slash.
Yeah, and the Jumpluff is going to hang on through 2 of these Sludge Bombs. This is not the Shadow Jumpluff, so it has that little bit of bulk left to it, so it's able to tank those 2 Sludge Bombs a little more comfortably, giving S-James the opportunity to take that Game 1 win. I really think the most impactful moment of the match was the one that we called out together, where the C2U did not fire the charge attack into the Feraligatr. And again, you could see that look on his face. I think he I think he lost a little bit of count of the energy.
Yeah, I think that is likely it as well. Also, potentially afraid of a catch from SJ. SJ, a really great player, knowing when the CTU would likely want to throw a Sludge Bomb into that Feraligatr right before it reaches that final Hydro Cannon, but instead, maybe SJ going for a bit of a mind game there, just staying in with the Feraligatr, going straight for the Hydro Cannon instead of trying to catch, because he's expecting the CTU to expect him to make a catch.
5D chess going on in these players' minds. That's really why I like the player interviews at the end, because we can get a little bit more of that insight straight from these fantastic battlers. Here is the catch. We just saw a catch onto a different Pokemon, but here is that really impactful Hydro Cannon. I think the C2, had he been able to land the Sludge Bomb, take out the Feraligatr, it would have been a very clear victory for the C2U, but S-James really capitalizing there and able to take an early Game 1 victory.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the difference of Water-type damage versus Grass-type damage into some Pokemon like Clodsire. Water-type being super effective, Grass-type being neutral, so the Energy Ball coming from Jumpluff would have been doing a lot less damage than that Hydro Cannon. So the Hydro Cannon landing really swung that endgame in the favor of SJ.
And here we have Game 2. Can the C2U turn this around? We have Shadow Quagsire into the Alolan Sand Slash. We see S-James, that's not the matchup he was hoping for, so it's pivoting into the Shadow Feraligatr, which we've talked about is a meta-defining Pokemon right now in this max-out season.
Just want to comment here. 5 out of 6 of the Pokemon on the playing field are blue. Is that a bit funny? Sorry, I think I caught you off guard with a comment. Mandibuzz comes in, is going to be taking an Ice Beam. This is super effective damage, going to put the Mandibuzz into the yellow, and I think the CTU is okay with that, going to be able to pace to an Aerial Ace here, which threatens a knockout because of that Aqua Tail from that Shadow Quagsire.
Your puns are making me blue. That's what they are doing. And moving, we continue on. We can see the Shadow Claws are not doing the damage here. What the Shadow Feraligatr is relying on is that charge attack pressure from the Hydro Cannons. The C2U deciding, wanting to keep the Mandibuzz around a little bit longer, maybe set up some Pokemon in the back. We saw that his switch timer is not quite up yet, so perhaps wanting to keep the Mandibuzz around and switch out, and the switch timers are available now. Will he keep the Mandibuzz in, or will he potentially try to make a catch?
I think there's a possibility of switching out after storing a Dark Pulse there. It makes a lot of sense. Aerial Ace does not really do a lot of damage to Azumarill. Azumarill is really bulky, so saving that energy in the back for the Pokemon he knows that SJ has in the back because it was his lead, right? That Alolan Sand Slash. Dark Pulse is going to be able to do a good amount of damage to that Pokemon, and catching a Play Rough here, not super impactful. This is the move you want to throw into the Alolan Sand Slash, excuse me, anyways.
Yeah, but it would have been a lot nicer to throw it into the Azumarill instead of it getting the resisted damage, Alolan Sand Slash being that Steel type. It's going to do even less damage because this is not a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, so it's not going to lose 20% of its defenses. Here we're going to see another Play Rough, as you mentioned, Nick. That is the attack out of the two that is more efficient to throw into the Azumarill, though both are resistant.
SJ now has 2 drill runs loaded, throwing the first one into Azumarill, no shield. The C2U recognizing, okay, Azumarill can take this quite cleanly, and actually opting for an Aerial Ace bait here. You see the shield come up. This is a great bait from the C2U, recognizing, I know SJ realizes I have Dark Pulse, so I am able to bait this Aerial Ace and force him to throw before I build to another Aerial Ace. A complete undercharge here. Will the Mandibuzz be able to hold on to the Ice Punch and another Fast Attack? No, actually, opting to switch into the Azumarill because this Aerial Ace, not that impactful on the Azumarill's overall health pool.
Yeah, the Azumarill is just so bulky. And the C2U, again, his switch timer's not up yet, so he has to stay in, throw a couple of snarls that are resisted onto the Azumarill before deciding what he's going to do. He's going to wait his switch timer out and then bring in the Azumarill and kind of use that to perhaps, but is he going to use that to absorb some of this damage before bringing in the Quagsire? That looks like what the C2 strategy is going to be. Just kind of use the Azumarill as a damage sponge before bringing in that Shadow Quagsire. The C2 has an advantage in that he has a Protect Shield remaining.
I would have actually liked to see an undercharge there from SJ. I think getting a few more bubbles after landing the play rough into the Azumarill would have been really nice, but maybe he wasn't sure of how much energy the C2U's Azumarill had. I think he came in energy dry, so soaking up that play rough was really nice. In comes this Stone Edge. I don't think this is going to be quite enough to knock out. It is not same type attack bonus, even though it is the Shadow Quagsire, and going to be able to land another charge attack potentially. No! Opting for an Aqua Tail here. This is going to be really close to knocking out. I think it might just be enough.
This is the Shadow Quagsire using the Aqua Tail, so that little bit of boost is going to be helpful. Can the Quagsire mud shot down? It cannot. I think this drill run is going to be enough to knock the Shadow Quagsire off of the field of play. It is on 1 HP. S. James moving on the winner's side of the bracket. That was such a dynamic game from these two trainers. It felt like they were really dancing around with their Pokemon, making a lot of switches. The switch timers were constantly misaligned. Very interesting gameplay.
And I really loved how SJ was able to pivot his Azumarill in so frequently to absorb a lot of that damage away from the Alolan Sandslash. And you got to see exactly how impactful that was in the end game, because the Alolan Sandslash had 1 HP left when it was able to launch off that drill run. And I think if that was an Ice Punch, I don't think it was enough to knock out. So I think the drill run was absolutely necessary to pick up that knockout.
Just getting that little bit of extra damage. We're going to get to watch a little bit from these games. This is game number 2, where we're looking at that little bit of a bait of an aerial ace before S. James is going to be able to knock the Mandibuzz out.
And the Ice Punch undercharge, really good because it allows the Azumarill to come back in and get more energy. I think SJ could have thrown a little bit, or hit a bit fewer bubbles of the Azumarill play rough into the C2U's Azumarill to get more energy, but it worked out in the end. You know, I can't fault the guy. He still won the game. I'm just behind the desk talking. He's the one on stage winning the battles.
I know, and that's why I love those interviews. Like I mentioned, we get to know a little bit more about the trainers and their mindsets. But again, that was the winner side of the bracket. So the C2U, we know he kind of knows his way around a loser's bracket run, so he is not out of this yet.
Yeah, we'll see him in not too long in the group losers finals. We do have 4 of those to get through in order to really secure those who have made a top cut, and we'll finally be able to see that day 2 usage graphic.
I am looking forward to it. I want to see which of the Pokemon are the best performing out of all of them. Do you have any predictions? Who's going to be on the top of the heap?
I mean, I want to say Abhinav and then also the Taurian. Those are my 2 picks, so I want to keep pushing them forward. But let's go ahead and hear a little bit from our winner there. He's standing with Rise now. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Phoebe. I'm here with SJ. You lost lead in both games, able to maneuver some solid safe swap action to find a way to win. Take me through some of the strategies in that match.
I'm still playing, so I'm not going to give away too many strategies, but I feel like I've been able to identify a lot of win cons throughout the tournament. Typically, I mean, you said I lost lead. I've been losing the lead for most of the tournament outside of like versus Valor-Ash, so I'm pretty used to losing the lead. And I don't really mind if I lose the lead as long as I have a good safe switch and I have a good plan, so.
Fair enough, and we saw 1 HP in a dream at the end there. In that end game, when it's so close like that, how confident were you would live the residual mud shots, that you'd find a way to close that second game right there?
I wasn't. In the second game, everything was kind of a blur. I don't know if I played super clean in that one. I kind of lost track of the Mandy. I had an idea what it was at, so I threw an Ice Punch undercharge. Don't know if that was the right play. Couldn't remember exactly how much energy he had in the slash, and I knew what his quiet counts were, but I didn't know if it made sense to switch to Sand Slash because I didn't want to eat a mud shot. So it was just a weird end game, but I think I said out loud, I don't know if this KOs, and it KO'd, so I don't know, it worked out.
we were saying with the CTU has had such incredible performances lately, going early down to the losers bracket, winning so many matches. Are you worried at all that you awakened a beast now sending CTU to losers bracket that he could go all the way now?
I mean, it's been incredible what he's been doing. I've been following along a little bit. I know he played last week at LAIC. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is when he goes to losers bracket, but, yeah, he goes demon mode, I guess. And, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on to make a run. He's a good player, so.
And before I let you go, SJ, any shout-outs you want to give before we move on here?
Yeah, I have a lot, actually. Might want to pull it up. So, shout out to Wholesome for helping me figure out what Sand Slash IVs I wanted to run. We went over that for about 30 minutes. Sophtoph and Signal, they just kind of listened to my rants about matchups. Not a whole lot there. I want to shout out Ed, my good friend Ed, also known as Nicest. For no other reason other than the fact that he wants a shout out. I'll shout out Briggsy, Yasser, Brandon for helping me scrim right before this, Mango just for being Mango. I'm probably forgetting some people, but shout out to everybody on my faction team. Yeah, they're rooting me on, so appreciate all the support.
He had a whole list prepared for his friends. Take notes for those that get interviewed. Back to you, Stephanie and Nick.
This is a good thing for everyone else to pay attention to. Have a list on your phone so you don't forget anyone. But even though he had a list, he also seemed like he might have forgotten someone. He was joking around. Oh, I don't want to make sure I want to forget anyone. But it's great to hear from him. You know, he's got to keep his secrets. He's keeping his secrets close, but it's kind of hard to do that when you're on stage and performing in front of the entire audience.
What S. James mentioned was demon mode for the S2U. I see two very angry Pokemon that make me think of demon mode, and that is that Annihilate. The Annihilate on both sides of the screen here. I'm really excited to see that Rage Fist and counter play with these two trainers, Bogish and RF.
Two Annihilates, two Superiors. We'll see if they actually make a showing here. I think it might be a little bit difficult. Trainers having Clodsire on both sides, the Alolan Sand Slash for RF, so might be a little bit of bench pressure like I was calling out yesterday, or maybe we'll see it actually being brought. Who knows?
It is the losers finals for Group A. It is win or go home. You can see the trainers' accomplishments on either side. Bogish with a regional top 16 in Portland, but RF, this is his first accomplishment listing, 2024 Sacramento. That's here. That's right now.
I'm curious if that's last year 2024, is it the season of 2024,
oh, is
or
it
if
the
it's
2024
today?
or is it today?
I'm not sure because it should show up for Bogish as well, right?
True. So maybe it's last year 2024.
Either way, we're in the battles here. Great lead for Bogish. An immediate safe swap for RF into the Galarian Moltres.
And we have the Galarian Moltres is building up to a lot of energy. It's already at a Brave Bird and a little bit more, which is incredibly threatening to whatever Pokemon is on the other side of the screen. The rollout, not enough. RF confidently knowing that he doesn't have to shield the Galarian Moltres right then, is going to be able to throw a Brave Bird, and then before being knocked out here by the rollouts.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, unable to make two charge attacks there, RF, so he's able to get a shield advantage here, but the energy that was gained from Bogish by the rollout down there of the Galarian Moltres might be able to pick a shield back up afterwards, because Poison Sting down is not really possible. Bogish even going for good timing there, throwing one additional rollout after having reached the drill run to make sure that he's not giving RF any free energy there.
And we have these two Pokemon. Clodsire using same type attack bonus, but not very super effective, is going to get just not enough to knock out, where the Dunsparce is able to hang on to throw this drill run. Is RF going to protect this Clodsire, or is he going to let it go? He lets it go. So whatever Pokemon is going to come in next is going to get, not going to get a little energy advantage. Bogish actually immediately swapping out. Now this is RF's final Pokemon. The Galarian Moltres and the Clodsire are both knocked out. Bogish still has all three of his Pokemon available.
And I imagine he's just going to go for fast move pressure at this point. RF saving two shields for the Shadow for Alligator. Actually, opting to throw an Aerial Ace here. I think with the damage that's coming, this is not a Snarl Mandibuzz. This is another Air Slash Mandibuzz, actually able to reach another Aerial Ace at the same time as this Hydro Cannon, but I think Bogish could very comfortably no-shield this here, come in with his own Shadow for Alligator, and just go for a Shadow Claw down at this point.
We will have to see if that is what these trainers are going to do. Getting very close. RS for Alligator almost knocked out. That might be 1, maybe 2 Shadow Claws away from a knockout. Will RF let it go? He does.
I think Bogish is just trying to prove me wrong there. He built up to 2 Hydro Cannons. I think both were pretty clean win conditions, throwing either Hydro Cannon or going for the Shadow Claw down. A great alignment team there from Bogish, able to land the Dunsparce onto the Galarian Moltres, use just a singular shield, get a massive energy advantage into that Clodsire afterwards, and then RF unwilling to utilize his shields on that Clodsire because of the Feraligatr lead, and just put him a little too far behind, a little too much for RF's Shadow Feraligatr to do.
I really want to call out just really briefly that Bogish has a Mandibuzz and a Primeape plushie on his side of the field, but he's using a Annihilate, not the Primeape.
I wonder if an Annihilate plushie exists. Probably, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, that Annihilate, maybe after his Annihilate in the game uses 20 Rage Fist attacks, the Primeape plush will evolve.
That would be quite the spectacle. In the replay here, we see just how impactful the Air Slashes are. I really want to call that out. I don't know how many Air Slash Mandibuzz that we've seen before Sacramento, so maybe a little bit of a turn in the meta, at least for these flying type Pokemon.
I think Air Slash Mandibuzz is the sauce. I think it's the way to go, especially when you have a Pokemon like Annihilate on the other side of the field. Bogish just completely reading my mind. The Air Slashes are really nice here, doing super effective damage.
And if you look at RF's team, he's sort of triple weak to the Air Slash Mandibuzz. This Annihilate going to be weak to it. A Superior in the back also going to be weak to it. And although a Dark Flying into a Dark Flying would seem like a mirror match with access to Air Slash with neutral damage, I feel like it's going to have an advantage over that Galarian Moltres as well.
Yeah, Air Slash Mandibuzz really going to give Bogish like a huge advantage in this matchup. But now Bogish has to really watch out. His Mandibuzz has gotten low on energy from all of the counter damage, especially as it ramped up. So now this close combat is going to connect, and we actually see RF going to keep the Annihilate in the matchup and just kind of allow it to go down. And bringing in the Galarian Moltres.
Now, if Bogish is paying attention, he will realize, hey, RF stayed in that really negative matchup. I was able to get so much energy advantage. I was able to farm out that Annihilate. Maybe he's also weak to it in the back, but no, he's staying in, throwing these 2 Aerial Aces. I would have preferred to see him switch out into, frankly, either Pokemon, and he does finally, but his Mandibuzz is quite low on health at this point.
Yeah, but maybe it'll be able to reach an Aerial Ace later on. It's not as if the Vine Whips from Superior do very much damage, so if you can time it correctly, maybe get 1 more good charge attack out of it, or perhaps a catch.
Rock Slide doing not that much damage into that Superior. As a reminder, Rock Slide was recently nerfed, and it is not same type attack bonus because Dunsparce, it's just a normal type. It's not a rock type, it's not a ground type. It only has non-same type attack bonus attacks.
Yes, but it is consistent and reliable as a Pokemon in the meta, able to put out consistent damage. Even though it does lose this matchup, it's taking the Superior down into the red, so another Pokemon can come in and get a little bit of farm, get a little bit of energy going into the backline matchup. And it looks like that Pokemon is going to be the Mandibuzz, able to land the Air Slash.
Yeah, 2 Vine Whips thrown by RF there unfortunately means that the Aerial Ace is able to come through first, and although this Galarian Moltres has a lot of energy, I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough to secure victory here, as Bogish has a shield and he has a full health Feraligatr that has not even entered the field.
correct. I don't even think Bogish has to reveal it. I think he can just roll out down like he did here, and he can save that knowledge that Feraligatr was his Pokemon in the back. Not that he's going into a Game 3. He's already won 2 games in a row in the losers finals. Just maybe a little bit of a flex, like I only needed 2 Pokemon to win this, just because that Air Slash Mandibuzz carried. I am really enjoying seeing that little bit of variance in this Pokemon.
It really goes to show how dominant that Pokemon can be in the right matchups against fighting types, against grass types that don't have the ability to hit back for any super effective damage. It really, really can shine. As we go back into the replay here, this is game number 2, the final game, and we see, as I was hoping, the switch out into Dunsparce, a very safe, neutral Pokemon. Although Superior typically wins this matchup, it's not that meaningful if you have energy loaded on a Pokemon that hard counters it in the back.
And we are going to see this Mandibuzz, Bogish really utilizing, getting every ounce of use out of this Mandibuzz before it is eventually knocked out by the Galarian Moltres. RF could have had all the energy in the world on it.
He did have all the energy in the world.
And it just wasn't able to go to use because Bogish still had that full health Shadow Feraligatr in the back.
And even though that's a pretty positive matchup for that Galarian Moltres, just a few Shadow Claws would have been more than enough to knock it out. And I think the only win condition would be no shielding a charge attack there, but why would Bogish do that, right? Makes no sense.
What does make a lot of sense is going back and watching some of the replays from these fantastic matchups that we've gotten to see. Do not go anywhere. Be sure to stick around as we continue on with Day 2 Championship Sunday here in Sacramento.
I just didn't want to take enough air slash damage and I'm in hydro range, so I threw like one before.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Homeslice Henry here to showcase the amazing moments from the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championship. With a massive meta update mere days before the competition, over 160 competitors descended onto the Baltimore Convention Center. The prize, becoming the first regional champion of the 2025 competitive season. Day 1 was action-packed. Seasoned competitors Arrow and Bopper blazed through the competition with Shadow Typhlosion, while newer competitor Murphy burned a path to Day 2 with Shadow Alolan Marowak. On Day 2, Elite made quick work of the winner's side of the bracket to earn a spot in Grand Finals thanks to his Shadow Machamp. His opponent, Wadaj, who he defeated 3-1 in the winners finals, went down 0-2 in the series, then proceeded to reverse sweep to force a bracket reset. In the bracket reset, it all came down to a decisive Game 5, where Wadaj was able to secure victory thanks to his trusty Clodsire.
Wadaj coming in, sludge bombing the Mandibuzz. He is your Baltimore Regional Champion!
Think you have what it takes to be the next regional champion? Head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship. Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs, the community that I'm a part of. They're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokemon Go players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokemon Go has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favorite Mato Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Mato Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Mato Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Mato Galde coming out victorious.
Mato Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Mato Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at pokemon.com/compete.
What an incredible weekend that was last weekend as Marto was crowned the Latin American International Champion. 1 week later, players travel from all over to the West Coast, the first West Coast regional of the North American circuit this season, to become the Sacramento Regional Champion. Speedy's Chief, rise to occasion, here to call the action, and up next we have Abhinav taking on Ayamero to move on.
This one is going to be special. We saw Abhinav with a rare mistake in a decisive game number 3 earlier today. This is Ayamero's first appearance on stream in Championship Sunday, but he was very impressive yesterday as well. I'm excited to see what he has in store because these are 2 very storied and accomplished trainers.
Ayamero, 2nd place in the first ever regional back in 2022 Indianapolis against King IV, story trainer in the Pokemon Go circuit.
Of course.
Hasn't quite replicated a top 2 finish or a finalist finish since then. Has had multiple top 8 finishes but has yet to claim a regional title. And I know it would mean so much to Eomero to finally capture that title. Abhinav is a regional champion. He's won the Portland Regional, but that was actually the only time Abhinav has ever made top 8 in a regional. So you have one trainer, maybe a little bit more consistent success at Eomero. One trainer has gone all the way, has captured a title. That's the face-off we're about to explore.
It's so fun whenever you ask Eomero about LAIC. He did not attend this season, but as soon as you ask him the question what he thought, he lights up with a big smile. He says, I'm so proud of my team. I'm so proud, of Marto Galde and Richie, 1409, both those 7-Eleven team members of his. He's looking to make some trophy moves of his own here in Sacramento Rise, and it all starts in this losers bracket on day number 2. He's got a tough road ahead, but he's proven himself and his teammates have what it takes.
Incredible teammates supporting him as our players get ready for action here. Abhinav and Eomero about to square off. We take a sneak peek at the teams that we've already seen these talented trainers showcase a few times, and there is a Quagsire on both sides. However, the Shadow variant for Abhinav, Speedy, we're not used to seeing regular Quagsire. I feel like normally when you see Quagsire in this meta, it's the Shadow variant, but Eomero opting for the non-Shadow variant.
There are certain Pokemon with above average bulk that really benefit greatly from that Shadow designation, whether it's Hypno or Sableye or Quagsire. The Shadow is just a bit more potent and it can help you close out matchups. But speaking to the teams though, Rice, I just want to say, I have not seen Abhinav play his Ariados a single time. I'm not sure if he even played it yesterday, and we did not see Galarian Moltres at all in his set earlier today. Meanwhile, Eomero with his Air/Mandibuzz, which has been a real threat amongst the other competitors today. I'm looking for that Pokemon to make an appearance on stage.
That very well could change. I feel like Ariados has play in this matchup. We get ready for game number 1, and there you have it, Ariados into Quagsire.
This is a closely contested matchup in terms of pacing. The Stone Edge, of course, would Control-Alt-Delete that Ariados, but that Quagsire often settles for the Aqua Tails. No shield on the first Trailblaze. This is double super effective, Rise.
Perhaps this is an advantage of the non-Shadow. You can actually hang on to the double super effective Trailblaze, and we see a pivot out. You don't want to potentially take a Stone Edge on the Ariados, so Abhinav willing to switch out into his own Quagsire.
That was scary. I mean, it proves that Eomero really understands his Pokemon. He's going to switch into that Annihilate after softening up the opposing Quagsire with the Aqua Tail. I like this play a lot. I really doubt we see a shield here. At this juncture, with 4 more counters, I think that this Annihilate will reach a Rage Fist on the Charge Attack priority tie. Let's see.
Abhinav is going to try and reach the Aqua Tail, but not before a Rage Fist incoming. Going to let this go, cut his losses. Keep in mind, still has an extremely healthy Ariados that took very little damage, and that is going to double resist the counters, but no, actually decides to come in with the Moltres. This is, you see these counters really chunking at the health of Moltres, but Moltres with more fast attack pressure than the Ariados.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. That is a close combat queued up. Abhinav knows it. He knows Eomero is only going to get 1 charge attack, so he does call it correctly. That was 1 stage boosted as well. I like the play as well because he sends in the Galarian Moltres and yes, reveals his 3rd Pokemon, but he saves his Ariados for this potential Toxapex in the back.
Building up energy and actually going for an Ancient Power bait.
Whoa.
You don't expect someone to bait the bulky Toxapex, but that's what Abhinav is going for. Successful Ancient Power bait. Now might opt for the big Brave Bird. No, gonna save the Brave Bird actually and swap into Ariados.
Interesting play there. We see the brine coming through here from the Toxapex. I guess the negative here is that you haven't thrown a lunge and you haven't boosted your attack with the Trailblaze either, so that brine is going to do maximum damage. You're going to see the Ariados firing off a Trailblaze here. This is going to chip down this Toxapex. I'm going to be honest, Rise, this Poison Water type for Eomero is a huge issue for Abhinav right now.
This Trailblaze a little bit underwhelming before any boost. Now the brine is going to threaten to knock out the Ariados. Abhinav debating whether he wants to use his last Protect Shield. There it goes, going to shield up the brine and approaching a Trailblaze. But look at the combo play, and I think this Aqua Tail might be enough to knock out the Ariados.
I think you're right. Here comes Aqua Tail from that Quagsire into the Ariados, and that is a knockout. The only Pokemon remaining for Abhinav is the Galarian Moltres, and yes, it is going to get a successful Sucker Punch down, but now, what do you do? Can you go to the double Brave Birds, Rise? I think you can.
This is potentially coming down to a 50-50 call, going for the Brave Bird. The shield comes up. Now you're debuffed. You're 2 Sucker Punches away from Brave Bird. I don't think you're going to get there.
No!
The jab knocks out.
The Poison Jab came through on the Charge Attack, and then the consecutive Poison Jab picks up the knockout. That's so tough for Abhinav. He was really, really close. If he withstands just 1 or 2 more Poison Jabs, he could flip that whole game.
That is one of those 50-50 calls. It's literally a coin flip at this level because you're thinking the win condition is to land the Brave Bird.
Yeah.
What method do you go about doing that? Do you go straight for it and say that Iomero's going to call the bait? Or do you bait the Ancient Power to grab that Protect Shield and then reach the Brave Bird because you didn't debuff yourself? Just a 50-50 decision. Iomero ended up calling it correctly.
It's so tough. I think you're right. If you would have thrown the Ancient Power, he could have hung in there for the Poison Jabs and the Sucker Punches, reached the Brave Bird and won the battle. But after shielding that Ancient Power early on in the battle, you would think Iomero would be a bit shy to it. Maybe he would expect another bait, but he called it correctly.
The combo play was so nice there, getting rid of that Ariados. And I mean, on paper, that was a tough lead, right? Ariados into Quagsire, typically not where you want to be, but Iomero found a way around it, was able to get rid of the Spider, and we are locked in for game number 2. Iomero up 1 game. It's going to be Ariados yet again into Toxapex this time.
Abhinav's tournament life is on the line here. If he loses this battle, he is out of contention in Sacramento. You see a quick pivot into the Shadow Quagsire here, responded to by the Manda Buzz. How do you feel about this, Rise?
This is not very comfortable for Quagsire because you have almost 0 fast attack pressure. The Flyer, double resisting the ground damage. You only have this hard-hitting Stone Edge, but it paces a little bit slow. The first Stone Edge is shielded, and now you see you're just doing next to nothing in terms of fast attack pressure, while the Manda Buzz is going to be a little bit more consistent output in this matchup.
Iomero has called the Brave Bird in game number 1. He calls the Stone Edge here as well. I think he's taking advantage of Abhinav maybe being a bit more aggressive than he typically is, and he's calling these charge attacks really, really well.
Dark Pulse coming through, going to grab the first Protect Shield from Abhinav, and he is going to queue up the Stone Edge here. Iomero protecting the Mandibuzz early. Normally Mandibuzz is one of those Pokemon you use to soak up damage. Right now, investing Protect Shields because there's not much more that's gonna do, more damage. Oh, and a nice catch on the Dark Pulse.
Abhi swaps in his own Dark Flying type. Glaring Moltres is gonna absorb this attack from the Mandibuzz. Dark Pulse rattles off, but the Galarian Moltres shakes it off. Here comes the Quagsire now. We've seen the full team reveal here for both trainers. Iomero trying to build up the Stone Edge on the charge attack priority rise. Here comes the Brave Bird.
Now we're in the reverse situation. Quagsire against another Dark Flyer, but the Brave Bird is incoming. I think regular Quagsire is going to hang on, and it's going to get off the Aqua Tail. But if you are Iomero, you would have probably preferred to throw the Stone Edge. You're only going to get to 1 charge attack anyway, and Abhinav lets it go.
That's absolutely absurd that he's able to call the Aqua Tail there and let it through. In comes the Toxapex. Oh, look at Abhinav. He wants out. He says, not again. But Toxapex claims another Galarian Moltres in game number 2.
If that was a calculated Aqua Tail to get farm with the Toxapex, that is a next level big brain play.
Yeah, that's Galaxy Brain.
But Ariados now going to start ramping up the attack, going for this first Trailblaze as these Poison Jabs are resisted, and we see the swap out, putting Mandibuzz, the Flyer, against the Ariados, but a lunge now is incoming.
So what's the win condition here? I mean, you can spam off some lunges here, but it is only going to be neutral against the Mandibuzz. It does take a sizable chunk, if I'm being honest, and we see the instant pivot into a debuffed Aerial Ace. Here comes Shadow Quagsire.
How many swaps, how many catches? These players saying, may I have this dance? And they're going for a Stone Edge here. Stone Edge should be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz at this range, but are you giving yourself up vulnerable to a farm down now?
Well, you're going to get 2 mud shots here, but that Toxapex is also going to get 2 more Poison Jabs as well. Closing in on the double Brine. You need to slow down the Toxapex train. Maybe, oh, no shield here on the first Brine. What do you think about that?
So much energy. I think this is okay if you're Abhinav because you still have 1 protection to hide behind, and Iomero's going to need to get to 2 brines here, but he might be able to. He might be able to get to double brine. This Trailblaze is not going to be enough to knock out the Toxapex.
I'm surprised, Rise. I would think you would throw the lunge here first to try to slow down and guarantee that you survive that brine, but you're right, he's got the back-to-backs now, and now this Ariados is really weak.
This Ariados puts up the Protect Shield, but it's still 1 Poison Sting away. Iomero has the brine loaded. He clicks it, and Iomero is going to deliver and wash away the spider. The brine is going to knock out Aridos. Iamero takes this series 2-0.
It's been raining here in Sacramento. Iamero says when it rains, it pours, and he is able to clinch game 2 with the Toxapex, which was also his key to victory in game number 1. Sometimes, Rise, we think these Pokemon fall out of the meta. I know you are still a Diggersby believer, but Toxapex is another one that I thought we were done with. Iamero says it's still got play.
Toxapex, we haven't seen a ton of in usage, but showing what it can do. Sometimes, we talked about in a previous matchup, people use it as a hard answer to a Zoom roll, but showcasing it can be so bulky and difficult to deal with in other scenarios. For example, just out-bulking the Aridos. You only really need 2 charge attacks plus the poison jab damage, whereas Aridos needs to keep firing off Trailblaze after Trailblaze, and with all the pivoting around, was able to maneuver the Toxapex in the right position.
Taking a look back at this pivotal game number 2, looking at that Galarian Moltres farming down, and the 2 poison jabs here, Rise, like you pointed out, maybe this was on purpose because it did allow the Toxapex to beat that Aridos in the end by just 1 fast attack. Maybe that was a Galaxy Brain play after all.
That is next level foresight. If that's what Iamero was going for, it's very much possible, as he got 3 extra poison jabs there with the Toxapex, which ended up being the difference. It ended up being the difference.
Look right there. He was 1 poison sting away. Abhinav closing in, but just wasn't quick enough. And honestly, that situation at the end as well, I was shocked that Abhinav did not shield the first brine and then throw the lunge, because you need 2 charge attacks regardless. I mean, am I overanalyzing this, or do you think there's some merit to that?
That's certainly possible. I remember Nighttime Clasher made an exceptional play at the Latin American International Championships where he lunged in a Zoomer roll to survive the Ice Beam and then reach the Trailblaze. That was one of the most impressive plays I saw at LAIC. Maybe something of a similar concept could have worked there, but definitely tough for these trainers in the moment.
See, that's that brain power Pocket was telling us about, right? 100% capacity each, 200% total. It's a lot of brain power.
Yeah, that's a lot of brain power. And Pocket and Nighttime Clash are 2 of the best. Iamero, Abhinav, 2 of the best. And Iamero showcasing he still has what it takes as he moves on further in this bracket.
It's going to be impressive to watch his run. Unfortunately, Abhinav out of the competition for today, but there are still plenty of talented trainers. I think we're going to take a look at something special here in a moment, Rise. Production kind of chopped up a little bit, but we're right back at it. Come play at your local Pokemon League. Make sure to get out your mobile device, scan that QR code, use that event locator. But we've got 2 events, it looks like, lined up right here in Sacramento.
Locals are so much fun. I'm blessed to have a pretty thriving local scene over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's lots of talented trainers, and these are always a fun time. It's so much more fun, in my opinion, Speedy, battling trainers in person. You have that interaction as opposed to maybe just remote gameplay. So locals are a great opportunity to make friends, to make connections, and try to improve your skills in your gameplay.
It's just a wonderful transition from playing Go Battle League at home to actually being around people in person. I mean, we saw this a lot several years ago in the grassroots, but I think this is a great return to in-person events, which I know Niantic is a big fan of. Joining together to take down these Gigantamax. Toxtricity is a very similar kind of feeling. You're going to a community event, everyone's very supportive, and even when you lose, people are willing to offer advice or constructive feedback. Honestly, Rise, my first in-person grassroots tournament, if it did not go as well as it did, I don't know if I would have gone to another one, but it went so well. Everyone was so kind and so welcoming that I kept coming back, and now we're here.
Locals are also a great opportunity for trainers to put some teams to the test, put ideas to the test that they end up bringing to these big regional championships where they appear on the big stage, where you may face off against a guy like Caleb Peng.
Oh my gosh.
And BJ Pawat is going to be doing that here in just a moment. 2 trainers that we've seen multiple times on the big stage. Caleb has multiple finalist finishes to his name, still seeking that first regional title. And I saw he posted on social media last night that /Mandabuzz is the truth.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. He'll try to prove that here in this matchup. I think on paper, it looks like it has a lot of play.
2 friends and teammates in the grassroots as well. You know what we have on hand here?
What?
This is a cat fight.
Oh my goodness.
You know it. You know it. We've got Caleb Peng on the left and BJ Pawat on the right. Two very talented trainers. Rise, why don't we see how many times we can fit Meow into this cast?
I don't know about that, but these two cool cats are about to try and scratch and claw their way to victory as Caleb takes on BJ. I do really like the air slash Mandibuzz. I think it's been one of the themes of this weekend, and we've seen how effective it can be in certain matchups. You see some of the achievements from these two trainers, multiple second place finishes for Caleb, and as a caster, right, he doesn't compete as often as some of the other more prolific trainers in terms of the accomplishments, but when he does compete, he's had just a really impressive and consistent resume. And BJ, of course, the 2024 Thailand playoff champion. Oh, back-to-back 2023 Thailand playoff champion as well.
Yeah.
And then showcasing what he could do in Peoria with the top 16.
No, look at that. I mean, 2022 APAC, then 2023 Thailand. This is a trainer that's competed in 2 different hemispheres and has done really, really well against tons of competition, some of the best players from each region. So I'm looking for BJ to make a really, really deep run in the tournament, but he's got to get through Caleb Peng first. And as much as we like to tease him, right, and say, oh, Caleb Peng, when are you going to win one? Honestly, going up against him is a formidable foe. I mean, nobody takes him lightly when you're sitting across from him on the stage.
Caleb, a very confident trainer, and always comes with unique teams. He used to rock that Bastiodon as a signature pick.
I see what you did there.
I think it can go to the sideline in this new meta, but here we go. We are underway for this matchup. It's going to be Alolan Sandslash taking on Shadow for Alligator.
Now, we've seen instant swap into the Azumarill, met by the Superior, and right now, BJ Pawat has a massive advantage in terms of typing with his Superior. If he lands a Frenzy Plant, it's going to bring this Azumarill dangerously low.
So Caleb already in a very disadvantageous position against the Superior, but what you're looking for is a potential farm down with the Alolan Sandslash. That energy can go a long way against the backline. So although this looks like Caleb is down, he's certainly not out. Ice Beam going to connect on Superior. You fully expect BJ to throw this charge attack, the lesser energy cost Aerial Ace, to avoid a second Ice Beam.
I think that's exactly what he's doing. But the shield from Caleb, actually, which is pretty surprising. He wants to get a Protect Shield in kind. Maybe he feels like once the Protect Shields are down, his remaining Pokemon can really deal some damage. But I think the negative side of this is that now the Superior can Vine Whip all the way down the Azumarill.
And a Frenzy Plant, although resisted, is still going to chunk at the health of this Alolan Sandslash. With the Powder Snow, it's going to be close if BJ can reach a second charge attack. I think he probably is going to get to the Aerial Ace, but I'm not sure about a second Frenzy Plant. Here we go.
I mean, it's only 5. Look at how bulky that Superior is. It's closing in. I think it's got it, Rise. There's the second Frenzy Plant.
Lots of chip damage. The Superior putting in work, and this is just a lot for Caleb to overcome right now, but he will get a sizable farm down. He's going to have the Drill Run queued up to potentially threaten this Feraligatr, and throws it immediately, but this is non-Shadow. You don't necessarily need to Protect Shield here.
Yeah, I like this play a lot from BJ. He knows the Powder Snows are also resisted by that water typing on the Feraligatr. We're going to see an instant pivot into the Mandibuzz, met by the Dunsparce. We know that Caleb thinks that that Mandibuzz is the truth, but Dunsparce might be the answer.
An answer every step of the way. And if you look at BJ's team, Dunsparce is really the only solid check to the Mandibuzz, but he's able to position it right where it needs to be. Another charge attack coming through, but this Dunsparce, very bulky, can take a couple of charge attacks from Mandibuzz as it continues to roll out and Rock Slide.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Mandibuzz rattling off Dark Pulses, trying to chip it down, but as we start to think about the win conditions here for Caleb, they become few and far between. Second Rock Slide going to land here, and after this one connects, I think the rollouts might be enough. I don't think that BJ wants to leave much health on his Dunsparce either. He doesn't want to allow Caleb to farm any additional energy.
Another charge attack queued up. Keep in mind the Alolan Sandslash, is going to absorb a Drill Run here. Could this open up anything for Caleb? I'm not sure. I think the Mandibuzz is just so low. It seems like it's a tough hill to climb out of, but is able to put some use. So I think, yeah, at this point, you just fast attack down potentially, as Caleb is going to go down here in game number 1.
BJ made an incredible read there to put his Dunsparce in the back. Sometimes you have trainers that have a star Pokemon on their team. Caleb and his Air/Mandibuzz is a great example of that, and you can anticipate it coming, but then the question becomes, where is it going to appear on the team? Is it the lead? Is it the swap? Is it the closer? BJ called closer, and he was on the money.
He was on the money, and Dunsparce seeing a lot of play, I believe, against Caleb's team. There isn't really a hard check, so even though the Mandibuzz we talked about looks really good, the Dunsparce for BJ also looks good. There is not anything preventing BJ from running that Dunsparce, and when you have a Pokemon like that that's so safe, it's just a nice confidence boost going into a matchup.
I had a moment to catch up with Caleb after our interview yesterday. He said the same thing you pointed out, Rise. He said that Dunsparce is an issue for his team. He knows it's an issue, and he can predict confidently that his opponent's going to bring it. He's been playing his way out of those situations all weekend, but now he's up against a trainer who's very, very talented and is not going to make mistakes. It gets really difficult to kind of cover that weakness when your opponent knows how to exploit it.
Absolutely. Clodsire, Feraligatr, Alolan Sandslash, Azumarill, and Ariados, none of which necessarily want to see Dunsparce, but all of which have some neutral play against the rollout user.
Ooh.
BJ, up a game against Caleb. Here we go. Game number 2, Dunsparce into Azumarill.
Oh, and look at the back line there for Caleb. He's got the Ariados. I really like that pick, especially against the Feraligatr and Superior from BJ. But he's going to stay in with the Azumarill here. What do you think of this, Rise? Because he's double weak to Dunsparce in the back.
Perhaps you would have preferred to instantly go into the Mandibuzz, but instead wants to pull a Protect Shield. Now you fully expect Caleb to wait for this Feraligatr to expend some energy, then might look to pivot, unless he's just going to fully stay in with the Azumarill.
I mean, look at this Feraligatr, though. BJ has been so good with his energy management. He already has that second Hydro Cannon locked and loaded. So when the Mandibuzz comes in, it's going to face a barrage of Hydro Cannons or some chilling Ice Beams. And right now, we're getting the latter.
Ice Beam is going to get Protect Shield. A nice shield from Caleb. Obviously, you'd prefer to shield the Ice Beam rather than the Hydro Cannon. And he is going to potentially take this one. Yeah, Hydro Cannon. He knows it's just a Hydro Cannon. Going to absorb it with Mandibuzz.
I'm telling you, Caleb's Mandibuzz is a warm weather fellow because it does not like the Ice Beams. The Taurian said the same thing. He said, Caleb keeps shielding my Ice Beams, and I have to find additional ways around him. BJ Pawat in a similar situation right now.
Aerial Ace going to just barely not knock out the Feraligatr. Gives Caleb an extra Air Slash. May try to pivot, if possible, out of this matchup. You don't want to give this Dunsparce free energy to roam. The problem is you want to keep the alignment. There's a Superior in the back. So Caleb, this is going to be an interesting call. Does he just cut his losses? Yeah, he recognizes it. Switch advantage is important. He's just going to stay in and sacrifice the Mandibuzz.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you make that swap into the Azumarill, you expose yourself to a potential farm down. Just leaving the Mandibuzz in this matchup. He knows what his team is, and he knows what's on the field, so he's not rushing things. He's not forcing things. Going to bring in the Azumarill. Dunsparce is locked and loaded, but now in comes the Ariados to meet the Grass type.
Very nice recognition from Caleb. It's always that decision. Am I better off going for switch advantage, or am I better off pivoting and avoiding the farm down? He recognized he needed the switch advantage. Now he has the Ariados where it needs to be against the Superior.
Yeah, it's a really nice position to be in. He's going to throw the lunge, super effective, same type attack bonus, but Superior is bulky, takes it down deep into the yellow. I don't know if Caleb can get a full Poison Sting down. I mean, I guess it's possible, right?
I think you might just barely hang on to the Air Lace, but he's not going to risk it. He's going to shield this up, go for a full Poison Sting down potentially, and then you could honestly just throw the lunge immediately if you want to. And Caleb is going to do exactly that. Recognize that BJ had a Rock Slide loaded, throws the lunge immediately.
BJ knows that this Dunsparce will lose the charge attack priority, but he throws it hoping that Caleb would make a mistake and throw the Poison Sting. That was his win condition, was to steal away a KO with the Rock Slide and then try to deal with the Azumarill in the back. Caleb recognized that as well.
And Caleb not making that mistake. There is still a Protect Shield to hide behind for BJ, but I just don't know if this Dunsparce can reach the double drill run. Not quite. BJ committed to it. Knew one drill run would not be enough to knock out the bulky Azumarill. as Caleb Peng evens up the series 1 game apiece.
That was insanely close. If that Dunsparce had 1 or 2 extra rollouts, you could argue it could have reached the double. I'm telling you, every single match on Championship Sunday is a thriller, and this was no exception. We're heading into a decisive game number 3. Dunsparce is the Pokemon that BJ has been leaning on, and Caleb keeps hammering away with his Mandibuzz.
That time, Caleb was able to align the Azumarill, a very neutral matchup with the Dunsparce, and he was also able to get an advantage out of the secondary matchup. Handled the Feraligatr safe, so that was one of the themes we talked about coming into this weekend. If you face a Feraligatr, you gotta have a plan for it. And Caleb, he, I'm sure, had already been thinking about with that line what he was gonna do in case of Feraligatr safe swap. He stayed in, he got a shield advantage, he took some energy on the Azumarill, then swapped into Mandibuzz to secure that matchup.
There's a quote that my high school band director used to like to say: if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail.
I like that.
It's good.
I
Good
like
knowledge,
that.
right?
That's
Good
some wisdom.
Wisdom.
Right there. Shout out to all the high school band directors, the teachers that are teaching everyone wisdom, and hopefully these two trainers can teach us how it's done. Decisive game number 3, Mandibuzz going into the Clodsire.
This is a sticky situation. You do not want to take too much damage. And if you are the Mandibuzz, you're going to pivot out, and immediately here comes a Shadow Feraligatr. This is that Feraligatr safe swap you were just mentioning, Rise, but now Caleb is using it to his advantage.
Caleb employing the strategy, and with the Shadow Feraligatr, double Hydro Cannon usually about enough to knock out the Dunsparce after the Shadow Claw damage. We're going to see a charge attack priority here. First Hydro Cannon going to connect onto the Dunsparce.
That is going to deal significant damage. Another Drill Run gets queued up here from BJ. He's really leaning on this Dunsparce quite a bit, and I think Caleb has to be a little bit relieved seeing it on the field right now away from his Mandibuzz.
Another Hydro Cannon already queued up, going to draw the Protect Shield from BJ. I mean, if you let this Dunsparce go, this Feraligatr is just so healthy, such a menace to deal with. BJ's got to play this matchup out a little bit further to try and manage this Feraligatr.
Drill Run getting queued up here. We're seeing just back and forth trading blows. Drill Run, Hydro Cannon firing off side by side like 2 ships in a naval battle. We're going to see another Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr here. This will threaten the knockout. BJ has a decision to make. His choice is to shield.
Protect Shield is queued up. I'd be interested to see the attack weight on this Dunsparce. I feel like that Hydro Cannon did so much compared to what we normally see. Normally it's about half health. That did seemingly more than half health. But now we have a pivot. It's going to be BJ's Feraligatr against this Azumarill. But keep in mind, there's still some energy on those 2 Pokemon that swapped out. These trainers have to keep in mind.
We're about at the midpoint in this battle, and I feel like a lot of the time you can tell who has the momentum, but right now, this could swing either direction. We see BJ actually max out his energy. Feraligatr is absolutely loaded. Gonna fire with the first Hydro Cannon here against Azumarill.
First Hydro Cannon connects, might just do 1 Shadow Claw and throw the next before the Ice Beam. And this is going to put the Azumarill relatively low, but it should hang on. Caleb has a charge attack. I think he can afford to do maybe 1 bubble before he throws the Ice Beam, and this is going to knock out Feraligatr.
The question becomes now, if you leave the Azumarill there as Caleb Peng, do you risk a Poison Sting down from the opposing Clodsire because you just fired the Ice Beam? And he recognizes that. He switches right into the Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz with the pivot. We're back to where we started, and Sludge Bomb is queued up. We've seen this matchup play out a few times throughout this tournament. 2 bulky beasts going back and forth. Mandibuzz and Clodsire are going to be trading blows.
Yeah, I remember yesterday, Rise, we decided it was 4 Sludge Bombs for the KO, right?
Yes.
Well, it's going to be a long matchup, but as this matchup goes on, that switch timer ticks down as well. We might see potential catch or a swap here at any moment. Like you said, that Dunsparce still has some energy stored.
Dunsparce with some energy, Feraligatr with some energy, and Caleb as the 3-turn fast attack user, maybe at a slight disadvantage in terms of a potential catch opportunity. It's a little bit easier when you're the shorter turn duration fast move user, the Poison Sting user, to try and go for a catch. We see a huge overfarm going for the Sludge Bomb now.
Yeah, you saw Caleb as well, maybe kind of pausing for a half second before throwing that air slash. He knows the catch is coming. He can smell it, he can sniff it, but he's gonna make the catch first. Here goes Feraligatr, but is this a mistake because he's swapping into a Sludge Bomb?
This Sludge Bomb is going to knock out the Feraligatr. Still has a lot of energy on the Mandibuzz, but the Dunsparce has energy as well. How is this gonna play out? Caleb now gonna wait out a switch timer. Maybe think this over. Which Pokemon do I need to come in with to find a win condition? Comes in with the Mandibuzz. It's the Pokemon with energy. Dark Pulse. I don't think it's quite enough, Speedy. I don't think it's quite enough to knock out the Clodsire.
It's close though, and I think the Air Slashes are really making an impact as well. Dark Pulse connects. Maybe 2 more Air Slashes are all that you need. Can you get there? No, Caleb needs 3. He doesn't have it. Here comes a Sludge Bomb.
Sludge Bomb incoming, going to knock out the Mandibuzz. The Azumarill is still there, but the Dunsparce, I believe, has the energy advantage. It already has the Drill Run queued up, throws it immediately, no messing around, and this is gonna knock out Azumarill. BJ able to take down his teammate Caleb in an epic series.
Set, game, match. 2-1, BJ Pawat wins the Losers Finals Group C against his teammate and friend Caleb Peng. Caleb, unfortunately, is out of the competition here in Sacramento, but honestly, if you measure this against what he did in LAIC, you know, talking with him yesterday, he said, I didn't really prep for LAIC. I kind of went in just kind of trying to feel my way through the meta. I prepped a lot more for this tournament, and I think it shows because there's so many talented players here, and Caleb made it pretty far into day number 2.
Caleb, I believe, with an 8-0 performance in terms of individual games on day 1. Nothing short of impressive in his regional run here. But BJ able to take that series. And I think I also saw BJ say he didn't really have time to prep or practice with the team for this regional. He just kind of threw something together, and what do you know? What do you have it? He ends up outperforming his teammate.
If this is not his final evolution, then what is, right? Could you even imagine if he had the prep time? But we see the Clodsire coming here to the Mandibuzz as we take a look back at a pivotal game number 3. Again, this one felt very ambiguous. It went back and forth, back and forth. It was hard to really know which trainer had the game-winning leverage until the very end.
This matchup we've seen play out multiple times, and advantage went to the Clodsire this time around. The Mandibuzz just not enough firepower, and the Clodsire barely hung on to get to that last Sludge Bomb. The Drill Run was banked in the end game, and Dunsparce able to knock out Azumarill. A terrific series between these two trainers.
I really think that the lack of a hard answer to Dunsparce is what basically was the undoing of Caleb's tournament run, because, you know, some trainers might bring Annihilate or Primate. That's like an obvious answer, but you can have some less obvious answers in your team, and Caleb has been able to outplay everyone else he came across until he met BJ across the stage. And once you have a trainer that talented, it's really hard to escape.
Sometimes when there's a Pokemon you're a little bit soft to, the best course of action in getting rid of it is luring it out with something, luring it out with maybe the Ariados or the Feraligatr, but BJ was just able to keep that Dunsparce around with a little bit of health. Even when it was lured out, he would save it and then keep it around in the end game, so Caleb still had to worry about it and couldn't get rid of it in the mid game.
Exactly right, Rise. Well, I am so excited to hear from BJ himself. I want to hear what it felt like to take down his teammate and friend, and what that means for the rest of his competitive journey in Sacramento. Stephanie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Will. And I'm going to go ahead and start off with that question. How does it feel to play a teammate, BJ, and take down Caleb Peng to continue on in this tournament?
I mean, obviously, I hate playing my teammate. It was also a very sad situation yesterday when I need to play existing monkey, which is my roommate that lives with me. So, like, when I saw the group, I was like, the only 2 people don't want to play. My group was very hard. There was like an ex-world champion, is Accent. And like, when I told existing monkey, I was like, I don't want to play you and Caleb the most, even when like there are good players like Accent and Elite. But it just feels sad. We come here together. I wouldn't be here without existing monkey or Caleb. So like, it's just bad, but it happened. Yeah.
It did, and you came out victorious. Tell me, what is your mindset? How are you feeling right now?
Well, I don't like playing into /Mandibuzz. I got some neutral play being Clodsire, so I guess luckily I made that call game 3 that he gonna lead it and do it. I honestly, going in, I don't even know what I want to do. I was like, okay, whatever, let me try to play most neutrally. Well, it ended up being very obvious, but whatever it is, yeah.
Well, it worked out well for you. Now, you mentioned to me that you had some extra people that you wanted to thank that you didn't get to thank yesterday. I'll give you the floor now to do those thank yous.
So yeah, yesterday I shout out my teammate in Coolcat and friends in Breakowitz. There are a few more people, so friends who come here with me, I wouldn't be here without them. Obviously, Existing Monkey, and also Alex and Victor. Thank you for being here. And people from APAC who is supporting me all the way, because like I'm from Asia, I'm from Thailand. This is like my third regional in America. So like, yeah, thank you for supporting me. Yeah.
It is so important to have all of that support. I am looking forward to seeing how far you make it today, BJ. Thanks for taking a couple seconds with me. Casters, back to you.
An interesting statistic at these Play Pokemon regional tournaments would be how often do trainers play against the person they're rooming with over the course of the weekend. I feel like I've heard that happen multiple times in interviews. BJ had to go against his roommate, Existing Monkey, and had to unfortunately knock his friend out.
Well, you remember back in Toronto, I think it was 2 seasons ago now, Magic Mason versus BB10. They drove up together and stayed together, and they were both in the grand finals. So sometimes when you work together and you team build together, you scrim together, you can get certain insights that might be very valuable. One other example is LAIC this year. The Masters division, and I believe it was the Juniors division, champions of VG were brothers from the same household. Like, really? That's insane.
That's incredible. I remember when Magic Mason and BB10 faced off, they also had the same team as well, like you mentioned, building it together. And it's just a lot of funny storylines that we have in this community in those situations, but we are just about set for our next matchup. It's going to be the C2U, who has been deemed the king of the losers bracket. He was just knocked to the losers bracket by SJ.
Yeah.
And he is going to try and come back with a win here against Gerald.
Nah, I think he's the losers bracket buster because he's able to break through and win multiple rounds. Gerald X, a very, very kind individual, but he is all business on the stage. We are locked in, ready to go, Rise. No time for a team preview. We're going right into the action.
C2U with some just incredible runs and performances as of late. Going up against Gerald, it's going to be a battle of the Mud Boys. It's going to be Quagsire taking on Gastrodon.
As we see the Whooper and Paldean Whooper on CTU's side, and with the double Sire team, as I like to call it, Quagsire and Clodsire, locked in for this game number 1.
Aquatail queued up, the Shadow variant of Quagsire. This Aquatail does some impressive damage for how cheap of an energy cost it is. And we're going to see Gerald queue up a Body Slam, but he did build up that Earth Power. C2U respecting the potential Earth Power damage. Not going to be pleased with the Body Slam bait.
Gastrodon just commands shields because Earth Power packs a punch. Here comes another Aquatail from the Shadow Quagsire. At this juncture, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Gerald is willing to shield here, but I think because of that successful bait, he's confident he can throw another Body Slam right away.
Body Slam incoming. C2U doesn't necessarily have to protect shield, but he is going to. He wants to preserve the Quagsire. Maybe he feels like switch advantage is going to be important for him with the potential backline and is going to queue up this Aquatail just before the next Body Slam. Gerald deciding to let it go.
I think this makes a lot of sense, right? That Gastrodon is going to be really, really lethal for your Clodsire in the back, and your Ariados doesn't appreciate the Mud Slap either. So he wants to get out of the way, and at this point, he's able to swap into the Clodsire. What do you think about that, Ryan? Should he have stayed in for the Stone Edge?
That is an interesting play, and I think C2U is hoping that Gerald pivots out right now because he has a better answer with the Ariados in the back, but right now Gerald is staying in. Now he does lure out the Dunsparce, so I think this could be going all according to the C2U's plan.
I don't know. I mean, it still looks a little bit favorable for Gerald, in my opinion, because now he's got the Dunsparce lined up against a Clodsire. That Shadow Quagsire is really weak, and Dunsparce, again, just like we saw in the previous series with BJ and Caleb, it's really flexing its flippers, I guess you would say.
I think you hang on, though. I think you hang on to the drill run to get off this Earthquake here. But you're right, Speedy. The Dunsparce is looking a little bit menacing right now. If C2U cannot find a way to utilize the Quagsire to get rid of this Dunsparce, he could be in some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. That Quagsire does have the Aquatail loaded, but it does not have the Stone Edge yet. And a rollout down would be absolutely vicious. He can't get there, though. Is this a miscalculation by Gerald?
Sludge Bomb incoming. I don't know if it's quite enough to knock out, but it's going to be awfully close. But now the problem is, do you expect a quick swap? Oh, swaps in. Oh, the combo, but it's caught on the Azumarill.
And you saw C2U. He's like, I think you might swap, and he was correct. Great catch by Gerald on the Aquatail to keep his Dunsparce in this battle. That actually might be the pivotal decision that could lead to a win at the end.
This is looking tough for CTU now because I think the Azumarill might reach double Ice Beam before this Ariados can get to double Trailblaze. And I guess if you're CTU, you gotta hope that a single Trailblaze is enough, but I'm not sure before any boosted attacks here.
It's gonna be really, really close. Great timing by CTU. One Poison Sting, convert that right into the Trailblaze and try to get that Poison Sting damage up so you can close the gap and maybe shoot for a farm down. Hold on, I think he's got it.
Oh, reaches the Ice Beam. This Ice Beam might be enough to knock out the Spider. Ariados going to have to withstand this, and Ice Beam does knock out the Clodsire. Is not going to be able to Poison Sting down 1 HP in a dream for the Azumarill.
Oh my goodness! I mean, Azumarill might as well have been wearing a gauntlet and said, "I will do it myself." Takes down the Clodsire. You don't even need the Dunsparce in the back.
How many times have we seen invisible HP bars this tournament in some of these close end games? I think it just speaks to the meta, how dynamic it is, and how neutral some of these matchups are. But the Azumarill there, you've made the reference like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, showcasing some magic there was Gerald.
Gerald's so impressive. Let's break it down, though, in the replay because this Clodsire looks pretty solid for CTU. I mean, hanging on through the drill run, getting to the Sludge Bomb because the rollouts are so heavily resisted. It looked like things were starting to turn around for CTU, but X-Gerald just did not allow him to take the victory.
Perhaps swapping into the Ariados would have been the better course of action rather than this combo play. But you can't really fault CTU. He felt like that was his win condition, landing that Aqua Tail onto the Dunsparce. It didn't happen, and then we see the Ice Beam knock out the Ariados. And how about Azumarill the Fairy taking out 2 poison types to win?
Hey, I mean, Azumarill is in the meta for a reason. Like Tua Butter says, 17 seasons long, Azumarill has been at the top. Let's jump right into game number 2, though. This is an Ariados lead into the Gastrodon. This is a decisive battle. If CTU loses this, he is out of the competition.
Ariados with that threatening double super effective Trailblaze here against that water ground typing of the Gastrodon. Going to pull the first Protect Shield here. And Gerald is going to try and just brute force his way through this matchup, even though you could say it's a bit of a negative matchup.
Yeah, I think he baited the Earth Power in game number 1. C2U calls it. He knows that to get back into this series, he needs to make some calls, and that was a great step forward. Gonna go for the lunge.
Going for the lunge here. Does this open up a way for you to reach another charge attack? I'm not sure if you live 3 Mud Slaps here, so that's what he's gonna hope for. Yeah, 1, 2, the third should knock out. Beautiful counting from Gerald. He goes down 2 Protect Shields, but he maintains a sizable chunk of health onto this Gastrodon. Now gonna pivot into Azumarill.
Oh, you see the C2U sending in the Clodsire immediately. I like this play a lot because you want to keep the Clodsire away from that overwhelmingly negative matchup against Gastrodon. Ice Beam will connect here, but the Clodsire is ramping up the Sludge Bomb of its own. I think both Pokemon need 2 charge attacks to secure the KO.
C2U understands that there is a lot of energy banked on the Gastrodon. He doesn't want to use a Protect Shield if he doesn't have to on the Clodsire, because then you might get combo played with the Earth Power. So I think he may go with a 2-shield Shadow Quagsire to try and close out this game.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, given that we saw the Dunsparce in game number 1, I would not be shocked at all for the C2U to think that that Shadow Quagsire is the key. Sludge Bomb connects. Azumarill hangs on by an ear, but definitely gets KO'd by the Poison Sting afterwards. Here comes the Dunsparce.
Oh, actually, coming with the Dunsparce instead of the Gastrodon, that's interesting to me, but I guess felt like getting a head start on energy with Dunsparce would be better since you already have a lot of energy on the Gastrodon.
Yeah.
Sludge Bomb connects. Remember, Gerald used both of his shields in the lead match. He has no Protect Shields remaining, while C2U still has both Protect Shields.
I mean, look at the Clodsire. I mean, it looks derpy, but it's so menacing the way it just stays in matchups and dishes out so much damage, wearing down the opposing team. And now the Quagsire comes out. Like you said, Bryce, this is the final hope of the C2U. He needs Shadow Quagsire to pull through and keep him in this series.
C2U still debating and still not using any Protect Shields because he knows the Gastrodon has so much energy and he's going to be over farming here. Gerald, maybe. I thought he was going to try and go for a catch. Stone Edge, though, might be enough to knock out the Dunsparce.
It's going to be really close. Dunsparce has a ton of HP. It does get KO'd, and now it's just Gastrodon versus Quagsire.
So much energy on Gastrodon. Just going straight Body Slam at this point because you only need Body Slam plus 1 or 2 Mud Slaps, perhaps. First Body Slam. Grabs the shield. You do 1 Mud Slap and throw for proper time, but not before an Aqua Tail. This isn't going to be enough to knock out Gastrodon, but it's going to put on the pressure.
Yeah, you need to apply pressure, throw a second Aqua Tail to pick up the KO, but the Gastrodon closing in on the back-to-back body slams. I don't know, Rise. I think Gastrodon might have this one in the bag.
Has the back-to-back body slam. I think body slam might be just enough to knock out from this range. Gerald is going to throw it immediately, and here it goes. Gastrodon with the body slam. Is it enough to knock out the opposing water ground type? Yes, it is. Gerald is going to be moving on.
Incredible play by Gerald there. Gastrodon pulling through, as we affectionately call them, the superior Mud Boy in this matchup in the Quagsire versus Gastrodon scenario. But what an impressive play, and Gerald was so meticulous. You could argue that early on in this matchup, not throwing the Earth Power, going for the consistent body slam pressure was just suffocating over time, and that's eventually what led to his win. Seriously, if Gerald throws an Earth Power at any time in that game with his Gastrodon, he cannot muster the energy to take down the Quagsire in the end.
Incredible strategic gameplay there from Gerald. We oftentimes talk about the different strategies and advantages, right?
Yeah.
Switch advantage, shield advantage. We saw a 2 shield advantage for C2U. However, that Gastrodon was still so healthy. It was like a 3 versus 2, but one person has 2 shields. Who's going to win? Ended up being Gerald.
I think the core that was really problematic for C2U was Dunsparce Gastrodon, because at that point, the Dunsparce covers all the flying and bug types, and that Gastrodon covers all of the poison and the other water types. So it's really, really tough to overcome that duo, and X-Gerald knew that. He capitalized, and the Gastrodon just kind of slimed its way over and sat on that Quagsire until it just could not do anything.
The energy was crazy. The energy management, Gastrodon with so much energy saved for that end game. And you know, Speedy, the decision to come in with Dunsparce to grab some energy against Clodsire, rather than coming with the Gastrodon since you already capped out on energy, that was some next level, I think, IQ, because I think it's just automatic for some people, right? There's a Clodsire, you come in with Gastrodon.
Yeah.
Gerald said, no, I need to save this energy for the end game and get some energy right now on my Dunsparce.
What I realized in retrospect is I don't think that Gerald wanted to eat an Earthquake on the Gastrodon. He wanted the health, and he recognized that his Dunsparce was healthy, it was full HP, he could send that in, absorb a lot of damage, and then try to, like you said, load both barrels, so to speak, and have multiple avenues to win. But I want to hear from the trainer himself. Take it away, Nick. Let's hear from X-Gerald.
All right, thank you, Will. I'm here with X-Gerald. Congratulations on the solid victory, the C2U known as a trainer who's able to sweep through the loser's bracket, but you stopped his run. Talk to me a little bit about Mud Boys. Your Mud Boy of choice here was that Gastrodon. Why did you choose that over something like Swampert? Of course, maybe not the favorite, but like Quagsire, right? Shadow Quagsire is also pretty popular.
Team needed to have an answer to Clodsire, and I felt that although Dunsparce is my favorite Pokemon, Gastrodon became my MVP this entire run. I just felt its coverage is really good, although you're very weak to grass Pokemon. It just felt like the most comfortable pick in scrims, and I really enjoyed that pick so far.
And it's one of the few Pokemon that does quite well against that Dunsparce, right? Able to resist that rollout. You're able to win that matchup pretty comfortably. And even to a Zoom roll, right? You have a matchup that if you're able to land 2 Earth Powers, you're able to win. Grass types. Talk to me about avoiding Superior, avoiding Jump Bluff with something like Gastrodon, right? You can't hit those matchups. What do you try to do in order to try to win alignment in games?
Yeah, well, grass types are difficult. I had to lean a lot on the Ariados and the Mandibuzz this weekend. I just was fortunate to have a lot of good alignment and a lot of team play around the Gastrodon just in general. My team is relatively weak to certain Pokemon in the meta, and Gastrodon just kind of fills that a lot. And so the way I played so far, I'm pretty happy about it.
All right, well, thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the win. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And we're going to take a look at some of those plays that you were able to make in these replays.
Inadequates, the king of Utrecht, is going to take down Lord and Rock and continue his Worlds run.
I must say, I felt very confident coming into this tournament, but to make it actually this far into the grand finals at the World Championships is unreal.
Inadequates, one of the most consistent trainers in Championship Series, but he does it in a completely unique way.
The team that I brought to this event was actually a team that my friend Scafo had made, and it included parts of Pokemon that I already was very familiar with and that I liked, mainly Giratina Origin, my favorite legendary Pokemon, and Wigglytuff, a Pokemon not so famous with everyone. And I complemented it with Pokemon like Clodsire, Lantern, Skarmory. They just did very well and felt very safe in the meta, so I could protect Giratina from the #1 usage Pokemon Lickitung, but other than that, it has been working very well for me.
The fact that he's able to pilot this Pokemon with so little room for error at this level is what makes him probably the best team reader I've ever seen in Championship Series.
Inadequates has a very polarizing playstyle, choosing some Pokemon that people would consider a little bit rock, paper, scissors.
I always try to maintain the same strategy, but once you sit there in your chair, you're always like, maybe I shouldn't do that at all. One thing that I've learned throughout playing many tournaments is to always stick to your plan. I'm pretty notorious for coming back from a game loss, simply because after the first game, I have a good feeling of what my opponent uses, and then I can adapt, predict them, and take 2 games back.
And there it goes. Inadequates reverse sweeps this series.
The most difficult match that I had in Top Cut was against Marto Galda. He had a Whimsicott, which basically core breaks my double water Pokemon of Poliwrath and Lantern, and on top of that is also quite good into my Giratina Origin. The way I tackled that was to take risks that paid off a couple times. It's also a strategy that Yakai in the grand finals used against me, so sometimes if a matchup is looking really rough, sometimes you gotta take a risk.
All their fates are on the line with the fast attack, and Giratina Origin does it!
Inadequate pulls off an impossible endgame there.
The experience at the World Championships is absolutely amazing because it's where everyone comes together. It's an experience like no other tournament, and it's just great to see my friends or anyone from other continents and see what they can do. That is something I really like about the World Championships, and for myself personally, to see all the support back in the audience is amazing. I would do it every week if I could.
An area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Sacramento Regional here in Sacramento. I am Alpha joined by DeFi E250, and what wonderful responses those trainers had to how to best do a regional, you know, have a community, build a community, enjoy the kindness of the people here, and, you know, just have a great time.
And we are having a great time here at this regional today. We are actually able to move on to our top 8 trainers. We are going to be looking at Out of Pocket versus the Taurian next, and then it will be Mystic Mamba versus S James P. That is going to be a phenomenal matchup.
And on the loser side of the bracket, we have BJ versus Bogish and X Gerald, who we just saw, versus Io Mero. So really impressive top cut here. All of these trainers fought so hard in order to make it here to the day 2 side of the bracket.
And here it is, the most popular Pokemon of day 2, Dunsparce, actually coming out at number 1. Very interesting to see Toxapex in this bracket and Abomasnow as well. What else stands out to you, Nick?
I want to double down on that Dunsparce pick. We did hear in a few interviews, right? People saying, oh, Dunsparce has really been my MVP for this the tournament, and it sticks out compared to the rest of the field. It's got a singular usage point better than everyone else. You know, there are 8 trainers in our top cut, right? So 1/8 is 12.5%, and that is being used by one more person than the rest of those Pokemon on those top 6. It was 50% usage for so many of them, but 62.5 for Dunsparce.
This has been Quick Maths with Alpha Phoebe, and we have a fantastic equation for you right now on the stage. We have Out of Pocket versus the Taurian. We're going to have to see how that adds up to be such a great matchup.
A bit of a personal equation. I don't know. Anyways, this is going to be our first winner's semis here in order to determine. It feels kind of crazy. The winner of this goes all the way to winners finals. They only have to win one matchup here in this day 2 portion of today, right? In order to already be secured that top 3 position here in Sacramento.
And these 2 trainers are both very well accomplished. We are excited to see how it is going to play out. Always got to shout out love. They have a Litten on the screen. I'm wearing a Litten pin today. I love that. But we see that Umbreon on the stage as well. Looking at their teams, both trainers have very interesting teams. Pocket with that Araquanid is really notable. We can see some of his accomplishments. Top 8 in Honolulu, the reigning New Orleans NAIC champion, and who can forget Peoria 2023?
I definitely cannot. 15 battles. What an impressive showing there was in Peoria. And you can't forget about the Taurian, the SPE champion in Puerto Rico. Not North Carolina, not South Carolina, just Carolina.
And also top 16 at LAIC just last weekend. So certainly not a trainer to mess with as well. Very much looking forward to seeing how these 2 play it out. Out of Pocket having the Malamar, the Araquanid, very different teams. I'm looking for any similarities, and I'm not really seeing any. Do we have 12 unique Pokemon?
Looks like it. 12 unique Pokemon for this first winner semis. We're got our players locked in and ready. They are ready to battle. It is going to be a great lead for the Taurian here. It is a superior into that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
And here is that Araquanid. You can see it just kind of nibbling on the superior. Crunch, 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 crunch.
Taking a little bit of bug bites out of it, you might say.
Yes, several bug bites. The Frenzy Plant is not going to be very effective. The Araquanid is a bug and water type Pokemon. Then we see these quick swap in. The Feraligatr is going to absorb the damage from this Bubble Beam. Not going to be very effective, a very small amount of chip damage. But now these Shadow Claws and subsequent Hydro Cannons are going to be even less effective.
And this is normally a really good matchup for the Araquanid, but with no access to a bug type charge attack, I don't think it's going to be that great. Seems like Out of Pocket is been going for straight up bubble beams, but now opting for the harder hitting Water Pulse. This was recently improved as an attack, and we do see the shield come up from the Taurian. That could have been a bubble beam.
That could have, but a very good shield by the Taurian. So we're going to see the Shadow for Alligator exit this matchup with 2 Hydro Cannons, and the first one is coming in hot here. Out of Pocket is just going to let this Shadow Kanto Marowak absorb the hit. Doesn't quite knock out, pulls the Shadow Kanto Marowak back onto the bench, and here we have his Alolan Sandslash up against the Taurian Superior.
A bit of an ABB team here from Out of Pocket, actually pulling out that Feraligatr with the Araquanid, allowing this Alolan Sandslash to just have really amazing matchups in the endgame. Frenzy Plant coming through is going to be resisted by the steel typing of that Alolan Sandslash, but it's going to still do reasonable chip damage.
The Taurian still has a full health Shadow Drapion and a single shield. Out of Pocket having a 2 shield, so having that shield advantage here, and it also has the advantage of being able to deal super effective drill runs into the Shadow Drapion.
Second drill run is going to be reached before 2 Aqua Tails are loaded. The Taurian recognizes this, throwing the Aqua Tail at the charge attack tie. However, a super effective drill run coming through is going to deal massive damage to the Drapion.
It is not a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, though this is super effective damage. Is it going to be enough to knock out? The Shadow Drapion hangs on just barely, and the Taurian quickly pivots out into the Feraligatr. Although the Feraligatr is at 2 charge attacks, I don't think it's going to get a chance to throw them both.
Yeah, that Powder Snow sneaking through there is going to deal damage after the charge attack animation, and Aqua Tail is not quite loaded. Ice Punch coming through for Out of Pocket is going to secure his victory here in game number 1.
Yes, so Out of Pocket knocking out the Drapion. The Alolan Sandslash stays standing. That is a game 1 victory for Out of Pocket. 1 more win, and he's going to secure himself a spot in the winners finals, that best of 5.
And we've got to see how strong that Alolan Sandslash is against the general meta. Of course, it doesn't want to face off against a Feraligatr, and it doesn't want to face off against a Marowak that has a shield advantage. It also doesn't want to face off with Dunsparce, but it avoided all 3 of those Pokemon, and it really put in a lot of work for Hot Pocket in that game number 1.
Yeah, so Out of Pocket, I did find we do not have 12 unique Pokemon. They do share the Shadow Kanto Marowak, although Out of Pockets is shiny. Here we have the Araquanid going down against the Feraligatr. We saw Out of Pocket using the Shadow Kanto Marowak as a sponge to absorb that Hydro Cannon damage. I was shocked by that play.
Yeah, and a bit interesting for the Taurian to switch in that Superior there. I feel like it would have been stronger to go into the Shadow Drapion. However, we're in game number 2 here, and this is a good lead for Out of Pocket. It was going to be the Marowak against the Araquanid. However, pivoting into the Shadow Drapion, this is a great spot for Out of Pocket still. The Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be able to farm down this Pokemon completely and leave with a ton of energy just for the cost of 1 shield. However, Out of Pocket maybe not wanting to give up shield advantage and throwing the charge attack first.
And that is going to send the Shadow Drapion back to the Pokeball. And here we have the only 2 Pokemon they have in common. They're both shiny. They're both shiny Shadow Kanto Marowaks. How common are these things?
Common for these trainers up on the stage, it would seem. Out of Pocket barely able to land that Bone Club, and a bit of a pause here, but Rock Slide coming through for the Kanto Marowak here, going to take Out of Pocket's shield.
Yes, the Rock Slide is one of the few types that would be super effective against the Araquanid. That's kind of common in the current play Pokemon meta. We don't really see electric types, much to Tuo Butter's disappointment. We don't really see electric as a strong showing here in the championship series. What we are going to see are these bubble beams starting to take effect. You'll notice again, the switch timers are not aligned. The Taurian is stuck in this matchup, throwing resisted Hydro Cannons as the bubble beams start to slowly bring down the Feraligatr's attack.
And it's a bit funny here. Out of Pocket has 1 Pokemon remaining that is amazing against the Taurian's 2 Pokemon, but he has 1 Pokemon that is absolutely useless against both of them. This bug bite damage is starting to add up. A second attack drop does occur. The question is, where does Out of Pocket want to utilize his last shield? Is it against a Hydro Cannon from the Shadow for Alligator, or is it against a move from the Taurian's Kanto Marowak?
It's gotta be the, at this point, I don't know. This Hydro Cannon might be enough to knock out, so Out of Pocket is going to take a Protect Shield, recognizing that this Clodsire is pretty useless.
Going to throw another Bubble Beam here. The Taurian now has the same decision. Where do I want to use this last shield? I have to imagine, I was going to say on the Feraligatr, but it is on this Kanto Marowak, just going for that additional damage from the Mud Slap and the additional knockout here from the Bone Club.
I'm really interested to see how this Clodsire is going to fare, because the Taurian does have that Feraligatr in the back as well. The Shadow Kanto Marowak able to get a little bit of chip damage. Is the Clodsire going to be able to get to an attack? It does. It left with some energy. So that is going to be a 2-0 victory for Out of Pocket.
And I think the Clodsire might have just been outside of Hydro Cannon range, so if there was more energy for that Feraligatr, I think he still might have been comfortable. And you see the two competitors hug it out on stage. The Taurian's been talking all weekend about how Out of Pocket has been one of his best buddies, one of his best practice partners for this tournament. Unfortunately, showing him up a little bit here, Out of Pocket taking that victory.
Only one can move forward in the winner's side of the bracket, and only one person is going to be able to claim that gold medal at the very end of the tournament. It's tough when you have to play against your friends, though.
I mean, if you both do well, it's kind of inevitable. You have to face each other at some point. You can't both be winners.
No, there can only be the one. And the one Pokemon that I'm really noticing a lot from Out of Pocket in that matchup is that Araquanid. I'm really surprised at how well it's doing, but it makes a lot of sense having that bug damage, being able to resist so many different types that are common in the meta right now as both water and bug typing.
Yeah, we saw it in the past, able to shore up metas that were focused on ice and ground type damage. It does the same thing here, where the meta is focused on water and ground type damage. Able to really do well against this Shadow Feraligatr, as well as the Shadow Marowak, just resisting all that damage, able to put constant pressure out with the bug bites and the bubble beams, and able to tank more damage because of the bubble beams as well. It has some sort of it has a bit of a fake bulk to it because it's able to lower the attack of the opposing Pokemon. It seems bulkier than it actually is.
Remember when the noise of Registeel was very common and we kind of roll our eyes when we just hear beep, 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 beep? Maybe the new noise is going to be that crunch, 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 crunch of the Araquanid.
Most definitely, but we'll have to see Araquanid usage come up. I think it has not been taken up by too many trainers yet, but everyone who's watching Sacramento here is definitely taking notes, definitely thinking, okay, do I want to utilize this Pokemon myself, or do I want to try to bring some hard counters to it? Bug typing isn't the best offensive typing. It's resisted by a lot, although Arachnid's very good defensively, it's not really great offensively.
One type that's really good against Araquanid is that electric typing. And there are electric types galore out there during this Go Wild event that's happening right now. We were able to take down some really strong electric Pokemon in raids today. You also get this really cool Snorlax. Has the drip, as the youth like to say. But yes, Pokemon Go Wild Area 2024, we were able to take down as a team the G-Max Toxicitries.
As well as both variants of it, right?
Yes, look at how cool that looks. I love the designs of the Gigantamax Pokemon. Both forms of the Gigantamax Pokemon share that, or both forms of Toxicity share a Gigantamax form. They look the same when they use their G-Max moves.
Yeah, and it's great. It's really just a combination of the two colors. You see a little bit of the yellow hair as well as a little bit of the purple hair. I think it's a really great design, and I love looking at it, and I would love to try to beat it. We had that successful raid earlier, but I failed one afterwards.
It's tough. It takes a lot of coordination and a lot of trainers together in one spot, really talking to each other. Communication is key.
Communication is key indeed. I want to go back a little bit and talk more about Araquanid, right? Araquanid is got a fairly unique typing. Water and Bug is not seen too too often. There are a few others, like Glisspod, for instance. And with the bug fast attack, which is a lot of its bulk pressure, I mentioned it's not a very good offensive type. So if we had more fire types in the meta, even though, you know, water types and fire types, we chuckle a little bit about how those matchups can be flipped on their heads due to coverage moves, etc. It's not really the same if your hardest hitting move for water type damage, you know, ignoring the fact that the trainer there was running Water Pulse. If you're running, you know, Bug Buzz and Bubble Beam, that's a really great matchup for something like Talonflame or Charizard. If you have a fire and flying type Pokemon that just really takes away that Bug Bite damage.
Yeah, we haven't really seen. Remember when Charizard was so good in the meta? Human Catcher Bug, I believe, was the one that really kind of popularized the Shadow Charizard over in the EU region.
That was a long time ago. I might have a few new gray hairs since then, but our players are ready up on stage. Let's see who is sitting there waiting for us to have their chance to move into the winners finals. This is our second winners semis, and the winner will go on to wait in that winners finals, and the loser will drop down to the loser side of the bracket. But both of these trainers actually have secured top 6. You know, we have our top 8 of the day, but they will drop into the second round of losers where they'll wait their opponents there. Our two trainers up on stage are Mystic Mamba and S. James, and you can see their teams on screen. We're actually seeing double jump bluff, one shadow, one non-shadow.
Yeah, and we were talking about some of the pros and cons of running the Shadow versus the non-Shadow jump bluff. We were talking about perhaps the non-Shadow might be the better move in the current meta.
Yeah, able to tank a Ice Beam a little bit more cleanly from something like a Azumarill, able to take maybe more than 2 Sludge Bombs and Poison Stings from a Clodsire, giving it a little bit more leeway in a Clodsire dominant meta. But it does need to completely avoid any Alolan Sand Slashes, as that is just the hardest counter for it out there.
S. James P., the 2024 Indianapolis Regional Champion. Mystic Mamba back in 2023 having a top 8 in San Diego. Both of these trainers are going to have a new accolade after Sacramento. Let's see who's going to place higher, though. We have a Dunsparce versus an Azumarill.
This is a very neutral matchup. It used to be significantly more Azumarill favored because the rollout damage was recently buffed. So Dunsparce performing a little more favorably nowadays. 2 drill runs, not really all that threatening. So the Azumarill is very comfortably able to no shield, land a play rough, and build up to a second play rough without even having to think about using a protect shield.
Yeah, Azumarill just really benefits from this. Its bulk. We've seen it really just be a damage sponge throughout this tournament. Dunsparce is going to be firing another drill run. Both trainers seem content to play out this opening matchup without making a swap. I'm not sure we're really going to see an opportunity for a catch. This play rough does do quite a bit of damage. It does benefit from same type attack bonus, a fairy type charge attack on a fairy type Pokemon. Almost knocks out the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce is going to get that one parting attack off. However, it is not going to be nearly enough to knock out Azumarill. Just too powerful.
And if you noticed there, S. James actually waited a turn, allowing that rollout animation to happen, recognizing Mystic Mamba was not ready to throw another charge attack here. A simultaneous swap there after the Kanto Marowak comes in, answered by the Azumarill. This is a pretty solid matchup. However, you know, it's super effective bubble damage and just neutral mud slap damage, but they kind of add up to be doing about the same amount.
And we are going to see the Azumarill get an opportunity to fire this Ice Beam. If S. James wants to keep his Kanto Marowak around, he puts up this Protect Shield, allowing it because it has so much value left in this game. It has a lot of energy and is going to be able to get to almost 2 Bone Clubs here. This Bone Club is going to come really close to knocking out the Azumarill. I'm not sure if it's going to be quite enough. It's going to leave the Azumarill pretty deep in the red.
Yeah, and I might have preferred a safe swap of the Alolan Sand Slash from SJ because the Pokemon is really safe into the rest of Mystic Mamba's team, especially if it is in a 1-shield matchup. However, the Sableye coming back in here, throwing a foul play. Sandslash able to comfortably survive this and get to what looks like a second Ice Punch at the same time as the foul play is reached by Mystic Mamba.
Yes, Alolan Sandslash just paces to its attacks so quickly compared to many other Pokemon in the current meta. Ice Punch is going to get hit a Protect Shield, and then the Azumarill is going to come in and absorb this charged attack. Actually, SGMP opting to use a Protect Shield here, wanting to keep the Azumarill and its energy around.
Yeah, SJ grimacing a little bit, recognizing I don't think my Azumarill can survive these Shadow Claws, and I know that the third foul play only takes 5 Shadow Claws to get to, so Mystic Mamba has it ready and loaded to go for that Alolan Sandslash as it's brought back in.
Exactly, and Mystic Mamba going on to win this first game. Now again, when I've interviewed Mystic Mamba, he said the Dunsparce is the key Pokemon. That is the MVP. Just being able to have consistent damage. He brought it out in the lead against the Azumarill. These two trainers stayed in that opening matchup for quite some time.
Yeah, and even though the Dunsparce lost the matchup, it put Mystic Mamba in a pretty solid position. SJ feeling forced to switch out, not allowing a farm down, gives up switch advantage and puts his Kanto Marowak in a position where even though it utilized the shield here to block this Ice Beam, it still lost the matchup.
And we get to see a little bit more of the end game. The Shadow Kanto Marowak not quite getting to the 2 Bone Clubs here, and then the Azumarill being able to knock it out in the end. SGM's having that very low health Azumarill in the back end of the matchup. But the Shadow Sableye just able to have the advantage, even though it paces to its attacks much, much slower.
I'd be curious to see if either of the trainers decides to bring in their grass type double Jumpluff. Fairy Wind going to be one of the only moves in the meta that does super effective damage to a Shadow Sableye. I have to imagine that Mystic Mamba leans into that Shadow Sableye. I know that you put the Kanto Marowak, and he said that the Dunsparce was his MVP, but I'm starting to think it might be that Shadow Sableye.
Ooh. Sometimes you have more than one MVP in a team. Sometimes the Pokemon, it's more about having the right core of Pokemon, having 2 Pokemon to support each other.
What if the M stands for, instead of most, it stands for multiple?
The multiple valuable Pokemon. But that being said, our trainers are locking into the battle right now. So we are going to see, this is Mystic Mamba 1, SGMP. This is the winner semifinals. Mystic Mamba is 1 win away from securing himself into the winners finals, which is a top 3 spot. And we've seen it once, we've now seen it twice. Dunsparce into Azumarill in the lead matchup. And actually, these trainers both have Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back.
Yeah, this is the same lead. We'll probably see it play out the same way. I have to imagine that Mystic Mamba was happy with how it went last time. I'll be curious to see if SJ decides to switch it up this time instead of bringing in that Kanto Marowak, if he brings in the Alolan Sandslash instead, once this initial matchup has ended and he needs to pivot out to prevent that farm down.
Yeah, SGM's, like you mentioned, he could play it very similarly. He brought all 3 of the same Pokemon in the same order as the last match. So it's really SGM's on SGM's to decide if he's going to change up how this match plays out.
Going for the Ice Beam this time, a bit interesting. Maybe he thinks that Mystic Mamba might shield, or maybe he just recognizes that it's still enough to threaten a Bubble Down. Instead, Mystic Mamba opting to switch out. I like this from Mystic Mamba because that charge attack would not have been enough to threaten a knockout onto the Azumarill. It might have more pressure later on.
And now the Azumarill is stuck in a frustrating matchup up against the Alolan Sandslash. Play Rough, definitely the attack you want to use here. It's more efficient, it's going to hit a little harder, even though both Ice Beam and Play Rough are resisted. The Alolan Sandslash is really going to benefit from being able to at least be able to hit with these neutral drill runs, which are pretty powerful, even though this is not a Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And in the back, it looks like we might have a Kanto Marowak mirror match. It's going to come down to how the energy is handled, how the health is handled, and where that charge attack from the Dunsparce is going to land.
Yeah, it will be impactful either way, the charge attack from the Dunsparce. It's not going to be super effective in any case, but could still be a lot of impactful neutral damage.
Drill Run coming through, not enough to threaten a knockout here, and we see an immediate pivot into the Kanto Marowak, and that is answered by a pivot of the Kanto Marowak from SJ. Bone Club able to be reached first. I like this for Mystic Mamba. Even if he's throwing this charge attack here, because of the timing, the syncing of the fast attacks, he doesn't actually give up a Mud Slap and is able to pull a shield for more or less free.
Mystic Mamba still has 2 shields, but is now going to use his first one in this battle to protect his own Shadow Kanto Marowak. Neither one of these are shiny, though, unlike the last matchup we had with Pocket and Taurian.
Unfortunate skill issue for both of these trainers. However, they seem extremely skilled in the battle. 1 HP and a dream there from that Kanto Marowak, able to get off this Bone Club. Mystic Mamba saying, I'm okay, no shielding here. I can get 1 fast attack through and knock you out. The question is it with the Azumarill or the Dunsparce? And it looks like the Azumarill comes in and takes a singular Mud Slap for its problem.
We are really in the end game here. Mystic Mamba has the final shield available, has to decide, is he going to use it? Does use it to protect the Azumarill. We have 2 low health Pokemon in the back, the Dunsparce and that Alolan Sandslash. S-James now has the opportunity to use his final shield to protect his own Azumarill. So now it is a bit of a race. We see both trainers swap out. However, Dunsparce not able to utilize all of that energy, just went down the drain.
Mystic Mamba thinking maybe I need to wait a little bit to see if he catches, but instead switches in the Dunsparce. It gets farmed down by the Powder Snow. Powder Snow being super critical for SJ in this game number 2, securing a 1-1 tie in this best of 3.
We are going to be moving on to a decisive game number 3. That moment where the Dunsparce came in, it had a charge attack loaded that could have been so impactful in the match. It could have flipped it. However, Dunsparce was not allowed, was not able to fire off that energy in that last matchup.
And I think what Mystic Mamba needed to do there, if he was expecting SJ to catch, is stay in with the Azumarill and do an additional bubble. SJ was still significantly far away from a charge attack on his own Azumarill, but if he goes for the catch, if he switches in that Alolan Sandslash, a couple bubbles go through, knock it out, and then he's able to throw the Drill Run with his Dunsparce. You can see him hang his head with anger. Oh, I wish that Dunsparce was able to farm down with the rollout, but Powder Snow's coming through a bit quicker and able to pick up that knockout.
It can be frustrating when you're up there on the stage and something like that happens. We get the benefit of really being able to see a little bit from these trainers. I appreciate when the trainers are expressive. We get to see a little bit into their mindset.
Trainers are going to be resetting here for this 3rd game. Will we see the Sableye come from Mystic Mamba, or maybe a Jump Bluff from either trainer?
We'll have to see. We haven't seen the Toxapex at all yet. We haven't seen either trainer's Jump Bluff. S-James really sticking with that same core of 3, the Azumarill, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and the Alolan Sandslash. But now, a lot of times in the game 3, this is when we often see trainers decide to make a change, decide to bring in a Pokemon that had previously been on the bench.
Our players are still thinking about their teams. This is the most important match of their tournament run thus far. Securing a spot in the winners finals is going to make the rest of their day significantly more easy. I really want to see the Shadow Sableye show up for Mystic Mamba. It has such great neutral play if it's able to avoid the Azumarill, and frankly, if it mates its worst fear of that Azumarill, I still think it's got a lot of play. Alolan Sandslash really solid for SJ in that last game, so how these 2 trainers play around that Pokemon will also be very key.
Yeah, and Mystic Mamba has led the Dunsparce in 2 games in a row. S-James has led the Azumarill 2 games in a row. So we are going to have to see, will these trainers keep it the same? Will they switch it up? And they both have. Now it is Shadow Kanto Marowak against the Feraligatr. Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be able to apply some big fast attack pressure. However, look how quickly Shadow Feraligatr paces to that Hydro Cannon.
You might think, this is a water type versus a ground type. The water type's going to win this every single time. That is not the case for the hard-hitting fast attack of the Mud Slap. Able to farm down Feraligatr, Shadow Feraligatr in their 2 shields. In comes the Azumarill to take away the Hydro Cannon energy from that Feraligatr and make it resisted damage as opposed to super effective.
I really appreciate seeing the look on Mystic Mamba's face. He swapped in the Azumarill, and then he really just that gave him a moment to think. It gave him securing that catch, negating all of that damage from the Shadow for Alligator. Now we're in a middle game matchup of the Azumarill versus the Alolan Sand Slash. That bubble damage is really starting to add up. Even though Azumarill paces to its attacks very slowly, bubbles do quite a bit of damage.
And this is a really tricky team bringing from SJ. He had been bringing the Azumarill every game, as you had mentioned. However, this time he's left it on the bench. He goaded Mystic Mamba into bringing the Toxapex, and the Toxapex really needs to land onto the Feraligatr if it wants to have play here. It's not going to want to line up against that Kanto Marowak.
No, so that Toxapex is going to be very tricky. Mystic Mamba, though, winning here and being able to throw this Bone Club, he's going to have an opportunity. He doesn't have to bring the Toxapex into this matchup. He can bring in his own Azumarill.
Yeah, winning switch there for Mystic Mamba was very key. SJ also very key is showing his lineup, showing the third Pokemon here. The Azumarill has to come in for Mystic Mamba, but can he get a fast attack down? I think that's going to be really impactful. The Toxapex only able to do resisted fast attack damage, and it's taking super effective damage from the Mud Slaps and these Bone Clubs.
S. James, you could see breathing a sigh of relief, feeling, I think I've got this in the bag. The super effective Mud Slaps are going to really just start whittling away at the Toxapex. It's going to take a while, though. Mystic Mamba does have shields remaining. Use the last one there. The Shadow Kanto Marowak also has a shield to protect it against this brine. So kind of extending this matchup out, and then S. James still has that Shadow for Alligator in the back.
Toxapex's bulk really showing off here. Bone Club coming through is going to be the first charge attack to land. See Mystic Mamba say, GG's, man. It's been tough. This is not the matchup he wanted to see. The Toxapex does hang on, but there's so much energy loaded on the Shadow for Alligator. Even if there was a farm down from the Poison Jabs from that Toxapex, Shadow for Alligator wins the charge attack tie, able to pick up the knockout. Solid game plan from SJ there, even though he revealed the Kanto Marowak in the back, because of how low Mystic Mamba's two other Pokemon had gotten, able to still get it to land on that Toxapex and secure victory.
Yeah, that Toxapex just ended up with not enough places to go. If it had been able to align on that Feraligatr with a little bit more health, it could have been a very different game. However, getting stuck on one of its worst matchups in the entire meta, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, was really rough and really too much of a hill for Mystic Mamba to overcome.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the strength of the correct alignment, the strength of hard-hitting fast attack damage and super effective damage at that. Toxapex, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that Blown Club didn't even knock out, which I was expecting, but just really surprising how bulky that Pokemon is.
It is, and it is such a great answer to Azumarill, one of the most common Pokemon in both Day 1 and Day 2 usage here in Sacramento, and really throughout Pokemon Go PvP in general, just in the entire history. Azumarill, is forever, it feels like. And Toxapex, a great answer, but it's very polarizing.
Yeah, I think Mystic Mamba might be thinking back about that game and be regretting going into that polarizing play. I think if he had played a Pokemon that was a little more neutral, a little more safe, I think he would have had a lot more play in that endgame against that Marowak. I'm saying neutral and safe, and I'm just thinking, oh, but what if he brought that Jump Bluff? Not really neutral and safe, but would have really hard answered that Kanto Marowak.
And I am really looking forward to seeing a little bit more of those battles. We're going to show you some replays, and I love that we get to hear a little bit from the trainers.
Of course.
So let's go ahead and listen in on that, and then we are going to be taking you into Losers Round 1 very shortly.
Game was crazy close.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's over on the same day.
History from Dunebug!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup. Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resisted damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me.
Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
We welcome you back to the 2025 Sacramento Regional Championships, where we started with nearly 128 competitors and only a handful remain going for that regional title. Speediest Chief, rise to occasion, joining you on the call. And Speedy, in the winners finals later on, it's going to be Out of Pocket versus SJ, where that is a rematch from the Indianapolis Regional Championships of last season. We cannot wait for that matchup. Two Titans going head-to-head, but for now, we're gonna find out who's working their way from the loser side of the bracket to try and work up and maybe face those two later on.
That's a great point, Rise. And such a warm welcome as well. I am definitely looking forward to that matchup, so if that's what you want to see, don't go anywhere. We have some special trainers taking the stage right now in BJ Pawat and Bogish, two trainers that have been really, really impressive. BJ with some notable wins so far this tournament, but now we are headed into our true top cut. This is losers, round one. BJ, Bogish are facing off.
BJ impressed us yesterday with his Primate gameplay, a Pokemon that was introduced with Rage Fist relatively recently to the meta. There was a few tournaments where we expected to see a lot of Primate. We didn't see that much. Maybe people were a little bit scared to succumb to the peer pressure of running Primate, a new Pokemon that you haven't had too much time to test out. Now there's been a little bit more time to test out in the Go Battle League, in scrims. We have a Primate on one side, Annihilate on the other.
It all comes down to meta prediction in my mind. A lot of trainers are looking at this and saying, oh, this is the bright, shiny object. Everyone's going to pick it. I need to be prepared for it. And maybe you actually over-prepare for a Pokemon that is not that viable. But at the same time, I think you need to give it some practice, try it out in your own scrims, and at least learn how to handle it. We're going to see how these trainers handle each other's teams because we are locked in for game number one. BJ Pawat on the left, Bogish on the right.
We're going to start things off with a matchup of Feraligatr against Annihilate. The Feraligatr with super effective Shadow Claw damage might be slightly favored here, but don't be fooled. Annihilate's counter pressure can still make this a very close matchup.
The fast attack pressure will add up, but these charge attacks are not to be truffled with. We've got a Hydro Cannon getting fired off. Annihilate going to return fire with the Rage Fist. The question is, do you really need to shield this? Can you muster another Hydro Cannon? BJ says, I need health in order to do so.
Shields the Rage Fist in order to reach another Hydro Cannon. If you take that Rage Fist, you certainly are going to get countered down before the charge attack. Going to do a few extra Shadow Claws before firing off the Hydro Cannon. Bogish going to use a second Protect Shield already in order to get switch advantage.
We've seen these Primate Annihilate users do this, double down on their Ghost or Fighting type Pokemon. Actually, an instant counter swap into the Dunsparce, met in the Dunsparce mirror match. Rise, this is so clever because Bogish does have his Mandibuzz lurking in the back, and switching in his Dunsparce pulls out the Dunsparce from BJ.
Has his own Mandibuzz in the back, like you said, and has a close combat now stored for later on in the match. However, down a Protect Shield. One trainer with the protection advantage, one trainer has a mighty close combat lurking for the end game, but when are you going to use it? Right now, Dunsparce versus Dunsparce, just gonna be trading Drill Run back and forth.
Charge attack priority tie here. Bogish gonna go for his Drill Run right into BJ's. Dunsparce, no more Protect Shields remaining for BJ, so he has got, he's got one more Protect Shield remaining, so he's got one opportunity to defend himself from the onslaught here. Bogish out of Protect Shields will be forced to absorb this damage.
This Drill Run not gonna quite knock out the Dunsparce, so now you make a decision. Do you expend the energy here, or, oh, actually throws the Rock Slide just in case of a potential catch opportunity. Smart play from Bogish, as long as this Rock Slide knocks out, which it does. And now the Mandibuzz comes in the immediate swap, and we're just trading mirror matches at this point.
You see BJ kind of grimace on stage. He says, I know this matchup at Snarl, Mandibuzz versus Air Slash Mandibuzz. It really doesn't matter that much if I have the Protect Shield advantage because the Air Slashes are going to make a ton of difference as this matchup drags on.
The awkward thing as well is Bogish still has catch opportunities with his low HP Pokemon lurking in the back, whereas BJ no longer has any other Pokemon remaining. So BJ still has to be worried about the catch opportunity, whereas Bogish doesn't have to worry about that.
No, you're exactly right. You saw BJ actually win that charge attack priority event there, and now that means he's going to win it in the future, but that switch timer is also coming up in the near future. Going to go for the aerial ace here. Bogish is being very patient, methodical, but in the Mandibuzz mirror match, Rise, you really don't have an option. You got to be patient. It takes a while.
You do have to be patient, and You know, one thing the trainers should keep in mind is the potential for a timeout. Whenever there's a Mandabuzz mirror match, that is always a possibility. I think the earlier matchups didn't take quite that long, so perhaps they don't have to worry about it in this scenario. But if we see more Mandabuzz mirror matches play out over the course of this series, they have to be aware of that timeout factor as well.
You might have seen more timeout matches in past tournaments when you had Umbreon and Lickitung and Registeel and all these very bulky Pokemon. We don't see that very much here in the max out season, but Bogish is going to look to KO the opposing Mandabuzz here. He does not want a timeout situation, even though he's actually in great position because he has 3 Pokemon still remaining.
Still has the charge attack on the Annihilate, a little bit of health on Dunsparce, and Bogish pretty comfortable win there in game number 1. BJ will have to go back to the drawing board to try and even up the series.
BJ needs to find a way to respond. He's really leaned on that Dunsparce heavily so far in Sacramento, and we saw it lock into the mirror match. Bogish able to kind of maneuver around, and kind of pull that Dunsparce out, deal with it, and then clear the skies for his Mandabuzz to take off. Let's take a closer look at Bogish's team, though. That Annihilate in the lead was really fun, and you've got to give the head-to-head edge to Bogish because his ape is a ghost in fighting versus just regular Primeape.
Yes, resisting the fighting damage from the Primeape. However, those Rage Fists will still chunk at the health of Annihilate. So that matchup, if it's even energy, you got even shields, you got to give the edge to Annihilate. However, if you're pivoting around and there's an energy advantage for Primeape, suddenly not so great for the Annihilate.
Yeah, because the Rage Fist is definitely going to be super effective in that matchup. Do we see Primeape from BJ Pollitt in game number 2 rise? Yes or no?
Yes. I'm going to go with yes. I think it is a Pokemon he has leaned on heavily in this tournament, and it is a Pokemon I believe to have a very high skill ceiling. With the fast charge attack pressure of Primeape, the close combat, the Rage Fist, ramping up ability, I think it's a Pokemon that can swing games. We saw him beating a Azumarill, right, yesterday with the Primeape. So I fully expect to see it in game number 2.
Say BJ Pollitt taking a few extra moments, looking over that team sheet, maybe marking down some notes. I really want to encourage everyone at your own tournament experience. You need to kind of play at your own pace. If you're that type of trainer like 2-0 Butters who locks in before you can even take a breath, then do it. If you're the kind of trainer like BJ Pollitt who needs just a couple moments to think through it, do that as well. Don't try to be anyone else, just be yourself.
Every trainer has their own different style of play. Every trainer we see exemplify what they want to go for in this meta, in this series. And here we go, game number 2. It's going to be Mandabuzz into Annihilate.
Massive lead. The extra prep time pays off. Huge for BJ Pollitt. We see the swap into the Dunsparce. And look at this. Superior on the field. This is his trusty Superior that survived the foul play against Tony yesterday, and it's back on the field now against Bogish.
Although both Pokemon are dishing out neutral damage right now, Superior actually has a massive advantage in this matchup, strictly because of the power of the Community Day Frenzy Plant, whereas Rock Slide was nerfed in terms of damage this season. It's not a very strong move. It also doesn't have that same type of attack bonus, so Superior just has a much more strong and efficient charge attack, which makes it really favored in this matchup.
Superior just feels so sturdy in this matchup, right? Like you said, taking the Rock Slide damage on the chin, deploying Frenzy Plant after Frenzy Plant, just really disruptive in this matchup. Honestly, Rise, I could see a situation, well, if you look at the HP bars, this Dunsparce is just making it competitive, right? I could see a situation where BJ Pollitt actually shields his Superior in order to overcharge and try to fight back against Annihilate. What do you think?
The head start of energy for the Dunsparce going to allow it to actually get a Protect Shield off of Superior. Not ideal for BJ, but he's going to look to overfarm here, get some extra energy, and we actually see a pivot into the Mandabuzz. So now Clodsire matched up against Mandabuzz, but BJ, as long as he can keep his alignment, I think he's still in a great position and also has energy banked on the Superior.
I really admire the timing there on the throw. It gets really dicey when trainers switch and it takes that one turn to swap, because then your turn intervals are a little bit different than what you're used to. Great timing by 2 seasoned competitors. We're going to see the foul play get rattled off here by Bogish into that Clodsire. We talked about the air slash foul play combination yesterday. Maybe it can get Bogish a slight edge in this matchup.
A little bit faster to the foul play as opposed to if you were running Dark Pulse, because with air slash, of course, you have that slightly lower energy regeneration as opposed to snarl.
Yeah.
So foul play seems to be more common when paired with air slash. Another foul play queued up here as Mamba slowly chips away at the Clodsire.
It's all about patience. You want this Clodsire to be manageable, but if you're Bogish, you can't forget that there is a healthy Mandibuzz lurking in the back. Sends in his Annihilate and is met by the Mandibuzz. I gotta tell you, Rise, this Buzzard might pick Annihilate apart.
VJ with the Snarl variant, however, doesn't have the same fast attack pressure. So maybe there is some wiggle room for Bogish. I still agree with you. I think this is a very tough hill for Bogish to climb, but he's going for the close cut. And this is going to connect. This is going to deal some serious damage to the Mandibuzz and might put it at jeopardy of getting countered down eventually, but not before an Aerial Ace is queued up here.
This is an interesting position to be in. Bogish gonna let the Annihilate go here. The Mandibuzz firing the Aerial Ace, more than enough to pick up the KO after the defense drop. Sending in the Dunsparce here. Wait, I think Bogish might be maneuvering himself into a position where he can actually win this battle.
Was able to utilize the Ape as best he could, getting off the close combat, then letting it go. Now knocks out the Mandibuzz. Serperior, though, still with lots of energy, and this is Aerial Ace range, so this is going to be enough to knock out the Dunsparce, and I think Serperior will also get off a parting charge attack against the Mandibuzz as well, but we actually see a pivot and now going for the Sludge Bomb.
It's a little bit tricky. I mean, I almost suspected that Bogish would hold the rollout, swap into the Mandibuzz, catch a resisted Frenzy Plant, but instead he's going this route, sending the Mandibuzz in late against the Clodsire. I don't know, Rise, it's going to be really tough because the Sludge Bomb is impending right now.
Allows the Sludge Bomb to go off first, is confident the Mandibuzz can hang on to this Sludge Bomb at this health range, which it does, and is actually going to be able to double up on the Aerial Ace. Has back-to-back loaded. BJ is going to use a Protect Shield, but is the switch timer up? Do you potentially go for a catch opportunity? No, it's not up. It's not close to up, and this Aerial Ace is going to knock out the Clodsire.
The question is, throwing the Aerial Ace earlier, does that Serperior have a little more gas in the tank? It was BJ Powet's key Pokemon at day number 1. It's coming out, it's racing, and it's got the Aerial Ace, and it gets there.
Serperior taking down the Flyer, the Mandibuzz in the end game. You don't see that too often. Aerial Ace, the grass type with a flying type move to take out the flying type.
I'm telling you, BJ Pawat gonna be feeding a lot of berries to that Serperior. I better see a best buddy ribbon next time he's on stage, Rise. Come on.
Serperior has had a highlight reel from this tournament alone. Not Serperior the Pokemon, specifically BJ, his Serperior, has had a highlight reel with some crazy wins, and he evens up the series against Bogish 1-1.
Very nicely played. I did see a lot of Mandibuzz action, a lot of Dunsparce is what we were used to. Our prediction, though, Rise, of the Primate making an appearance did not come to fruition. The question now becomes, we've seen Annihilate actually in both games from Bogish. How do you respond if you're BJ? Because I think that Bogish is onto something here. Annihilate in a certain position here can be very devastating. The only place he doesn't want to be is versus Mandibuzz.
Some of the most awkward matchups in terms of team composition are mirror matches, and this is almost a straight-up mirror match. The only difference on these two teams, I believe, is one has a Primate, one has an Annihilate. Everything else is the same.
Wow.
Apart from the fact that there's a Snarl Mandibuzz and an Air Slash Mandibuzz, in which you give Bogish probably the slight edge in that head-to-head matchup with the Air Slash. But mirror matches are just such a mind game because both trainers know the strengths and the weaknesses of each other's teams, and you're just trying to figure out a way to devise a line that gives you some sort of edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. It's not simple. There's not a certain position you can exploit or a Pokemon that you can bring that's consistently going to give you the edge. It really is back and forth, and that's what we've seen so far in the series. Tied up 1-1, losers round 1. Bogish or BJ Pawat are going home, one or the other. Let's find out. Game 3.
All smiles at the moment, but it may turn serious in a sec. We're going to see Dunsparce into Clodsire, starting off this decisive game number 3.
Dunsparce, Mandibuzz. The only variant here is the Feraligatr for BJ, and then the Clodsire for Bogish.
We're going to see a drill run queued up, going to connect early here onto this Clodsire. Yes, a common matchup, right? We've talked about this a lot over the course of this meta, as the Dunsparce has the super effective drill run, but the Clodsire, with a little bit stronger attacks, able to potentially two-shot the Dunsparce with Earthquake, but we're actually going to see a shield come up from BJ.
Yeah, an interesting shield there, but I think the Dunsparce has been a very strong Pokemon for both of these players. It makes sense to invest in it, especially if you recognize you're playing against your own team. And guess what BJ likes to do? He likes to bring Mandibuzz, so Bogish probably is thinking the same thing.
Both trainers have already committed a Protect Shield early on, and that may signal that they feel like switch advantage could be important. We're going for an Earthquake here, gonna connect onto the Dunsparce, and another drill run queued up.
Yeah, queued up, trying to dish damage back and forth. Rollouts resisted into the Clodsire. The Poison Stings are neutral in the meantime. Like you said, Rise, Clodsire gets the slight edge in this matchup, and I think that BJ recognizes that. He sends in the Feraligatr, gets 2 extra Shadow Claws. Is that enough to put him ahead in this matchup, though?
Not the ideal timing there. Let in an entire free rollout. That rollout animation, infamous for being a little bit difficult to time. If you're looking at the animation itself, you got to be really precise, perhaps counting your own fast attacks. So a slight miscue there, but now Bogish going to fire off the drill run. This is going to connect onto Feraligatr, and Feraligatr going to look to fire off this Hydro Cannon before the Dunsparce can get to another attack.
And that's why he fires the 2 Shadow Claws, right? He does seed 2 turns of energy from that Dunsparce, but he gets a charge attack, and that's what he wanted, peeling away the final Protect Shield. Gonna look for another one, but that extra rollout damage might be the decider. Feraligatr can't quite get there, but Bogish just gotta make sure of it by throwing the drill run.
Oh, actually gonna Protect Shield.
Whoa.
With this minimal health on the Feraligatr to try and get off a parting Hydro Cannon, and it's caught onto the low health Clodsire.
Wow. BJ Pawat tries to pull a rabbit out of the hat, but Bogish hits the escape hatch, sends in the Clodsire to soak all that damage, and now he's got a Dunsparce with a lot of health and a lot of energy.
What a read from Bogish, utilizing the minimal health he had remaining on that Clodsire as essentially another Protect Shield. And now Dunsparce has all this energy to threaten the Mandibuzz, and you see the look on BJ's face. I think he knows he's in trouble.
Yeah, this might be the end for BJ Pawat in Sacramento. Rock Slide connects. Mandibuzz Snarls are just not dealing that much damage, and the Rock Slides are not going to slow down anytime soon.
Rock Slides falling down from the sky onto the flyer. Mandibuzz going to be building up energy. I think this will be enough to knock out the Dunsparce, but there is still a very healthy Mandibuzz of Bogish's own in the back.
Mandibuzz limps out of this matchup, and there's still a lot more work to do. In comes the Air Slash Mandibuzz at full health. Caleb Peng said that Air Slash Mandibuzz was the truth, and I think that the facts are here. Mandibuzz is going to be very tough for BJ to stop.
At this stage in the game, no messing around, just firing off the aerial ace as soon as you get it. Get rid of this Dunsparce, get it off my screen. I've got a healthy Mandibuzz against your low health Mandibuzz, and that's gonna be a comfortable matchup where you can find your way to victory.
Yeah, you can see BJ Pawat already saying GG's. Both trainers with some smirks on their faces, but Bogish able to outlast a near mirror team in BJ Pawat, and I just want to give him so much credit because he had some incredible moments in day number 1. Very talented trainer, competes in 2 different hemispheres like we talked about, and this is just the beginning of his storied career.
It's a global game. People from all over the world speaking different languages, but they all have one common language, and that is the language of Pokemon. And BJ versus Bogish, a match with some great entertainment there, a near identical team composition, but Bogish able to outmaneuver. I think the main play in that last game was catching that Hydro Cannon onto the Clodsire.
No, absolutely. And sometimes, I'm so glad you brought that up, because sometimes your opponent can telegraph a certain strategy to you. They can shield up a Pokemon like Feraligatr with minimal HP, and you know there's only one reason. It's not for the Shadow Claw damage, it's because that Hydro Cannon is locked and loaded. They want that damage. So as soon as the shield went up, blind swap. Bogish knew that was the strategy. There was no time for anything else, so he needed to act right then and right there.
And sometimes that's what separates the very good players from the best of the best. The ability to predict your opponent and anticipate what they're going to do. The margin of error at this level tends to get very slim, tends to get very low. And if you can utilize a position like that. Utilize your, what was it, maybe 8%, 10% health Clodsire to absorb an entire Hydro Cannon worth of damage. That is so useful in just getting that keys to victory.
Yeah, I mean, you want to look for utility, right? You want to maximize your utility, minimize your losses, and that was a maximum play there by Bogish to keep himself in this loser side of the bracket in Sacramento. He's been really impressive, Rise. I mean, he only lost to one opponent yesterday, knocked him down to the loser side, but Bogish, I think he's got what it takes.
We talk about it all the time, players that aren't as well known as some others, but really make a name for themselves in these regional championships. And right now in Sacramento, that's exactly what Bogish is doing. Let us know who you are rooting for as we progress on in the tournament. We're gonna take a look at some social media posts from all of you. Hey, Pokemon Go, the official app, show us posting Go snapshots with hashtag Go Snapshot, and either hashtag electric or hashtag poison. They'll be watching, Speedy.
Rise, pop quiz. Was there a mighty Electivire here in the venue a few minutes ago? Don't lie. Yes or no?
Yes.
You're right. But did you see it in your game?
No, I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it.
Okay.
I've been struggling to catch these mighty Pokemon, Speed. It's been perhaps a little bit of a skill issue.
I don't know. The Safari Balls do help quite a bit. Let's look at Emma's post. Had the best time playing a wild area, even in the stormy weather. I gotta say, Gabby Snyder has a nickname for this Snorlax, which is absolutely adorable. I won't spoil it here, but make sure you ask her in the VG chat. I'm sure she will fill you in.
Emma, that is one flashy Snorlax. It looks like Tay also caught a Snorlax with a cool outfit and the Safari Ball. I have to agree with you, Tay. That is a pretty cool Safari Ball.
That's such a cool flex. I've also seen some trainers catching unique Pokemon with their Safari Balls. Maybe even not Pokemon themed around this event. Maybe you have something kind of in your encounters that you haven't caught yet, using a Safari Ball, and that would be a sweet, sweet flex. Look at this. Extra, extra large Pumpkaboo spotted here in the venue.
That is a large Pumpkaboo. You know, Halloween was a little while ago, but that Pumpkaboo, a little bit scary. We're coming up on Thanksgiving. It's going to be a happy holiday weekend, and you know, we're hopefully we're spending it all having fun. And right now, we get to enjoy before that holiday weekend with some incredible matches.
We've seen some awesome artwork from the community at LAIC. Let's get some more posts going on social media as well. Follow the channel and use that hashtag Play Pokemon no matter where you are posting from. That's how we find your post. If you have the best post in the world, but don't use the hashtag, we're not going to see it.
There have been so many cool spawns here at the venue. I see lots of people playing while watching the stream, getting some great Pokemon, some great catches, and doing trades as well. Sometimes when you come to these events, you can swap, maybe get some different weights to your Pokemon if you're PvP enthusiasts like us, and maybe try to utilize those in your next competition.
I heard you did something like that, Rise, maybe with the Galarian Moltres?
Swapped a Galarian Moltres with Dr. Roast Beef, 1500 CP on the dot.
Woo!
Is it a rank 1? Maybe. I'm not going to disclose that.
Hey, look, you're a competitor, Rise. You don't need to reveal any more information than that. All I know is I'm going to see your 1500 Galarian Moltres, look at my 1470 and say, wish I had that.
Absolutely. But moving on now, we've seen some great matches from both of these trainers throughout this tournament. Gerald and Iamero getting back onto the stage.
Yeah.
And they are about to face off. You know, I was impressed with Iamero handling the Ariados in his last matchup, but he's going to have to try and work the same magic once again because Ariados, to me, just has so much play against his team.
I'm looking at the Ariados. I'm also looking at the Dunsparce as well. I mean, Toxapex and Abomasnow have been very solid for Iamero so far in the tournament. Toxapex just absolutely outlasting his opponents, taking down Ariados like when we saw him battle Abhinav. But I think the Abomasnow has a lot of obstacles here. Mandibuzz, Ariados, Dunsparce, even the Clodsire Sludge Bomb. Maybe as Gerald, you can start to cross these Pokemon off your list.
Here we go. Already set for game number 1. Gerald taking on Iamero. It's going to be the Ariados into the Sableye.
I like this pick a lot from Iamero. You're going to pace a little bit slower. It's 6, 6, and 5 for the foul plays on that Sableye, and Lunge will be super effective. However, this Sableye is incredibly neutral. It can eat at least one of these charge attacks and keep you in the game.
Has the threatening, super effective Power Gem as well. So you build up the Power Gem. It's tough to try and call a bait here. It's tough to not protect shield as Gerald's going to put up the protection. You got to respect that Power Gem.
Yeah.
Foul play, though, is a successful bait here for Iamero.
Very nice bait, but I think at this range, foul play would threaten this Ariados quite a bit. Xero going to rely on that pace and throw a second lunge, debuff the opposing Sableye, slow it down just a little bit more, and I like how he's controlling the pace of the matchup so far.
Building up more energy, the precise counting. Now the power gem is cute, because now after these debuffs, you're not quite sure if a foul play is enough to knock out at this point. So power gem is gone for, and it is protect shielded. Both shields already peeled away from Gerald. And now the lunge going to grab the second protect shield here. Iamero is all protect shields have already been utilized in this lead matchup. This shows you that they really want to fight for switch advantage and a pivot into the Dunsparce.
Wow, Dunsparce pivot met by the regular Quagsire. This is actually very good for Iamero because Dunsparce versus the Toxapex would be catastrophic. At least in this juncture of the matchup, he's got a lot of play.
You also clear the debuff on that energy, so the foul play that wouldn't have been very threatening. Smart from Iamero to swap out, save that for later, as he has the slightly favorable matchup here, Quagsire into Dunsparce.
Stone Edge connects, and that absolutely rocks that Dunsparce. We're going to see a drill run get fired off here from the Dunsparce on the left side of your screen. This is going to put this Quagsire a little bit lower, but that regular Quagsire tech has been very, very helpful for Iamero to survive those charge attacks.
Gonna go for a Stone Edge here on the charge attack priority. Precise counting, this will be enough.
Wow.
Aquatail might have been just short, so wanted to make sure, go for the Stone Edge to knock out. And because of the overfarm, perhaps you even reach another charge attack here against the Mandibuzz, building up the energy, and is actually gonna reach a Stone Edge. It saves the Stone Edge.
Look at this clutch maneuver from Iamero to send in that Toxapex. The question in my mind, Rise, is the lunge is getting fired off immediately. This really disrupts the Toxapex's ability to poison jab down the Ariados. I think if you try for that as Iamero, you're going to take probably 2 more charge attacks.
I think this is a really difficult position for Gerald right now because Iamero has been able to bank not just a Stone Edge on the Quagsire, but I believe also a Power Gem on the Sableye that he can utilize for the Mandibuzz. So now he's just going to do as much damage as possible with this Toxapex. Has so much energy. He's probably got close to 250 energy across all 3 of these Pokemon.
He's got almost as much energy as Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket have brain power, right? He is all locked and loaded here. The question is, after you've already been debuffed by the Ariados, is this the best place to deploy that energy? Will we see a swap out here from Iamero to maybe land that Power Gem, Rise?
That could be a play. Gonna swap right now, land the Stone Edge. This will not be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz, but here's the thing. It's gonna put it very low, and Sableye is always gonna win the charge attack priority. So even though you get fast attack down here, you have a move loaded on the Sableye. You could also come in with the Toxapex if you want, but no, gonna play it safe. Just throws the attack, and Power Gem should be enough at this range to knock out the Mandy.
I'm telling you, we've seen 3 different forms of Rock-type damage in this matchup. Rock Slide Dunsparce, Power Gem, Sableye, and Stone Edge Quagsire. We are just throwing rocks at birds here, and Mandibuzz is not having a good time.
One of the more unique teams, perhaps, we've seen from Iamero with that Sableye. Once upon a time, Speedy, Purified Sableye was a must. You always had a Purified Sableye with that return. This is not a Purified Sableye. This, because Power Gem was buffed this season. It's less energy cost. It is a much more efficient move now, and you don't need that Purified Sableye anymore. And this game was won by a Power Gem on Sableye.
I don't know, Rise. It sounded like you were going to say, back in my day, we had Purified Sableye. Yeah, but I know exactly what you're saying. This Ariados swapping in, Toxapex hitting the field as well. But the Stone Edge Power Gem combination, I mean, Mandibuzz for Gerald just could not catch a break here.
The Power Gem delivered the final blow, a gem of a match to start off this series. And Iamero gonna lock in now as both of these players getting set for game number 2. So many cute plushies on the stage.
I know.
But no nonsense from these competitors. It's going to be Ariados into Quagsire.
Well, I really like how Iomero's Screamtail is kind of staring down the camera. He's ready to get a win here, but Xero is going to try to stop him. We've got the Ariados in the lead yet again for Gerald here in game number 1. Or excuse me, game number 2. Rise, what's going on? What's going on here?
This is the second time we've seen Iamero just elect to take the trail plays in exchange for shield advantage. But once again, I like this. Not ideal timing. That rollout animation, Speedy, disrupts even the best players with the timing. And gonna absorb the Aqua Tail onto the Dunsparce. The problem is This is your best Dunsparce answer, and it's getting so low. You get off a parting Stone Edge, but this is not going to be able to knock out. This Dunsparce is going to cause real problems for Eomero.
Look at the boldness from Eomero to bring Abomasnow into this team. We talked about all the obstacles it would face. There's a loaded Dunsparce, there's an Ariados and a Mandibuzz on the opposing side, and Eomero still is committed to the Abomasnow rise. He's sending the Mandibuzz in against the Dunsparce.
Oh my goodness. I do not know how he's going to get rid of the Ariados after this Dunsparce gets off multiple charge attacks against the Mandibuzz. Second Rock Slide is incoming. Because of the sheer bulk of Mandibuzz, it can withstand a couple, but a third will maybe threaten to knock out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting really, really weak. We're going to see the Mandibuzz throw. Oh, a catch and a swap. Here comes the Mandibuzz from Gerald, but luckily Eomero threw the Aerial Ace and not even resisted Dark-type attack.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's good, right?
Absolutely brutal right now for Eomero. There is still a little bit of energy on that Dunsparce. There is still a very healthy Ariados to try to overcome, and although you have an Ice against a Flower, you're also a Grass type, so these super effective Aerial Aces are not going to be appreciated, as you see from the Abomasnow.
That's really where the Grass typing betrays Abomasnow. It can be so helpful in matches like Azumarill and Feraligatr, but against something like a Mandibuzz, you really need to be careful. We're going to see a charge attack fired off here by Eomero. It is the Icy Wind, does a little bit more damage than Weather Ball, and it drops that attack stat just a bit. Another Aerial Ace, though.
Gerald just opting to throw this Aerial Ace immediately, perhaps wants to switch into Ariados when possible, and there you have it, gonna switch. Doesn't necessarily need to shield the Icy Wind, he's gonna actually let it go because this is not gonna be enough to really threaten the Ariados, and after a lunge, the Powder Snows will do even less. We do see the pivot out into Mandibuzz, so does start to threaten this Ariados. Now the Aerial Ace gonna grab that first Protect Shield from Gerald.
The challenge for Gerald right now is to remember exactly how much energy that Mandibuzz is holding. It needs about 2 more of those Snarls to get up to that second Aerial Ace, but X-Gerald's gonna throw the lunge. I don't think this is enough, Rise, but I think we might get a Poison Sting down.
I agree with you. The lunge, not quite enough. Oh, but Mandibuzz actually is going to reach the Aerial Ace before going down. And this is going to grab the final Protect Shield from Gerald, but he's going to have a lot of energy on this Ariados as he goes for the farm down, and Abomasnow comes back into the game.
This is a tricky position for Eomero. I thought he was wiggling his way out, but he is seriously in danger here because the Ariados is closing in. It's spinning its web, and Abomasnow is cornered.
And I believe the Ariados will reach 2 lunges before the Abomasnow can even get to an Icy Wind. It's actually a charge attack priority, and Eomero knows that he would lose that charge attack priority, so not opting to throw it, and the lunge will knock out to even up this series 1-1.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Eomero tried to go left, and Gerald went right, and they ended up facing each other. I think that Eomero was so bold to bring that Abomasnow in this matchup, but it couldn't make any headway. Couldn't find the targets it wanted, and it really was kind of a sunk cost for Eomero in the end.
I don't think you can really get away with going ABA weak to the Ariados when it's so strong against your team. Perhaps Eomero felt like maybe with the shield advantage from the Quagsire surviving an attack and then maybe baiting the Stone Edge could have opened up some leeway. But the problem was, after the Trailblaze landed, Gerald said, I'm content just swapping into Dunsparce. I'm not going to give you the opportunity to even threaten me with a Stone Edge. I'm going to get out of here after I've inflicted all this damage.
Yeah, putting himself in his opponent's shoes, right? Trying to figure out what Eomero was trying to do, what his win conditions were, and preventing them from happening. We want to get a full shot here of Eomero. So we slide that plushie to the side just a little bit, but I'm excited to see this decisive game number 3 now that we are tied up in this matchup.
I think you have to go stronger to the Ariados in the lead. You can't afford to put yourself behind it because it's so safe for Gerald. Game number 3, and it's going to be Ariados into Mandibuzz. This is where Eomero wants to see it.
No, this is exactly according to plan for him. He's got the Toxapex and the Quagsire in the back. Meanwhile, Gerald, with his Dunsparce and his own Mandibuzz, switches it in here, down energy. If you're Eomero, I think the most obvious strat probably here is to throw the Aerial Ace and then go to Toxapex, right?
I believe so. I agree with that. And the Mandibuzz is so safe on Gerald's side. The best answer is probably the Abomasnow. Yeah. And it's not in the game. So Eomero's forced to do a slight chip and then go into Toxapex here. to just try to manage this Mandibuzz.
I think you nailed it, Rise. I think that maybe the Mandibuzz swap is an effort to pull out the Abomasnow, and that way you can set up your Ariados. But when you see the Toxapex come out instead, as Gerald, the gears start to turn. You start to think, Abomasnow's not back there. It's something else. It's Sableye, it's Annihilate, maybe it's the Quagsire, and a great shield call on the Sludge Wave.
Shielding the high energy cost Sludge Wave could be pivotal here. Gerald now firing off the Dark Pulse and perhaps believes that he needs to flip this secondary matchup. That could be a potential key to victory. If you can regain the alignment, get your Dunsparce aligned with the Mandibuzz, that could be a key. But the problem is, this Dark Pulse not going to be enough, and the Toxapex is approaching another Sludge Wave.
Yeah, the Toxapex is incredibly stubborn. It does not want to get knocked off the field, and a Snarl down does not seem possible either. Shield call for Gerald. He gets it right 2 times in a row. The Sludge washes off.
Down 2 Protect Shields, but is going to come out with a lot of energy. And now opting to throw the Aerial Ace. You have to presume Eomero will let this go since there's 2 Aerial Aces, but now Eomero probably just comes in with the Mandibuzz to soak all this energy.
Yeah, I think it comes with the Mandibuzz here. Quagsire was a solid core breaker for Abhinav, but he was taking on very similar teams that featured Dunsparce, that featured Gastrodon. At this juncture, I think Eomero, like you said, wants to diffuse this energy from the opposing Mandibuzz, store up a little bit of energy for himself, and then put it all on the shoulders of his favorite Mudboy.
I don't know if Gerald will be able to handle a 2-shield Quagsire with that access to Stone Edge. So this is going to be an extremely interesting end game. Some nice chip damage onto this Mandibuzz, but this Mandibuzz loaded with energy. At a certain point, we're going to see this Mandibuzz go down from Gerald, but maybe not for a while, as it gets off another Aerial Ace. Just so stubborn is Mandibuzz.
Was that a Charge Tech priority tie?
It may have been.
From Eomero there, honestly, that's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe you would have looked for the big Snarl down. Maybe he thought Gerald did not have the Aerial Ace. This kind of feels like a bit of a waste of energy, but either way, Eomero in a fantastic position. I think that 2 protection advantage is going to be pivotal.
I think at this stage, you have to swap and lunge. Yes, he's going for the big lunge bait, and Eomero shields it. I mean, it's so hard not to use a Protect Shield here. Trailblaze would do so much damage, so the lunge is successfully able to get the bait. And now the question is, we're going to see another lunge bait back to back, and gets both lunge baits. And now, Speedy, I'm not sure a Stone Edge is going to be enough anymore.
I mean, Gerald is clawing his way back into this matchup. That is a fantastic series of baits. Quagsire overcharging just a little bit. Here comes the Stone Edge trying to get a few more mud shots. Rise, like you said, double debuffed. Eomero, he wants to spike this Ariados off the field. He's going to land it. Is it enough? No!
Oh, it's not enough. The 2 debuffs allow Ariados to get to the Trailblaze. Unbelievable. The double lunge bait is proving a potential win condition for Gerald.
Wait, hold on. The Quagsire survives, switching into the Mandibuzz. He banked the Charge Tech, switches into the Mandibuzz. Now it's a Dunsparce, but this is not what Eomero wants to see. Gerald is vibing. Look at him.
He's vibing. He's nodding his head. He's jamming out to potential white noise in these noise-canceling headphones. And the Rock Slide is now queued up. This is going to be enough to knock out Mandibuzz, and Quagsire is just so low. I don't think it has enough left in the tank.
Wow, Rock Slide coming through. Here comes the Quagsire. Eomero's last hope is going to land the Stone Edge as a parting gift, but this just might be the end for our trainer from Mexico.
The strategy on paper looked strong as the timer approaches. The 2-shield Quagsire looked dangerous, but Gerald had other plans. He maneuvered around it with a double lunge bait, and Gerald takes down Eomero in a classic battle of the tournament.
It was a party for Eomero. It was a day 2 party for Eomero, but Gerald shut down the club. He says, party's over. You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here. He's going to stay in this tournament bracket. Eomero, unfortunately, eliminated. Gerald has been super, super impressive so far.
We mentioned it yesterday. Gerald, a fun fact about him is he's a break dancer. He's got the moves, and he showed the moves in the game, maybe translating that to his Pokemon Go skills. That was such an incredible battle. I personally thought Eomero had a really smart strategy with the 2-shield Quagsire. I thought I was going to be able to close out for him, but the double lunge bait changed the game. It completely changed the game.
I just have to borrow a phrase from our friend Homesize Henry. That double lunge bait was diabolical. That was so bold to go for that, and then Eomero tries to wiggle himself free with the Mandibuzz swap, but Dunsparce comes out. It's healthy, it's ready, and it rock slides to a victory.
In previous tournaments, Ariados had risen to one of the most used Pokemon. It had some of the highest usage, 1 or 2. We haven't seen it quite as much this weekend, but Gerald showcasing that Ariados is still very much a force to be reckoned with in this meta, and it's something that you have to prepare for. Iamaro a little bit soft to the Ariados, and maybe he just faced one too many to end his run in this tournament.
It's a fascinating Pokemon. It straddles so many matchups so well, and that double super effective lunge against something like a Malamar is lights out. These trainers have been lights out so far today. Let's take a look at our bracket and get you an update, a bird's eye view, if I may, of how the tournament is progressing. On the loser side, this is absolutely astounding. Mystic Mamba going to take on Bogish, and then the Taurian versus Gerald. These are going to be some hype games, Rise.
Very hype games. That matchup between Mystic Mamba and SJ was a really exciting matchup, and the winners finals that we will have later on between Out of Pocket and SJ, like I mentioned, a rematch from the Indianapolis winners finals of last season. Out of Pocket perhaps looking for some revenge, and Speedy, you know, SJ is actually undefeated in tournaments that I've casted. Am I his good luck charm?
Are you the good luck charm? I mean, that's a question on everybody's mind. I want chat to weigh in, right? You think there's some kind of connection here, some psychic connection between these two trainers? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not superstitious, but maybe.
But we know how confident Out of Pocket is, and he was talking about how good he felt coming into this tournament. So that's just such an exciting matchup we have waiting in the wings. But before we see Out of Pocket and SJ upcoming, we're going to have Mystic Mamba taking on Bogish.
Mystic Mamba making moves. Bogish trying to bog him down and knock him out of this tournament. Gonna be a really exciting matchup because these two trainers, like you pointed out before, Rise, are not at the top of the headlines. They're not the Wadages, the Lyle Jeffs of the PvP community, but they are so incredibly talented, and they're showing it here on stage all weekend long.
And Mystic Mamba has taken down so many huge names in this tournament. We talked about it yesterday with only 4 pods in this Sacramento regional. Some of these groups were absolutely ridiculous. There were some loser side of the brackets where you had former world champions facing off against multiple-time regional champions. It looked like it could be the top 8 at an international, but no, it was losers round 3.
Yeah, which is astounding. And I think that's also a testament to how we are progressing as a community because we have these 3 seasons under our belt. So eventually you start to have more and more regional champions, international champions, even world champions throwing down at these tournaments. You start to look at the bracket, like you said, Rise, it's like, oh my gosh, do I get to battle a regional champion or a top cut player or an international champion? It's like, you know, pick your poison, but they're all pretty toxic, right?
And you never know who you're going to face off against at a regional. So it's just up to you. Try to control what you can control and try to prepare as much as you can to perform to the best of your abilities.
Pocket said something incredible to that point yesterday. He said at some point he realized when he took on Bogish, he wasn't playing the team, he was playing the player, right? And even the same tools in different people's hands can create different results. So you always have to keep in mind who's sitting across the table from you and what they're likely to do. We've seen both of these trainers on stage several times already, but we are getting them again. Mystic Mamba on the left, Bogish on the right.
Another Toxapex we will see from Mystic Mamba. We just saw one from Iamaro, and Toxapex, a bit of a bold Pokemon, can be a little bit polarizing. Does well against the Feraligatr and the Superior in this matchup, but wants to avoid that Clodsire at all costs.
Mystic Mamba just knocked down to this loser side bracket by SJ, a very talented trainer in his own right, and we are locked in, ready to go into game number 1. Mystic Mamba, Bogish, the elimination round coming at you.
Shadow Sableye in the lead against Clodsire. You'd think this is highly favorable for the Sableye because you resist the Poison Sting damage. However, because of the frailness of Sableye, and Earthquake is very threatening. It does an incredible amount of damage, so it's actually not that bad for Clodsire. Clodsire can make this uncomfortable for the Sableye.
Another one of my favorite sayings, Rise, is everything's relative. You could say Sableye is frail, but then you put it up against something like a Primeape, and it looks pretty sturdy. Against a Clodsire, almost everything in the meta is frail, and that Earthquake has to be respected, and that's why the shield comes up. Switching in the Superior now. What do you think of this play?
That's a bold safe switch with the Superior when you know there's a Toxapex, you know there's a Jump Bluff, but I guess you feel like Superior has the bulk, has the ability to hold its own in both those matchups, and neither the Toxic Vex nor the Jump Bluff exist on the opposing side. Now, you don't see this often, a Dunsparce as the counter swap into a Superior.
I mean, this is like trying to put on a shoe that's 2 sizes too big. It's just super uncomfortable, but at least at this point, Mystic Mamba is able to keep his Azumarill away from that Superior in the back. So this might actually pay dividends down the road, but you got to kind of power through this uncomfortable phase to get through it.
Sometimes you pull a recipe out of the recipe book, you don't have all the ingredients, right? You don't have an obvious answer for the Superior. There's an Azumarill lurking in the back. You gotta work with what you got in the cabinet, and Dunsparce right now is what he has to try and deal with the Superior as best as he can. He gets it low enough where he can farm down with either of his back 2 Pokemon.
I think the Sableye is probably the play here. I don't know if you want to reveal that Azumarill just yet. Comes in with that Shadow Sableye, single Shadow Claw worth of energy, but now the Mandibuzz can pick apart the Sableye. Avoiding that, we see the counter swap into the Azumarill met by the Clodsire.
This shield advantage is going to be really nice for Bogish here. He's going to be able to get to double Sludge Bomb. However, I don't think he's going to be able to get to 3. So Mystic Mamba will likely use his final Protect Shield on one of these incoming Sludge Bombs and go for a potential bubble down. Bogish gonna somehow hope he can do enough damage on this Azumarill with a Sludge Bomb to open the runway for his Mandibuzz.
You nailed it, Rise. I think that you have to respect the damage coming out of the Clodsire here, and you want to keep this Azumarill away from your Mandibuzz if you are Bogish. Second Sludge Bomb gets queued up, that shiny Clodsire down deep into the red. This is gonna sting that Azumarill quite a bit, but it's not enough to take him to the red.
Super effective damage. The bubble down is successful, just shy of the Sludge Bomb, and now Azumarill has all this energy, is gonna need to land a charge attack on the Mandibuzz in order for the Sableye to be able to close.
And this might show, better than anything else we've seen in this tournament, the merits of Air Slash Mandibuzz, because if this was Snarl, this Azumarill would be way outside of Aerial Ace range, but now the final shield comes up. Bogish, defenseless, his Mandibuzz, his last hope. There's still the Sableye in the back. It's gonna try to ramp up to the Power Gem here.
I don't think you're quite in Power Gem range, but you're starting to get close. Foul Play is queued up. This is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Sableye, but puts it very low. Sableye is going to be able to reach the Power Gem here. This is going to be so close, but it's going to put the Mandibuzz really low.
Mandibuzz needs to hang on here for Bogish. Absorb the Power Gem. Air Slash down. Trying to find a win con. It's so weak. Shadow Claw resistant. In comes Azumarill. Air Slash isn't enough.
I don't know. 2 bulky Pokemon. Aerial Ace from the Mandibuzz. Azumarill is going to just barely hang on and gets the win.
Azumarill pulls off a miracle for Mystic Mamba to keep him in this series. That is an early 1-0 lead versus Bogish. And I gotta tell you, Rise, Bogish got up from the stage, went into the restroom, pulled out the sink and threw it at Mamba, and it wasn't enough.
Mystic Mamba could hardly believe it. He put his hands to his face for a solid 10 seconds in disbelief. And the Azumarill able to hang on by a thread. What an incredible game to start off this series.
How could you not, right? If you follow the championship series, how could you not get LAIC Grand Finals Game 5 vibes? Azumarill against a dark flying type. This just has echoes of that epic competition, and it was a thrill to watch. Look at Mystic Mamba's face. Just look at him.
He wasn't sure. We said we weren't sure. He wasn't sure either. And he got the win thanks to the Azumarill hanging on there. That is a tough loss for Bogish, because in addition to the Azumarill barely hanging on in the end, that Clodsire was so close to that Sludge Bomb before going down, which would have also changed the game.
No, it gathered the Sludge Bomb energy right as the bubble was coming through for the knockout. So you can see that glimpse, that glimmer of hope, but then it's all dispelled by that Azumarill. And not only did Azumarill take down the Clodsire, it was also responsible for bringing down that Mandibuzz as well. What a thriller.
Azumarill has been the OG, right, for the entirety of the Pokemon Go PvP meta in its history. There have been so many changes. If you look at the meta today as opposed to many seasons ago, it's completely different, except Azumarill is here still.
Sometimes things change, sometimes they stay the same. This could be an elimination game for Bogish, so he's taking just a few more moments to lock in his team of 3. Mystic Mamba pondering about what he's going to do here in a matchup that could keep him in the Sacramento Regional.
Mystic Mamba has been so impressive in this tournament. Only his 3rd regional competition ever, but he's playing like a very savvy veteran. Shadow Sableye perhaps the signature pick on this team and a very neutral pick. It's one of those Pokemon, Speedy, that doesn't hard win a lot of matchups, but it's extremely safe, especially when there isn't a lot of fairy-type Pokemon in the meta, and it has some solid neutral play against Azumarill.
And to add to that, I think it keeps Annihilate on the bench from Bogish, which is a really nice touch. We're going to jump right into game number 2 here. Shadow Sableye takes the field against that Superior. Believe it or not, they have the same exact pacing to their Frenzy Plant and Foul Play, respectively.
Superior's Frenzy Plant going to be a little bit more threatening than the Foul Play from Sableye, but Bogish understands that if you let a Foul Play go through, you start to succumb to the Shadow Claw damage. So he's going to put up a Protect Shield early. And if you're Mystic Mamba, you're content staying in here because you have that Azumarill once again in the back. So you can't really afford to swap out. You don't want this Superior lined up against Azumarill later on.
Tries to call the Aerial Ace bait and gets thumped by a Frenzy Plant. Mystic Mamba loses that Shadow Sableye early on in this matchup, and that could be a big blow to his ambitions to win. We see the instant counter swap into the Dunsparce. This is very clever by Bogish because he wants to see what else in the back is weak to his Superior.
Speedy, you earlier said that Bogish was playing a little bit too passive, I believe, in his match against Out of Pocket. Not the case here.
No.
He saw the Toxapex come in, he got out immediately. He lures out the Azumarill, and he has put himself in a tremendous position here in game number 2 because he has his best answer for the Toxapex and the Clodsire lurking in the back.
Incredibly decisive, and I definitely appreciate the change in pacing here for this trainer. Rollout comes through. Not foul play. Play rough, going to connect into this Dunsparce here, bringing it down into the yellow. Needs another play rough to pick up the knockout, and there's still two Protect Shields from Mystic Mamba, but this Dunsparce will apply pressure.
Drill Run going to connect. Azumarill going to be building up some more energy, actually going to save the energy, just hoping that there's something else in the back, but the Clodsire comes out to greet the Toxapex. However, you are up a Protect Shield. You can get off multiple brines here against this Clodsire, but it's just underwhelming damage, right? Even though it's super effective, just not the most powerful of moves.
These poison jabs from that Toxapex into the Clodsire are not single resisted, they're not double resisted, they are triple resisted by that ground and poison typing. So the brine is the only way. It tries to call it maybe a Sludge Bomb bait, but it's the Earthquake. Bogish not playing around.
This is a really commanding position for Bogish. Mystic Mamba seems to know it, and there is still a very healthy Superior as well with some energy. So this is a very uphill battle, but Mystic Mamba will perhaps try to find a way out of it, and we're actually going to see a Sludge Bomb bait here.
Oh my gosh.
This is just nasty.
This is adding insult to injury. Diabolical, exactly. This is really tough for Mystic Mamba. He fires off the brine. The bad news here is that I don't think this is even enough. Clodsire shakes off the brine. It's got 1 HP to spare. Bombs away.
Clodsire, that's just disrespectful, my guy. And getting off a parting Sludge Bomb here for some more damage. Still has a tremendous amount of health on both the Superior and a little bit of health on the Dunsparce. Going to fire off a Drill Run here just before the brine. Nice counter from Bogish. Mystic Mamba just going to see this out till the bitter end. Just going to try and give himself some sort of chance for a win condition. Maybe try to hope your opponent makes a mistake, but I just don't see any way out of this at this stage in the game. No Protect Shields remaining for this Azumarill.
Yeah, I think maybe a late swap there, trying to get out and away from that rollout damage, but it is applying quickly enough to get the KO, and now the Drill Run will pick up the final KO. Mystic Mamba has had a great run here in Sacramento, but it comes to an end here.
After an incredible game 1, I think that was actually to even up the series, 1 game apiece.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So after an incredible game 1, Bogish able to respond with a really dominant game 2.
Yeah.
And even up this series. I think the Frenzy Plant landing in the lead scenario was massive. When you just have so much health on a Pokemon like that, it's going to be difficult to overcome, and the immediate pivot from Bogish set him up well in the end game.
That's the play right there that you were just mentioning, Rise. I agree with you. I think losing the Shadow Sableye so early on in that game was very, very difficult for Mystic Mamba to adjust to. And now there are ripple effects to that. I think going into game number 3, Mystic Mamba is going to think that Bogish will throw the hard-hitting attack. He will maybe be more willing to shield, because now Bogish has shown that he is willing to go all the way, no compromises.
It's risk versus reward, right?
Yeah.
And in the lead scenario, the risk of eating that Frenzy Plant to the Sableye is so severe, maybe it's not worth taking that gamble to call an Aerial Ace bait. Maybe you have to invest that Protect Shield. Even if you do get baited, you can still inflict more damage, set yourself up better, where the Toxapex can farm down the Superior and open up your Azumarill in the back.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it really opens up a lot of avenues here for Bogish, and it also adds new dimensions to his game and how Mystic Mamba approaches him. Mystic Mamba has been so measured. He's taken down very talented trainers, only falling to SJ so far in this tournament. So I don't want to count him out already. I mean, he's very, very good. Mystic Mamba, though, needs to make some form of adjustment. I don't think, honestly, Bryce, I don't think the Toxapex is the answer. I'm looking across the board here at the targets for it, and yes, maybe you could argue the Feraligatr is probably the best target. Annihilate, though, resisting the poison jabs, resisting the sludge wave, and then all the other Pokemon have at least counterplay or super effective play. Am I missing something?
No, I think that's a great point in this matchup, but we haven't seen the Annihilate utilized much so far. I think, like what you mentioned earlier, the Shadow Sableye is very scary for it. And if you're going to use it as well, you know, the Jump Pluff as well. The Jump Pluff has been scary to bring the Annihilate, but here we go. Decisive game number 3. We have a lock-in, and it's going to be a tough lead for Mystic Mamba. It's going to be Shadow Sableye against Dunsparce.
This is not a matchup that I'm very familiar with. I mean, I would assume it goes something like the Feraligatr Dunsparce matchup, but at the same time, I don't think that this Shadow Sableye can absorb too much damage from the charge attacks. Foul Play getting fired off here. Shadow Claw's double resisted. I think this Dunsparce can hang tough through at least one of them, but not two.
The Shadow Claws just doing such minimal damage compared to the rollouts here. And we see the pivot into Dunsparce. I'm a little bit surprised, personally, at this decision from Bogish, electing for the Drill Run before swapping the Superior, because personally, I think Superior has a really good matchup, so I don't know if that was necessary to expend that energy there.
I honestly think Bogish agrees with you, because we saw him do a little head shake there. He wasn't very happy with the timing or the usage of that energy, and I think he's probably sensing the same thing you are, Rise. We're going to see a Frenzy Plant get fired off here from the Superior. This has been a very powerful Pokemon for a lot of trainers so far. Bogish thumps that Dunsparce, but it's down into the red.
We're going to see Mystic Mamba build up some energy here, going for another Rock Slide. Oh, actually, got a little bit greedy, Speedy. He built up to double, but I think he's only going to get off one, because I think that Vine Whip that snuck through is actually going to knock out, so only gets off one of those 2 Rock Slides.
Wow, Vine Whip damage applies at the same turn as that charge attack gets fired off, so like you said, only one charge attack is able to come through. Frenzy Plant into the Toxapex is a nice parting gift, because it is going to make this Toxapex more palatable for the other Pokemon in the back. He actually gets 2, Rise.
2 Frenzy Plants. This Community Day move is so strong and Superior, showing he can fight back even out of negative matchups. Getting off 2 Frenzy Plants there. Now you have a decision to make. Do you come in? Yes, of course, with the Clodsire. But now we see the pivot into Sableye, and you still have this energy banked with the Dunsparce. And the problem here, if you're Mystic Mamba, you have no fast attack pressure against this Dunsparce.
Yeah, it's so tough. I mean, we talked about the Toxapex pick. We see it again here. Mystic Mamba believed in it. Maybe he thought that the Feraligatr, or maybe he thought he could line it up better against the Superior, but he did not expect to take 2 Frenzy Plants and run into a literal mud wall of Drill Run, Dunsparce, and Clodsire.
Another Drill Run queued up here, and now going to pull the final Protect Shield, I believe, from Mystic Mamba. Drill Run going to grab that shield. Sableye trying to fight back here, going to fire off another Foul Play, and Bogish is going to return with his final Protect Shield as well.
And now I wonder, we've thrown a lot of charge attacks. The switch timer is almost up. That Sableye might be able to get out of here. He's tapping the Toxapex. He's going for it. No catch. Bogish sniffs it out, sends in the Clodsire to clean this matchup up.
Incredible patience from Bogish and anticipation as well. And you are just not very threatened by these brines, so you could fully overfarm here if you so choose. Actually electing to take another brine because you know it doesn't threaten to knock you out in exchange for building up more energy here.
I mean, the risk you kind of run here is getting down into Foul Play range, but at the same time, you know you have a lot of energy on your Dunsparce, and if that Shadow Sableye is not doubled up, it does not have a chance to win this battle.
I believe the Dunsparce has a Drill Run bank. So yeah, unless Sableye could somehow get to 2 foul plays, it is game, set, and match, and actually going to reach the Earthquake. Mystic Mamba playing to the win condition of building up more, but Earthquake make the ground shake. Clodsire knocks out the Shadow Sableye, and Bogish is moving on.
Bogish knocks Mystic Mamba down a peg and out of the competition here in Sacramento. I gotta say, Rise, I'm so fascinated by the turnaround here. We saw him come out to start the day, maybe a little bit passive, a little bit slow on his response time, but he has responded incredibly well, being so decisive. I mean, you agree with me, right? He's like, man, he's coming after these plays, and he's just really making a lot of headway.
And perhaps once you get knocked down a peg to the loser side of the bracket, maybe it takes off the pressure a little bit. Yeah. Maybe you feel like, okay, now you're playing with house money. You got nothing to lose. You can take a little bit more of a gamble on the loser side of the bracket versus when you're going up against these big names on the winner side out of pocket and such. You get a little bit intimidated. Maybe you feel like you're afraid to make a mistake. You're afraid to take those risks. But now you've taken one loss. You know the next one and you're out. So Bogish seems like a different player than some of his previous matches.
I'm telling you, some players play the best when they're cornered, and I feel like Bogish is one of those players. That's when you see the real fight come out of him, and he's been so impressive here in day number 2. Again, I know Mystic Mamba has a lot of fans and friends here in the venue supporting him. That is the end of his tournament run, unfortunately, but I would love to see Mystic Mamba compete at a future Play Pokemon event.
Absolutely. Took down some incredible names, as we mentioned, throughout this tournament, had the home crowd cheering behind him, and just really impressive gameplay with a relatively unique team as well. It's not often you see Shadow Sableye in the current stage of the meta, but he showcased it and showed it could perform to a great success.
It's Mystic Mamba with the Shadow Sableye and Eomero with his Sableye as well. That Pokemon might be coming back. And speaking of coming back, we're going to show you some highlights from these previous matches and then right back into our live coverage.
Counter you, I don't know how you still made it so close. Yeah, it's probably my MVP. Good game.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那个时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 ISELF 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。 我有在亚太区的线上比赛中打到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Kai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2. Both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godonhada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godonhada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godonhada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Thank you so much for that little history lesson, Will. I appreciate that little trip back in time. If you are just joining us, my name is Stephanie Christine. I am joined here by Alpha Phoebe, and we are here to take you through close to the pinnacle of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships here in Sacramento, California. We are going to walk you through the end of Losers Round 2, the Loser Semifinals, and then the Winners Finals. We are approaching the end of this tournament where one trainer will take the crown.
This is the end game, people. Up next is going to be the Taurian versus X-Gerald, and the winner of that match will face off against Bogish in the Losers Semis. Bogish has been on a tear in this Losers bracket, knocking out massive names like BJ, Mystic, Mamba, and he's really had a solid showing here in Sacramento.
But don't forget about the winner's side of the bracket. We have Out of Pocket and S. James P21, a bit of a rematch from Indianapolis.
Yeah, those two are going to be facing off again, and I'm sure Out of Pocket would love to be able to take victory over SJ, the winner of Indianapolis. You know, the last time that Rise was able to cast, SJ was able to win. We'll have to see if history repeats itself a little bit here.
We shall have to see which of these trainers is going to put their name in the history books. That's what they're battling it out for. They are trying to earn their ticket to the World Championships 2025 in California. So perhaps one day we can share a little history lesson about them.
Maybe. Looking at these teams here of our two trainers up on stage, I am seeing double Dunsparce, the most popular Pokemon here in day number 2. We have a Mud Slapper for each trainer as well. It is going to be that Kanto Marowak for the Taurian, as well as that Gastrodon for X-Gerald. Gastrodon having Body Slam as Earth Power doesn't really have any super effective damage, but here we go into game number 1. That looks like a Flyer Kanto Moltres, but it's indeed just a shiny variant of the Galarian Moltres.
A beautiful shiny it is, and we actually see X-Gerald pivot out with a lot of energy. This gives the Taurian an opportunity to do a little Brave Bird and dip if he so chooses. We see X-Gerald put up a Protect Shield because that Brave Bird does end up doing quite a bit of damage. Bringing in that Shadow for Alligator, we see this matchup play out quite a bit here in the competitive series during this season. Shadow for Alligator relies on that boosted Shadow Claw damage as well as some resisted Hydro Cannons that it just paces to so quickly.
Oftentimes you'll see trainers not shield a move after they make a safe swap, but X-Gerald here actually making a really great call, shielding up the neutral Brave Bird and allowing himself to go down a shield, but because the Pokemon that comes in, the Feraligatr only has resisted Hydro Cannons, it's a significantly more efficient shield usage as compared to maybe shielding up a Hydro Cannon in order to try to win switch advantage. Pivoting out once again into the Mandiba's really great efficiency here, again from Gerald, just throwing the Aerial Ace, not very much energy cost in order to pick up that knockout, whereas something like Play Rough would have been a lot more energy to just do a little bit of damage.
And we are going to see the Taurian launch this Brave Bird against the Mandibuzz and make an immediate pivot out into that Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion using the Poison Sting damage and then is going to be relying on those Aqua Tails, hopefully trying to knock out the Mandibuzz from here.
Aerial Ace coming through, going to do a little bit of chip damage to this Shadow Drapion. I probably don't expect a shield from the Taurian, recognizing, okay, my Galarian Moltres looks pretty good in the back, especially with shields, and I'm not really threatened by this really cheap move, Aerial Ace. Another one coming through before the Taurian throws his own Aqua Tail, which at this HP level on the Mandibuzz might have found a knockout.
However, it is protected. These trainers are at shield parity. There's one shield remaining on each, and X-Gerald is not going to use it here. The Dunsparce is pretty thick. It can absorb a couple of charge attacks. Oh, but a defense drop. That is rough for that Dunsparce. That means this Crunch is going to threaten a lot more than usual, forcing X-Gerald to use the shield here. He still has two very low health Pokemon in the back. The Taurian's Galarian Moltres is very healthy.
Smart play by Gerald here, throwing the Rock Slide in case the Taurian opted to try to catch on that Galarian Moltres. Same energy as Drill Run, would have still been able to knock out this Shadow Drapion. Crunch coming through. The debuff on the Dunsparce means this Crunch probably picks up the knockout.
It does. And then we see the Azumarill launching the Ice Beam with no Protect Shields remaining. This is going to knock out the Shadow Drapion. The Galarian Moltres is going to come in. It is very, very healthy. It's Sucker Punch down. I don't think, will it get there before the Azumarill gets to a move? No, the Galarian Moltres able to farm up all of that energy, and then it's going to get to the attack. I think the Ancient Power would have been enough, but going right for the sure thing, the Brave Bird to eliminate that Mandibuzz, and the Taurian takes the Game 1 victory.
That was a really complex game. X-Gerald really pushing the pace of that battle because of the continuous switch outs. I think it actually cost him a little bit in that mid to late game. Switching in that Dunsparce allowed the Taurian to get that defense drop, and because he had switched in the Dunsparce, he was unable to switch it out again, and then needed to take that crunch damage, as you can see here, picking up the knockout. Whereas if that debuff hadn't occurred, or if the debuff had been cleared through a switch out, I don't think it would have picked up the knockout.
And with that may have changed the outcome of the game. However, we see the Taurian able to Sucker Punch down the Azumarill and able to exit that matchup with an attack. So you're going to see the Mandibuzz come in here. The Ancient Power is already there, but the Taurian says, nah, I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to see a Brave Bird.
Brave Bird more than enough to pick up the knockout. I think we'll have to see how Gerald rotates through his game plan and see if he continues to play the same style where he's continuously switching in and out, or if he tries to play maybe a little more slow, a little more methodical, playing out the matchups that he's in. He's not going to like this matchup, though. It is an Ariados into that Dunsparce.
Yeah, actually staying in, not doing an immediate swap out. And you can kind of see why he's kind of ADA weak to this, because he has the Mandibuzz in the back, which doesn't like seeing that Dunsparce either.
Building up the energy and then switching out means that Ariados might be powerful in the back. If it has energy advantage, it can utilize the lunge debuffs to mitigate a lot of damage that's going its way. Great counter swap here by the Taurian. This is one of the best answers in the meta for Dunsparce. Rock Slide, not as efficient as Drill Run, but Drill Run is resisted by the grass typing of Superior.
Yes, that's why I really like Superior in this matchup, because these Rock Slides, again, they're not same type of attack bonus. They aren't really that impactful in the matchup. And you can already see Superior pacing to 2 Frenzy Plants. It's going to have it just about back-to-back. This is going to be enough to knock out the Dunsparce, kind of giving X-Gerald an opportunity to perhaps align this Ariados where he wants it.
Aerial Ace coming through. This is going to do a nice little bit of chip damage to the Ariados. The question is oh, we actually see an immediate pivot out into the Dunsparce. Rock Slide now coming through, going to pull the first shield for Gerald. He doesn't really have all that many places to go, though. There is the Mandibuzz in the back. He can throw a lunge here, but it would actually goes no shielded by the Taurian. This is interestingly enough, his best Pokemon for the remainder of the game, so this damage is quite nice for Gerald.
Yeah, and able to pace to another lunge before the Taurian gets to that next rock slide. Gerald being patient, trying to get as much done as possible. We see the Taurian go for the no shield. The Dunsparce is in the red. He swaps out immediately into the Mandibuzz. The Mandibuzz is going to have an opportunity to snarl down unless the Taurian swaps out into a different Pokemon. But the Mandibuzz looks pretty solid here. It loves the superior matchup. It's going to be a little tougher, though, with the Feraligatr now because Gerald already expended a Protect Shield.
Yeah, being down one shield in this matchup isn't great. You're not doing a ton of damage with your fast attacks, and we see an Aerial Ace coming through. It is shielded by the Taurian, a little bit less efficient of a usage for a shield. A charge attacks being thrown by the Taurian, it is an Ice Beam. That would be super effective damage and very nearly being able to knock out the Mandibuzz at this health range.
The Mandibuzz has 2 attacks loaded, going for the Aerial Ace, and the Taurian makes a catch. He even still has a Protect Shield remaining, but uses the Superior as another one. Gerald kind of taking the opportunity, wanting to see if he can build back up to the 2 stored charged attacks.
Really great undercharge by Gerald there, going to allow himself to build up to basically 100 energy and come out with 2 Dark Pulses fully loaded for the Feraligatr. I don't think it is in Dark Pulse range, though. Going for another bait on the Aerial Ace. Maybe he's gonna opt for triple Aerial Ace as opposed to double Dark Pulse.
I think to pull that off, he's going to need to make a catch. The next Aerial Ace going off the Taurian, probably going to expend his final Protect Shield here, and then Gerald's going to need to make a catch onto that Ariados.
Oh, great attempt. He waited the turns, but Taurian, more patient, more willing to risk it all, waits those turns, sees the switch, farms down with those Shadow Claws, and is able to secure a really strong victory here, 2-0 over Gerald.
Very good games here in a losers round 2. Congratulations to the Taurian for moving on. I agree, that last moment was so key. Gerald's final win condition was being able to catch that attack on the Ariados, and you saw Gerald pause, waiting for an opportunity to make that catch. However, the Taurian said, "No, I'm just gonna keep doing fast attacks. You are not gonna make that catch on me."
Yeah, recognizing your win conditions in those endgames, knowing that your opponent needs to make a catch in order to have their own win condition and trying your best to play around it, waiting for that animation to start before you decide to throw your charged attack. In the replay here of that game number 2, we see the attempted catch once again by Gerald, but does not come through. The Taurian never saw that snarl animation occur, so felt very comfortable just to go for those Shadow Claws. Knew that Gerald needed one more snarl in order to reach that 3rd Aerial Ace, which would have threatened the knockout.
It's not just about recognizing your own win conditions. You also have to recognize the win conditions of your opponent. It's a lot to keep balanced in your mind as you are going through game after game after game throughout the loser side of the bracket. And we are about at the end of the loser side of the bracket. We are now in the losers semifinals. The Taurian does not get an opportunity to catch his breath. He is going to be right back on the stage facing Bogish.
And this is for this 3rd place medal. The winner here moves on to losers finals, which secures that big prize there and the opportunity to try to go for grand finals and go for it all.
Yeah, but it is a tough road. In order to win from the loser side of the bracket, since this is a double elimination style tournament, you have to beat the person coming in from the winner's side, not once, but twice in a best of 5. Best of 5!
That's gonna be a lot of battles. Our 2 trainers there in the winner's side of the bracket have been waiting for quite some time. They played really early in the day comparatively. They've got to watch, they've had the opportunity to watch these loser side battles, maybe get to study a little bit of the potential trainer they might face in the losers finals, but they don't want to be there. They want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. They want to win winners finals and see who joins them in grand finals.
And that's tough. Some trainers, it might be nice to have that little bit of a break, walk away, collect your thoughts. For some, it's kind of like you're on ice. You can get cold.
Maybe they're going to be playing some GBL or doing some scrims in the meantime to, stay fresh, stay warm, make sure that they're able to continue those counts. You're talking about how long of a grind the loser's side bracket is. Some people see it as an advantage because they are able to stay warm, they're able to stay fresh, they're able to make sure that they're counting every single fast attack as it comes through.
Taking a look at the teams from Bogish and the Taurian, we just saw the Taurians battles. However, Bogish bringing that Annihilate and the Clodsire being two of the key differences in these two trainers' teams. I really like watching Annihilate with the counter and the Rage Fist damage. And how many, does it really have a lot of play here though against the Taurian?
It actually does, I want to say. Of course, you want to be a bit careful of getting in a position where you're down shields. It is quite fragile, but if you look across the board, counter is neutral against everything except that Dunsparce, in which it's super effective, right? So it has a lot of play. If you're able to ramp up that damage, you might be put into a really strong position, especially because we've seen that Dunsparce is a Pokemon that so many trainers have relied upon in order to have safe switches, in order to have safe, consistent play into opponents' teams.
Not the Dunsparce off the bat. There is one hiding in the back. We have Mandevas versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. We swap out to a different impressive shiny in that shiny Galarian Moltres, and there is that Dunsparce. Just like you said, Feed, it is consistent, what makes it a great safe swap in the current meta.
We see an Ancient Power bait coming in from this Galarian Moltres. This is a really tough bait to call because a Brave Bird might pick up a knockout at this point. There's so much energy on Bogish's Dunsparce. Rock Slide coming through. I'm not quite sure this picks up a knockout yet, but will the Taurian be able to reach a Brave Bird?
But before we can find out, we do have to see this Rock Slide. It is going to bounce off of the Protect Shield of the Taurian, and we can see 1, 2 more, and it is able to get there after those 2 Sucker Punches land. Bogish has to make a decision. Does he Protect Shield the Dunsparce? No, Dunsparce cleared off the battlefield. However, now Bogish has an opportunity with the Mandibuzz to get just a little bit of energy.
This is really creative from Bogish. He actually went A strong to that Kanto Marowak. In the back is the Superior. It has a really great matchup here. And of course, the Taurian didn't want to realign the Kanto Marowak against the flying type of Mandibuzz. So he's aligned it against the Superior, but he also doesn't want it against that.
It is going to be rough. Alignment is going to be key. Let's see how the trainers handle this mid-game matchup. We have the Mandibuzz versus the Shadow Drapion. The Aqua Tails, even though this is a Shadow Drapion, the Aqua Tails just don't do a lot of damage. They eventually add up over time. What's nice about the Shadow Drapion is that quick pacing to each and every Aqua Tail. Oh, and we see perhaps a quick catch of this Aerial Ace onto the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Less impactful than the Dark Pulse would have been.
But as you see, the Taurian not happy with what comes in afterwards. It is the Superior, and the Superior can quite comfortably go for a full Vine Whip down here. 1 Rock Slide coming through, not going to threaten. Mud Slap, although it hits hard, it is resisted by the Superior, and the Superior has a lot of bulk. The question is, will another Rock Slide be reached? It is, so maybe Bogish wants to invest a Protect Shield here. However, he's loaded on energy. He's got 2 Frenzy Plants completely loaded, or he could potentially bait with an Aerial Ace if he so chooses.
I don't think he needs to. I think that with 2 Frenzy Plants back to back, the first one's going to take the Protect Shield, the second one will knock out. So there's the one going into the Protect Shield, has the second Frenzy Plant loaded. That's going to be enough to knock out the Drapion. It is resisted damage, however, the Drapion is just so low in health that will be enough to knock out. And Bogish still had a pretty healthy Mandibuzz in the back. That was a pretty dominant performance from Bogish.
Yeah, it was a really smart team composition, reading how much the Taurian likes that Kanto Marowak and really providing it nowhere to go against his team. ABA strong to it, Mandibuzz catching it in the lead. He gives up switch advantage, but that's totally fine. He has 2 answers for it in the back after the counter swap. So, you know, the one matchup that the Kanto Marowak maybe wanted to see in that Dunsparce and never found.
We are at 1-0. If Bogish can win this next one, he will secure himself a spot in the losers finals. With this Mandibuzz that we see on the screen, the Taurian able to make a nice catch, kind of neutralize a little bit of that damage. However, because Bogish was able to ramp up fast attack all the way down on that Shadow Kanto Marowak, exiting with more than 2 Frenzy Plants. Really able to secure him the victory there.
And it's very interesting watching Bogish play here because he has been playing significantly different from anyone else in that he's not using Superior's bench pressure. He's using it in significantly many games. We see it on his team of 3 here once again. And in the back, it does have some play, but it needs to avoid that Shadow Drapion. But in the lead, it's a solid matchup for him. It's that Air Slash Mandibuzz into a Shadow for Alligator.
I was just going to say, we love seeing the Air Slash Mandibuzz. Look at how much damage is already done to the Feraligatr. Bogish deciding to tank the Ice Beam because Mandibuzz was at full health, just with a little bit of Shadow Claw damage, still able to tank it pretty comfortably. Now with the Taurian revealing the Shadow Drapion, Bogish can align the Dunsparce onto it if he so chooses.
Yeah, I was expecting the Bogish to switch right away, but instead opting for another Aerial Ace here to chip it down even lower, maybe providing his Dunsparce the ability for a rollout down, or maybe just staying in general and then going for a rollout down afterwards. I'm going to say it once again. I said it maybe 10 seconds ago, but Superior are going to be able to find 2 Pokemon in the back that it's really strong against, and the Taurian switching in his best answer for Superior. It's already low on health, and it's never going to be able to face that Pokemon.
No, Bogish could have a Superior sweep in the end game, perhaps. But with a little bit of assistance from this Dunsparce, now we have the Superior in the back. Superior, again, likes this matchup. It also, the pacing it paces really nicely. Having a 2-turn fast attack versus a 3-turn fast attack allows you to have a little bit of an advantage. It's harder for the opposing trainer to make a catch or make a swap on you.
Yeah, it's a lot cleaner to play as the 2-turn fast attack, able to interrupt their cycle even if you wanted to throw in suboptimal timing. Sometimes trainers will throw 2 fast attacks to prevent the damage from the second rollout from applying. So you have a lot more wiggle room as the Vine Whip user in this matchup. Frenzy Plant coming through. This would be more than enough damage to pick up a knockout. We see the Taurian no shielding. Bogish knows what's in the back. He knows it's that Shadow Feraligatr, and he's let his Superior get quite low. An immediate switch out, even though it's just the Feraligatr coming in.
Yeah, but the Dunsparce, now it's getting pretty low. A Hydro Cannon is going to threaten a knockout at this point. So Bogish having to use a Protect Shield here to protect the Dunsparce. But the Dunsparce has a lot of energy. Going to pressure shields in turn from Taurian. We are rapidly approaching the end game of this matchup here in the loser semis.
And interestingly enough, Bogish did not go for appropriate fast attack timing here, allowing the Taurian to get a free Shadow Claw in. Hydro Cannon coming through, and the Taurian's got to be extremely close to just one more Shadow Claw. Gets to a second Hydro Cannon, no shields remaining on Bogish's side, and this is going to pick up the knockout. And I expect the Shadow Feraligatr to farm down the Superior with just Shadow Claws at this point. We're actually swapping into the Drapion, 1 shield remaining. Aqua Tail coming through. It's resisted damage, but it's going to be more than enough to knock out the Superior.
And Bogish recognizes it, saying, good game, and they move on to a decisive game 3 with that Shadow Drapion being the last Pokemon standing in the matchup. So now Bogish has to respond. In the first game, the Superior really saved the day. We thought it could potentially sweep the end game, but ended up in the matchup with the Superior and the Dunsparce. So the Superior just ended up being too low of health to really be impactful in the end game.
Yeah, the staying in the Mandibuzz matchup, I think, didn't help Bogish in this game. I think saving that fast attack pressure for something that is a little bit more squishy, such as a Shadow Feraligatr, would have been nice. And as you mentioned, the energy advantage that was built up on the Taurian's Dunsparce allowed Rock Slide after Rock Slide to land on that Superior. and it's in the red by the time it takes care of that Dunsparce, and it doesn't have enough health to wrap up the rest of the game.
Right, kind of leaving that Shadow Drapion to just be able to Poison Sting and Aqua Tail down to free the Superior from the field of play and claim game number 2. In this final game of the losers semifinals, the winner again is going to get to move on to the losers finals, awaiting whoever loses the winners finals matchup. It's either going to be out of pocket or S-Streams.
And our players are wrapping up, taking some final notes, thinking about what is the team that will secure my place in the losers finals. It is Bogish versus the Taurian, final decisive game number 3.
And a rough matchup for Bogish. Superior into Galarian Moltres, has to make an immediate pivot into the Dunsparce, and the Taurian kind of seems a little soft to Dunsparce, kind of throughout the 3 Pokemon that he's chosen. Galarian Moltres takes the super effective damage from the Rock Slides and the rollouts. Shadow Feraligatr doesn't love the matchup, and neither does Drapion, because it can takes super effective from the drill runs. So we see the Taurian actually sticking around in the matchup, kind of softening up the Dunsparce with all of these sucker punches.
And once again, Bogish grimacing as he's shielded another ancient power bait. Drill run coming through, going to do a lot of good neutral damage to this Feraligatr. Not going to be able to pick up the knockout quite yet. Feraligatr quite bulky enough, but a second drill run coming through, pulling a first shield.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Taurian didn't go immediately for the attack when he had it. Instead, building up a little bit more energy, perhaps wanting to get to 2 full Hydro Cannons before delivering the final blow to the Dunsparce, wanting to give himself that opportunity to Hydro Cannon whatever comes in.
Or potentially build up to an Ice Beam for when the Superior comes in, and I think that's exactly why he invested the shield, is so that he could try to pull a shield back. But Bogish, unwilling to give up that shield, brings in Mandibuzz. Although it still takes super effective damage from the Ice Beam, it is a little bit more bulky than the Superior. In comes the Drapion. Great no switch by Bogish here. If he happened to counter swap, he would have put his Superior in a really tough spot.
Sometimes trainers, when they're on stage, they get a little nervous. They fall into the you swap, I swap. I'm going to immediately change out my Pokemon. But instead, Bogish sticking around and allowing and getting the Drapion a little bit softer before bringing the Superior in. I don't know if bringing in, I don't know if that counter swap was the right move, though.
Yeah, bringing it at this position, the Drapion still has a lot of energy, and Aerial Ace is not going to threaten a knockout, neither is Frenzy Plant. So Bogish has a decision. Do I want to try to build up to 2 Aerial Aces and try to pick out a knockout there? I think that's going to have to be his play. Unfortunate defense drop there. Crunch, 30% chance of it happening, and it's happened twice against Bogish in this matchup.
The Taurian no shielding that Aerial Ace and then bringing in that Galarian Moltres to absorb this charge attack damage. This is going to knock out the Galarian Moltres, and the switch timer not quite up for Bogish, but he is free to swap now, able to fast attack down the Feraligatr. Hold on here. But no Protect Shields remaining. The Taurian able to get to this Aqua Tail and is going to be able to knock out the Mandibuzz. Superior comes back in, but is just 1 Poison Sting away from being knocked out. And that means the Taurian is able to move on to the losers finals.
Just not quite enough health remaining on that Superior. Needed a little bit more bulk in order to survive those Poison Stings. If he was able to get to that Aerial Ace there, he would have had the Aerial Ace on the Mandibuzz as well, and those combined would have been able to strip off the shield and also taken the remaining health and secured the victory, but not quite enough health, and that means that the Taurian is the winner.
Very dynamic gameplay in the end game there. Lots of kind of switching out, managing health, managing energy on all of the remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, I still wonder what could have been different had Bogish stayed in with the Mandibuzz and saved the Superior for later. The Drapion was just so healthy. It just had so much energy that 2 crunches going into it. I guess maybe what happens if the defense drop doesn't happen? Maybe the Superior has enough health to survive to get to another Aerial Ace? Maybe that was a very critical key part to this battle.
And we are going to see the Aquatail kind of delivering the final blow here to the Mandibuzz, and the Superior just, again, not having quite enough in the bank to be able to be impactful in that endgame matchup. What we are going to have next, we have kind of almost concluded the loser side of the bracket. There's only one battle left, but that's going to be kind of stay on pause. So the Taurian able to kind of sit, relax for a moment while he waits to find out who his opponent is going to be. In our winners finals, we can see here the Taurian having to defeat Bogish, coming down, as well as Gerald in losers round 2. It's a long road, it's a tough road, but now going to have an opportunity against whoever loses here. It is Out of Pocket versus S. James P, a rematch from Indianapolis.
And as we go into our final 3 matches, remember, this is a best of 5, not just a best of 3. So we're going to have a little bit more time for our players to make adjustments, to read the minds of their opponents, to see how they want to create and draft teams in order to win these battles.
And it is, again, it is a marathon. A lot of times you kind of have your first game, that's your information gathering game. Here they have a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more time to kind of feel each other out. These 2 trainers have been sitting in the audience for quite some time, have had a lot of opportunities to really think through their strategies.
And neither player has lost a match yet. They've been on the winner's side of the bracket since the very beginning of the tournament. So one of them's going to have to take their first loss of the tournament here. It just has to happen, right?
Eventually, in a double elimination style tournament, you run out of opportunities to continue moving on and winning. When you take a look at Out of Pocket, the key Pokemon, the key difference maker, I would say, on Out of Pocket's team is that Araquanid. It is so unique, so different, where with S. James P kind of having that regular non-shadow Jumpluff, I think is interesting on his side, but also has, you know, the regular Sand Slash, not the Shadow as well.
I'd be curious to know if Out of Pocket has been able to face a Jumpluff yet in this tournament. Jumpluff is going to be one of those Pokemon that has an interesting matchup against that Araquanid. Araquanid only running Double Water, not going to have any moves that are neutral against the Jumpluff, such as Bug Buzz, but able to do neutral Bug Bite damage, able to lower the attack of the Jumpluff. Fairy Wind's neutral, but Aerial Ace is going to be super effective into that Pokemon. Not too many flying type damage moves in the meta, but Jumpluff has one of them.
Our players are ready on the stage. We are in winners finals, best of 5. The winner moves directly onto the grand finals, guaranteeing themselves at least second place here at the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Sacramento. We can take a quick peek at both teams. We have the Araquanid, we have that Jumpluff and the Alolan Sandslash on the side of S. James.
And really interesting, neither trainer here has a Dunsparce. We saw so many Dunsparces on the loser side of the bracket. We saw that it was #1 in usage. It was only not used by 3 trainers, and we have 2 of them here in the winners finals.
Very curious choice. Instead, relying on some different Pokemon for that consistency. I would say the Azumarill is more of their consistent, kind of non-polarizing choice on those teams. As well as, I would say the Kanto Marowak as well, just relying on it for some consistent damage.
Yeah, consistent fast attack damage, able to ramp up to those Bone Clubs quite quickly, with great coverage with Rock Slide, because ground type damage is resisted or double resisted by flying types. Able to cover that with something that can hit those flying types with super effective. But we're looking at these teams, the only Pokemon that is going to have that flying type is that Jumpluff, and you really don't want that Pokemon up against your Alolan or your Cantonian Marowak. You would love to have that Pokemon up against an Alolan Marowak, however.
Yes, but no Alolan Marowaks here today. This isn't LAIC Alpha Phoebe. And moving right along into our winners finals, we are going to start off here today with a strong lead for S. James with that Azumarill into the Malamar. However, Out of Pocket opting to stay in the matchup. The Psywaves do a significant amount of damage. It provides a lot of fast attack pressure.
And this is what I'm talking about when I say you can take advantage of Azumarill's slow pacing. Look at how much damage has been done to S. James's Azumarill. He's built up a ton of energy, right? But if you see how much damage the play rough does to Out of Pocket's Azumarill, the health advantage goes to Out of Pocket at this point.
S. James P making the swap, building up some energy, utilizing a little bit of patience, and then absorbing the damages from these play roughs. This misaligns our switch timer. Out of Pocket has, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds left of his switch timer, and it is slowly creeping down. He's going to be able to make a switch out before S. James will be.
He does have a lot of energy on that Malamar. Superpower going to be double super effective against this Sand Slash. However, I don't expect S. James to ever shield in this matchup, knowing that those double superpowers could prove to be a knockout blow.
And there is that Malamar. Really like Out of Pocket throwing the foul play here. There's no need to debuff yourself at this point. You're going to be in this matchup for a while, having been switched in. Here comes the Azumarill going for that super effective play rough. Out of Pocket rightly shielding.
And I think Out of Pocket is likely going to invest both shields here if the Azumarill is able to reach another play rough before he's able to pivot out. Again, taking advantage of Azumarill's slow pacing. Foul play coming through, going to do a little bit of chip damage. It is resisted by that fairy typing of Azumarill, but the Psy Waves adding up. Another foul play is loaded. Ice Beam now from S. James. Does Out of Pocket have his counts down?
Does he know it's only an Ice Beam? He might have known, but decides to shield it anyway, kind of preserving the health on Malamar. Malamar is going to be able to do either neutral or super effective damage to the rest of S. James' Pokemon. Actually going for the foul play here. Both charge attacks are resisted, maybe wanting to just make sure to clear out the Azumarill.
I would have preferred for him to go for the farm down, however, opting to use that energy, and now the remainder of his energy doesn't go to waste quite yet. He does save it now, and in comes the Shadow Feraligatr. It is going to get a lot of energy here from this Azumarill. I expect to see, oh, actually, S. James going for the charge attack. I thought he might go for a Shadow Claw down and utilize one of his shields, but saving the shield means that it's going to be in a really comfortable position to not be worried about a superpower coming from that Malamar.
Right, and it's only that Malamar has probably exactly 1 HP remaining. So that is going to be tough for Out of Pocket. He can't exactly switch it in.
Yeah, in comes the Hydro Cannon, knocks it down into the yellow. Sludge Bomb is reached. We're gonna see Hydro Cannon is a charge attack tie. Pocket maybe losing count there. Was able to throw it earlier because S. James did not have his switch clock up yet, but Malamar coming back in, one Shadow Claw coming through, and S. James securing game number 1.
But there are many more games to go in this best of 5 series. So in that matchup, we saw the Malamar, the Alolan Sandslash, and the Clodsire from Out of Pocket. The Araquanid kind of staying on the bench. With S. James, we saw that Azumarill lead with the Alolan Sandslash and Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, it's maybe going to be a little bit tough to bring the Araquanid into S. James' team. Azumarill and Jumpluff both going to be pretty good. Alolan Sandslash is a bit of an interesting matchup because you resist the Powder Snow, Drill Run, and Ice Punch, but you are doing resisted Bug Bite damage, and you take so long to pace to the Water Pulse that gives S. James an opportunity to switch out and potentially have a different Pokemon come into that matchup.
Yeah, you're going to see here kind of Out of Pocket maybe losing count, having a moment of like, was that right? Did I miscount? Where am I? And then the Clodsire getting swept off the field by the Hydro Cannon. S. James P being able to claim that early victory. Out of Pocket not really being able to utilize the charge attack that he did have loaded on Malamar.
All right, as our players get loaded into game number 2, they're going to have to clear their slate or their mind from the state of that last game. We have Malamar into Shadow Feraligatr. This is a pretty neutral matchup as both Pokemon are doing neutral fast attack damage to each other, and they pace to their charge attacks in very similar fashion.
And what I see in the back is Big Spider on the side of Out of Pocket. And I think it has a fair amount of play going into the line that S. James brought, especially, oh my goodness, that Hydro Cannon did so much damage. S. James actually opting to shield his Feraligatr and maybe going for the Shadow Claw down, but we'll have to use both Protect Shields to do it.
I imagine afterwards, Out of Pocket is going to bring in that Araquanid to soak up this energy. However, I also expect S. James to switch out because he has 2 Pokemon that will be pretty okay into this Pokemon as well. Bubble Beam coming through, going to lower the attack of this Azumarill. Everything from this Araquanid is resisted, but both of these Pokemon are extremely bulky. I think actually this Araquanid could stay in and be fine in this matchup.
Are you ready to see 10 Bubble Beams, Alpha Feed? Just Bubble Beam, Bubble Beam, Bubble Beam. This Azumarill is going to have no attack remaining by the time this Araquanid is done with it.
Attack drops once again. Play Rough coming through, going to do a small bit of chip damage to this Araquanid. I expect S. James to switch out at some point so that he does not stay in a matchup where his Azumarill is just doing not as much damage as it should because of the Bubble Beam attack drops.
Out of Pocket actually over farming, not throwing another Bubble Beam. Gonna have to absorb another Play Rough onto the Araquanid. Just that little amount of chip damage. Out of Pocket, I think, kind of hoping that his Azumarill has a lot of play in the back. Azumarill kind of tough matchup against that Jumpluff. Azumarill needs probably some energy, some shield, wants to make sure it avoids getting hit with super effective damage.
Yeah, the tough thing is that it is the standard Jumpluff, right? So Ice Beam's going to threaten a little bit less, so I think that Out of Pocket needs to preserve a little bit of this Araquanid in order to have some play there. Instead, though, we see S. James switching in the Feraligatr, trying to snipe away this energy from Out of Pocket. However, Out of Pocket shielding up. A second Hydro Cannon is ready and loaded. Out of Pocket was going for the Water Pulse there, but I don't know if he has enough health to get there.
I'm not sure either. Actually had the Water Pulse, but clicked on the Bubble Beam.
There is so little health remaining on that Araquanid. He's going to, because he's used both of his shields now it's a bit more tough for Out of Pocket. In the back is the Grass and Flying type of Jumpluff, and with shields down, he does have a slight energy advantage, but no switch clock up for S. James quite yet. Means that he's got a few bubbles of energy advantage. Ice Beam coming through, not enough to knock out. Can Out of Pocket make a second Ice Beam before the Jumpluff can get to 2 charge attacks? Or can S. James potentially catch one of the Ice Beams onto his own Azumarill?
That seems like a strong win condition because the Jumpluff is only going to be able to get to this first energy ball. Jumpluff not exactly known for being attack weighted. This is going to be super effective damage, but only takes Azumarill right into the red. There is S. James' own Azumarill. Does Out of Pocket remember exactly how much energy is on the Jumpluff? He does. He's able to farm up to almost 2 attacks.
This is going to be a really close endgame. Play Rough enough to knock out 2 more bubbles to get to the Ice Beam. Energy Ball unable to be reached, but he reaches for the Aerial Ace. Does Out of Pocket know that this is an Aerial Ace, or is he expecting an Energy Ball?
Let's find out. It is the Aerial Ace. Does Azumarill hang on? No! That was close. That had to have been within about 1 HP margin of error there for S. James P, looking like in a dominant position now with a 2-0 lead over Out of Pocket, looking to repeat some history here today.
Jumpluff, not that attack weighted, but just attack weighted enough to be able to have that Aerial Ace knockout. I think Out of Pocket's probably regretting having shielded those Hydro Cannons into that Araquanid, or even regretting throwing the Bubble Beam as opposed to that Water Pulse. That extra damage from that charge attack would have been really impactful. As we see back in these replays, the amount of work that Jumpluff Energy Ball did, switching in the Azumarill, just enough energy Out of Pocket was able to reach in order to get to an Ice Beam, but perfect timing by SJ, able to reach an Aerial Ace of his own.
Yeah, it's really memorable to me that kind of when Out of Pocket winced a little when he threw that Bubble Beam instead of the Water Pulse. That could have been a key moment. All of those moments, especially when they happen earlier on in the mid game, can tend to kind of butterfly effect later on into the late game.
And thinking back about it, the the Bubble Beam went into the Feraligatr, so it actually might have been helpful thinking about it again, because it had provided him to get more energy because there was more health on that Feraligatr. It provided him the ability to get more energy on that Azumarill to get to that second Ice Beam before the second Energy Ball was loaded on the jump bluff. So, you know, these endgames can be really, really complex, especially between two talented trainers such as Out of Pocket and SJ. 2 games to 0, SJ is in a position to take it all and to move to the grand finals here. It is another Feraligatr into Malamar lead.
You can see the jaws clenched. These trainers are locked and loaded. This is decisive. Will S. James take a victory here to catapult him into the grand finals? We are going to see the Feraligatr make the first charge attack of this game, knocking the Malamar down very low. The Malamar can just barely get to 2 attacks before it gets Shadow Clawed down.
First superpower coming through, not going to pick up a knockout because of the shield. Second superpower now actually coming at a charge attack tie. Will Out of Pocket decide to invest a shield to pull the second shield from S. James? Yes, he does. He wants shield advantage, and he wants to be able to force away the last Protect shield from SJ.
Out of Pocket actually leaving the Araquanid on the bench this time. Only going to be making 1 appearance so far out of 3 games. Swapping in the Azumarill to absorb some of this damage. Maybe tries to make a, S-James maybe trying to make a catch of damage, but instead Azumarill is going to have to absorb the first play rough. We've seen these mirror matches play out quite a bit, and it kind of depends if one of the Azumarills would have had some damage done on it already prior in the match.
You saw Out of Pocket not being the happiest there because of the Pokemon that came in. Out of Pocket was probably expecting it to be a jump bluff, right? But instead, the Azumarill was the answer from SJ because of the energy advantage Out of Pocket had gained. He didn't want to bring in a Pokemon that would be taking double super effective damage from Ice Beam. However, in the back is a Pokemon that is even better against Jump Bluff. It is that Alolan Sandslash. Actually, Out of Pocket pivoting it in here, saving that Azumarill for later, just in case there is another Pokemon that is good against this Alolan Sandslash. But SJ switches into the Feraligatr, going to be able to throw a Hydro Cannon, strip away this last shield. Out of Pocket needs to make sure he knows the energy counts on this Feraligatr. He needs to throw a Drill Run right before a Hydro Cannon. Could have done 1 more fast attack there to get a little bit more energy, but playing it safe, able to knock out the Feraligatr, and we'll have to see what SJ brings in afterwards.
The heaviest damage dealer for SJ is now out of play. Now going to be relying on 2 of his bulkier Pokemon. It's going to be a game for SJ of outlasting versus Out of Pocket, hoping to get some damage done. However, this play rough, though resisted, is going to do a lot of damage on this Alolan Sandslash.
Drill Run coming through, going to be more than enough damage to knock out the Azumarill, and I'm expecting to see a smile on Out of Pocket's face once he sees the Jump Bluff coming in. This is going to be double super effective Ice Punch damage. No smile, instead building up to close to 2 Ice Punches at this point. This is going to do so much damage to this Jump Bluff.
A little bit of a grimace on the side of S. James P. There is the first, and Out of Pocket not able to launch the second one, so the Alolan Sandslash is going to go down.
I think there is still energy on this Azumarill, so I expect an Ice Beam to be able to reach before an Energy Ball. SJ knows this as well. Ice Beam coming through, more double super effective Ice-type damage into Jump Bluff, and this is going to secure a first victory here for Out of Pocket, trying to fight back and stay in this winner's finals.
Out of Pocket disrupting this sweep that S. James was on, saying, no, I am not going out that easily, leaving the Araquanid on the bench instead, but instead bringing in that Alolan Sandslash and the Azumarill. Out of Pocket has led that Malamar 3 games out of 3.
He's trying his best to counteract the Shadow Feraligatr from SJ. Malamar, one of the more neutral Pokemon he has on his team into that matchup. He talked about it earlier in the day, how his team is so weak to Shadow Feraligatr, and he had mentioned, you know, oh, if I'm able to win this matchup, I have to be the best player in the world. And now he's got another matchup with another Shadow for Alligator, and it's SJ, one of the best trainers out there. He's so dominant in the Go Battle League. He won the regional just in Indianapolis last year, and I have to feel like he would have more accolades if he just was able to come to more tournaments.
Right, but Out of Pocket arguably is one of the greatest trainers in the world, our current NAIC reigning champion down in New Orleans. Our trainers are locked in. Can S. James wrap this up with a win, or can Out of Pocket force a game 5? We have the Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Azumarill, a quick pivot into the Clodsire. S. James has the perfect answer in Alolan Sandslash. Because the Alolan Sandslash, the popular fast attack, is now Powder Snow, able to pressure a lot of fast attack damage, which is compounded by the quick charged attack pressure by the Alolan Sandslash.
Compounded. I like that word. Like compounding interest. Quick maths with big feed. Earthquake coming through, not enough to knock out a Alolan Sandslash because it's not the Shadow variant. And again, you know, I actually talked to Out of Pocket earlier about why Shadow versus non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and this has to be one of the reasons. Able to survive the Earthquake, take it like a champ. Poison Stings not threatening, Sludge Bomb coming through. Actually, SJ opting to no shield here and give up switch advantage.
Maybe hoping to get some fast attack energy off of the Clodsire, but Out of Pocket denying it, bringing in the Kanto Marowak. The Marowak is great here at being able to apply a lot of fast attack pressure, taking out like a third of that for Alligator before even throwing an attack. However, it has to shield everything, and it's out of shields.
First Bone Club coming through, takes the shield from SJ. SJ wants to preserve the remainder of this for Alligator, recognizing how strong its charge attacks can be. Throwing in, I'm going to just call it optimal timing for taking damage. It's a bit of a tongue twister there, but doing 2 Shadow Claws, getting the most amount of energy while taking the least amount of damage. Not necessarily perfect timing in terms of energy, but if you're able to pick up a knockout, it's perfect for the amount of damage you take.
So S. James had brought that jump bluff pretty consistently in the prior 3 games. Out of Pocket has the Alolan Sandslash on the Clodsire, but no jump bluff to be seen. We see an undercharge by S. James, able to pick up 2 Shadow Claws there before knocking out the Clodsire. Here comes the Alolan Sandslash, but this is rough. Now that Out of Pocket has no shields remaining, this Hydro Cannon is going to do a lot of damage. Out of Pocket kind of shaking his head. I can hear him making kind of a snide remark. I can't hear him, but I can imagine it.
You're talking about how Alolan Sandslash running the Powder Snow going to do a lot better into that Clodsire. However, it does a lot worse into something like Feraligatr, where it's doing resisted damage. Even though that Feraligatr had taken a lot of damage from that Kanto Marowak, it had not been threatened at all by those Powder Snows because it resists them. Whereas maybe if it was Shadow Claw, Pocket might have had a little bit more play to attempt a farm down.
S. James moving on to the grand final match. Can he claim another regional championship victory right here in Sacramento? But Out of Pocket not out of it yet. Can still make a run in the losers finals. Only has to handle 1 game. Only has to handle that 1 game in the losers finals. The Taurian is waiting for him there.
The Taurian with Shadow for Alligator, my pick for the MVP today. We'll have to see if Pocket is able to overcome that tough, I was gonna say awful, but like I feel like tough's a better adjective there. That really tough matchup for him. He built his team, he felt a little bit weak to it, and it's really proving a little tough for him to handle here in these last few battles.
No team composition, no group of 6 Pokemon comes without its weaknesses. There are so many Pokemon available in the Pokemon Go meta. It really depends on having a trainer who is disciplined, who knows where the weaknesses in their team lie, and being able to overcome them, having the strategies, knowing the ins and outs.
I definitely agree. Knowing your team's weaknesses, knowing how to handle a Pokemon that is tough for you, sharing the load, sharing the responsibility between 2 Pokemon such as Dunsparce, something that's pretty neutral into Feraligatr, or even Clodsire, which is weak but can do a lot of damage with its charge attacks, is key for success. that's going to be it for us, Stephanie. It's been lovely casting with you. Sacramento's been a wonderful city, but we're going to have to hand it off to our other two co-casters who will take us through the losers and the grand finals. You won't want to miss it.
Good game. You're the only person that was like consistently running Malamar. I don't know if anyone ran Malamar versus me. Sorry? I don't think anyone ran Malamar versus me at all this
Really?
tournament. Yeah.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion.
There's the lightning energy. There's a drop free.
Fighting
He's got the
energy
fighting
to the
energy.
hand.
So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh, Neo Upper Energy on the pit shot, KO with blustery win, and Nathan Ostergaard is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship. And there it is, the Prime Catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sandsear Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with his Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championship. So the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
It's been an incredible weekend for so many trainers that have come to compete here in Sacramento, California, but we are approaching the end of the line. Only one trainer can punch their ticket into the grand finals and win it all, becoming our Sacramento regional champion. Rise, it's been an honor and a pleasure to cast with you. We've got one more go around, and we'll see how it all unfolds.
The honor is all mine. We get the pleasure of witnessing talented trainer after talented trainer take the main stage, as we have 3 of them remaining. We take a look back at the winner's bracket. How did they get here? Out of Pocket took down the Taurian. SJ took down Mystic Mamba, and the 2 collided in the winner's finals, where SJ came out on top 3-1.
SJ has been absolutely impressive. He sent a lot of trainers down to this loser side bracket, but right now, we're going to take a look at Out of Pocket versus the Taurian. The Taurian disposing of Bogish, Gerald, and taking on many opponents along the way to this losers finals. As a reminder to everybody, our winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all best of 5. So just like you saw with Pocket and SJ, this series could go the distance.
We're at the point in time where these trainers have so much experience, it's not uncommon for them to have faced off against one another before.
Yeah.
Out of Pocket and Taurian, they faced off last weekend in Brazil.
No way.
And they made the trip out here to Sacramento, where they have found themselves in the losers finals. And I actually was talking to Out of Pocket before this matchup. He feels confident. He feels like his Araquanid gives him the advantage here. It's going to be up for the Taurian to try and cook something up to overcome maybe a slight disadvantage.
I think the Taurian circled, underlined, and added a lot of arrows to that Araquanid. He has got that Pokemon on his mind. Let's jump right into game number 1 of our losers finals. This is Shadow, Kanto Marowak versus Galarian Moltres.
Starting in style with the shinies as Clodsire swaps in against this Galarian Moltres, and we are going to see a Sludge Bomb queued up immediately. We've mentioned before, a high-level play, right? You swap in, there's that one-turn duration. You want to try to get that move off first, if possible, get that attack off first to eliminate that one-turn swapping.
Exactly right. Clodsire, one of the few Pokemon in the meta that can absorb a Brave Bird's worth of damage, but Out of Pocket has a decision to make. He's looking around. He decides to let it through.
Big Brave Bird connects. Galarian Moltres doing what it does best. And now the Sludge Bomb is caught and absorbed on the Dunsparce.
This is some solid chip damage into that Dunsparce. We've seen the rollouts are so heavily resisted by the Clodsire. It can stay in. It can get to another Sludge Bomb and continue to apply the pressure.
Rolling out is the Dunsparce, and this health is so low, but Clodsire is going to hang on to that energy for later as the shiny Kanto Marowak comes in.
You see what Pocket did there? He actually waited just a split second so that he could get the Mud Slap on the swap as well. High-level mechanics from this train on the left side of your screen, but he's going to eat a Drill Run here unless he uses his first shield of the game.
Second Drill Run going to leave Marowak quite low on the HP, but it's got quite a bit of energy as well. Looking to go for the Bone Club on the charge attack priority. Great counting from Pocket, and Taurian content letting the Dunsparce go down here.
This Shadow Kit to Marowak is definitely very weak. It might not even be able to get to the Rock Slide here against that Moltres. Oh, he's going to settle for the Bone Club. An early test of the Taurian's counting, and he is not to be fooled. He passes this exam with an A.
Double resisted. He studied for the test, and Bone Club is going to leave Moltres low, but Moltres has a lot of energy. It could get to a Brave Bird later on, and here comes the Araquanid. Out of Pocket feels like this is his MVP in this matchup, but right now it's in a very neutral situation against Drapion. If Drapion can get some debuffs, that could be critical.
This is so crucial. I actually really like this early shield from Pocket on that crunch. This is a Shadow Drapion. You're going to throw Bubble Beams, and usually the rule of thumb is to not shield the crunch until you're debuffed, but you need HP on this Araquanid. I really like this play.
That's a great point, Speedy, because with the Bubble Beam, you guarantee the attack fell. So you cut your you take your chances. If they don't get the debuff, now you can take a debuffed crunch as opposed to taking a non-debuffed crunch.
Yeah, full power crunch, right? We're gonna see the crunch connect. No debuff for Pocket. Remember, he's still got that Clodsire in the back. If he can take these shields away, he might be able to combo play with that Clodsire in just a moment.
Bubble Beam is queued up. You got to start using those Protect Shields. The swap into the Moltres, a combo play. Ancient Power, super effective. Going to grab the Protect Shield from Out of Pocket.
This is a little bit tricky because the Bug Bites are going to be neutral against the Galarian Moltres. Can he get the full Bug Bite down? Look at Pocket, and Araquanid absolutely devouring that Moltres.
But this is now in crunch range, and here comes the crunch. This is going to be really close, actually. Araquanid's a very bulky Pokemon. Is this crunch going to have enough to take it out? Araquanid goes down.
Araquanid faints. In comes a Clodsire. It's got the Sludge Bomb. You know, in real life, Rise, Scorpions usually get the better of Spiders, and here that happened exactly how you'd expect. Sludge Bomb getting Protect Shielded up. Now, this Clodsire's got no gas left in the tank. The Taurian takes game one.
Taurian able to get a little bit momentum in his favor. He's dropped his previous 2 matches against Out of Pocket, one in this tournament, the previous one at LAIC last weekend, and now he gets a point on the board looking to advance in this series.
As a reminder to everybody, this is a best of 5 series. The Taurian has that game 1 win, and like we talked about before the cast started, that Araquanid for Out of Pocket has been very, very strong. We saw it be instrumental there in his efforts to try to win this game number 1. Just kind of got a little overwhelmed towards the end, so I would look for Pocket to bring that Pokemon back and try to give it a better supporting cast.
Once again, the decision to shield the first crunch, although Pocket wasn't able to win this game, I think this is incredibly smart. Some trainers may have let the first one go because there's a chance of a debuff, but he understood, well, either way, I guarantee a potential debuff crunch I take, or I just cancel it out with my own debuff.
And look at the Taurian as well, switching out that Shadow Drapion so he can send it back in, get back to that full power crunch, and erase that Bubble Beam debuff.
Out of Pocket and the Taurian, they've become familiar with each other at this point in time, many of which games between the two of them, and we look to have a lock-in for game number 2. Trainers getting ready once again. It's going to be the Araquanid, but it's faced off against the rollout user, the Dunsparce.
This is a tough spot for Araquanid to be. Out of Pocket needs to get out of that matchup since in the Azumarill, a very neutral position to be in. And look at the back line here for the Taurian. It's double dark. I'm sure he is very happy to see Azumarill right here in the lead.
A bold, safe swap when you know there could potentially be a Superior back there, but fortunately for Pocket, no Superior in the back. In comes Drapion. Not the best counter for the Azumarill because it doesn't have that charge attack pressure, as we know, only has that fast attack pressure with the Poison Sting damage.
But I think that the chip and dip is also going to pay huge dividends. Poison Sting adding up, the new max out season buff gave additional damage to that fast attack. Now the crunches are going to start to rein in. Honestly, Rise, I don't hate this matchup as a Shadow Drapion player.
I don't either, especially if you're willing to commit Protect Shields, can make it really uncomfortable for the Azumarill. The ability to outpace it so significantly puts up that Protect Shield, and now you fully expect to see the Taurian overfarm, but Pocket's not going to let that happen. He's going to play aggressive, and he's going to pivot.
I think sometimes you just need to find the right spot for your Pokemon to succeed. Araquanid really going to struggle against that Dunsparce, so out of pocket trying to extract any value he can out of it, switching it in, but the defense fall on the crunch lines it up to get rolled out down here by the Dunsparce.
And it looks like these rollouts are now doing a little bit extra damage thanks to that debuff. The Rock Slide is queued up. This is going to deal super effective on the bug. It's bulky enough to hang on, but now you're in jeopardy of getting farmed down by the Dunsparce.
We're going to see the charge stack come through. Double water at play, but just the bubble beam bounces off of that Dunsparce. A little unfortunate because now the Dunsparce gets an additional rollout. And look at Taurian. He's letting the bubble beam come through. He tries to get a little bit more health reduction on his Dunsparce, but he allows another charge attack as a result.
Interesting decision. I guess it allows him maybe to delay the switch timer perhaps a little bit longer, so now he can throw this drill run and get out as opposed to giving out of pocket more energy to farm on the Clodsire.
And that's exactly what happens, going right into the Drapion. This Pokemon does have access to Aqua Tail, which can hurt that Clodsire quite a bit, but Pocket getting out of the situation, he's got Azumarill. Azumarill has barely any energy, he's trying to get to the Ice Beam, and look at this, it's going to reach it.
Gonna reach the Ice Beam, and now, after this Protect Shield is used, I think one fast attack might be enough to knock out. It's going to be close. Might need 2 Poison Stings, actually.
I think it's 2.
As the Aqua Tail is queued up, and Out of Pocket going to be forced to use a Protect Shield.
Out of Pocket hopes it's just 1 Poison Sting, but Drapion is a Poison type itself, and it hangs on, and you can see the kind of grimace there from Out of Pocket. He does not want to absorb an Aqua Tail, but he does not want to give up the shield either.
Super effective Aqua Tail taking a chunk of health from the Clodsire. Clodsire does have quite a bit of energy. Is double Sludge Bomb enough to knock out a Galarian Moltres? Let's gauge how much this first Sludge Bomb does. It puts it, no, not to 50%.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough, right? You need the Poison Sting damage, and meanwhile, the Galarian Moltres is gathering energy. There's still the Dunsparce lurking in the back, and the swap! Taurian sends out that Dunsparce to soak this Sludge Bomb.
Needs to maybe go for a slight undercharge, and that's what Pocket's going for. He needs to try and come out with a Sludge Bomb, but he doesn't undercharge quite enough.
Wait, hold on!
But here's another Sludge Bomb. It's going to be so close, Speedy.
Yeah, look at the HP bar in the Moltres. It's going to get hit with the Sludge Bomb. Safe type attack bonus. Clodsire trying to eke out a victory, and it's a knockout. Double simultaneous KO.
It is a tie here in game number 2. Double knockout. Unbelievable finish. And in case you're unaware, because ties are rare in this game, when it is a knockout of each player's last Pokemon, it's almost as if the game never happened. The tie doesn't go to either trainer, so we will essentially be replaying a game number 2.
We were talking about track and field backstage. I mean, you want to call this a warm-up, but this feels like a sprint, Rise. I mean, you didn't get any point either way for that game, but it takes a lot of effort, a lot of mental energy to play against a trainer like Out of Pocket, like the Taurian. That was awesome. And we're going to have potentially up to 4 more games to be played, so stay tuned.
Out of Pocket, you know, it seemed like he was behind most of that match. Yeah. So although it's a tie, he may be feeling pretty good about sneaking away with a tie, getting a chance to do that one over. And this is a pretty quick lock-in for this game number 2, as it's going to be Shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak against Shadow Feraligatr.
Out of Pocket is desperately trying to line up this Marowak against that Drapion, but the Taurian is just not giving him the matchup he wants, so he's forcing this uncomfortable situation against the Shadow Feraligatr. But we've also seen Pocket maneuver his way through this matchup before against previous opponents.
Correct. A few times this weekend, we've seen this lead matchup where the Kanto Marowak is able to utilize those Protect Shields just to brute force its way, to mud slap through the Shadow Feraligatr, a ground type with the power to take down this water type.
You see the single Shadow Claw converted into the Hydro Cannon. Meanwhile, this Shadow Kanto Marowak needs to shield everything coming from this Feraligatr. Do we see a switch out though from the Taurian? Yes. He goes into what?
Oh.
He goes into Drapion.
You don't see this often, and a perplexed look on Pocket's face, but once you peel both Protect Shields, thanks to the Shadow Claw damage, it is an Aqua Tail range, so Out of Pocket is now going to swap in the Sand Slash, and all shields are gone, so this Drapion's extremely vulnerable to the Drill Run.
I think Pocket is trying to call maybe the Glaring Moltres in the back. He doesn't know that it's the Dunsparce, and at this point, this is going to be tough. I mean, the Sand Slash is going to land the Drill Run here, but I don't know how you deal with that Dunsparce in the back from the Taurian.
The Drill Run here should be enough to knock out the Drapion, but keep in mind this Alolan Sand Slash is debuffed, and you're going to have to expend energy if the Feraligatr comes in. You cannot farm it down with Powder Snow damage, but we're actually going to see Dunsparce come in. It's going to start getting a head start on energy. Out of Pocket desperately needs some chip damage here to try and handle this Dunsparce.
I like this a lot, actually, for Pocket. If you look at the board position right now, he's going to throw the Drill Run. Yes, he's probably going to lose the Sand Slash here, but he can freely bring in the Marowak and then corner that Feraligatr with his Araquanid later. Let's see if that's what he decides to do.
Also, the Marowak is not yet in Drill Run range, so even if this Dunsparce is able to connect on a Drill Run, Marowak should be able to get off the Bone Club here. And if you're Out of Pocket, you know that the catch is available, so you may be content just throwing the Bone Club, even though you know the catch is possible. But no, he calls it! He calls the catch, saves the Bone Club, and is going to fully farm down this Feraligatr.
Wow, those instincts are on point. Pocket switching out, not giving up that vital energy into the weakened Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon bounces off of Araquanid, and the Bubble Spider chews its way through that Feraligatr.
Read him like a book, and now we're going to see the Water Pulse queued up. Should be about enough to knock out the Dunsparce from this range. Out of Pocket with some nice maneuvering, going to even up this series 1 game apiece.
That's so impressive. That's so impressive from Out of Pocket to find a way out of a tricky situation. I think it all comes down to his awareness and his knowledge of how to play that Shadow Kanto Marowak into Feraligatr matchup. As you saw, he applies so much pressure to the Taurian, forcing the swap out, forcing that Drapion out. He wanted it in the lead, Rise, but getting it on the swap ain't half bad.
Out of Pocket is such a clever player. I feel like one thing that separates him from very good to one of the best is his ability to anticipate what his opponents are going to do, and we saw a perfect showcase in that end game, calling the swap, calling the catch attempt, and just set him up in a great position. Didn't fall for a potential win condition for the Taurian.
I really appreciate what you pointed out there as well. That Dunsparce Drill Run was never going to be enough to KO that Shadow Kanto Marowak either. So it just speaks volumes about Pocket's ability to manage HP on his Pokemon and be so aware of the damage calculations that he's going to encounter later on in the match.
Out of Pocket, I think, has a nice balance in his play style of taking risks, but also playing with safe lines. And I feel like I've seen multiple times this tournament leading the Kanto Marowak into the Feraligatr, and it seems like he's usually able to take command, take control in what some people may consider a negative lead. He has a formula to try and navigate that situation.
And it's really counterintuitive, right? You look at the typing matchup, you look at the pacing, and you say, oh, based on those two things, I think that this Shadow Kanto Marowak is in trouble, but it takes a special trainer to look one layer deeper into the shooting scenarios, deeper into that matchup in terms of fast attack, charge attack, pressure. Going to this next game though, Rise, what do you expect from each player in terms of the Pokemon picks?
I think the Taurian has to find a way to really neutralize that Araquanid. It seems like the biggest threat, and here we go. Game number 3, a positive leap for Out of Pocket, Sand Slash into the Drapion.
Oh, and the instant swap into the Feraligatr, and we see these Shadow Kanto Marowak Rise. What about this? We saw in the lead, we just talked about how tough it can be, but Pocket says, no, give me this matchup any day of the week.
As the counter swap as well, is there any way with that one Shadow Claw head start, the Taurian could potentially get to 3 Hydro Cannons in this matchup? I think it's possible. Here we go. First Bone Club coming through. It's going to come down to whether 3 Mud Slaps knocks out from this range, I believe.
That's a great point. I mean, we're going to see if Alligator gets that single Shadow Claw into Hydro Cannon conversion. It's going to pull away that final protection from out of pocket. But at this position, though, I think 2 Mud Slaps might be enough, Rise.
First Mud Slap coming through.
Oh!
He's going to need to get to the third, and it's going to be close. Doesn't get the Hydro Cannon, though.
Wow, clutch play by out of pocket. Now he's got the Galarian Moltres on the field, and now that he's got energy, he can fight back. Ground-type Pokemon usually struggle against the flying types, but now Shadow Kanto Marowak is armed and ready.
A quick shake of the head in distress from the Taurian because he understands that this Marowak is going to get to double Rock Slide. So although the Feraligatr pulled the shield advantage, you're getting the shield advantage right back. Pulls the shield from the Moltres and a quick swap into the Sand Slash.
Look at the pressure. Look at out of pocket. He is not sticking around. He is not staying put, constantly on his feet. Sand Slash comes out here to face off against that Galarian Moltres. Absorbs Ancient Power, no problem. In comes the Drapion, gets the energy lead, and here comes the Drill Run.
No room to breathe. Superior is on the Taurian squad, but out of pocket right now, suffocating with this pressure. The quick swap, Drill Run connects onto the Drapion, and Taurian's gonna try and overfarm to the best of his ability here, going for the Aqua Tail because he doesn't feel like one crunch is enough, so I think he's going for the double Aqua Tail.
And I'll tell you what, if this was a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, the crunch would have been enough, but this selection, this decision out of pocket made forces the double Aqua Tails out of the Shadow Drapion and really just nails down this matchup for him.
Drapion had to expend so much energy just to get rid of that amount of health, and this game here looks to be all but over. I mean, out of pocket is got that really healthy Azumarill, right? Just can simply bubble down, maybe throw a charge attack, and goes for a little bit of a flex with the catch attempt, but understands that this one is over. Out of pocket taking game number 3.
Yeah, I really think the Taurian was hoping for that Araquanid in the back. He says, you know what? If that third Pokemon is Araquanid, let me Brave Bird it, see if I can Sucker Punch it down, and then just make quick work of that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but he did not get his wish. So this series has already been a real testament to both trainers' skill and endurance. We had game 1 to the Taurian, then the tie, and now Out of Pocket has won 2 games straight in this series. He needs 1 more for that rematch with SJ.
2-1 advantage. Dropped the first game, has won now 2 in a row, so the momentum has swung back in Out of Pocket's favor. This has been the storyline in this series, right? The Marowak versus Feraligatr matchup that Pocket has been able to really maneuver well. And one thing that, it sounds simple, but is so pivotal, so big in Pokemon Go PvP is the ability to react quickly on the swap.
Yes.
And Pocket only gave a 1 Shadow Claw head start. He was very quick to react. If he gives a 2 Shadow Claw head start, that could be the difference in that game.
I think you're exactly right. We saw the Feraligatr load the Hydro Cannon just as the Mud Slap connected. It's a half-second inflection point where you could win or lose, and it could happen at any moment. So these trainers are always on their toes, always operating at peak efficiency. One of our players is already locked in for game number 3. Honestly, if Taurian loses, he's out of the tournament. This is a very big moment for him.
A big moment indeed. A big moment for both players. The Taurian has won a special event in Puerto Rico before, but this is the furthest he's ever gone in a North American regional tournament. Here we go, and it's the lead he needed to stay in this. Superior into Azumarill.
I mean, there's no positive side of that for Out of Pocket, right? He's got to get out, he's got to escape. He's going right into the Araquanid. We can see the Frenzy Plant, which, believe it or not, is going to deal a sizable amount of damage. This is a bug, but also a water-type Araquanid.
Yeah, you may be wondering why not the super effective Aerial Ace, but Frenzy Plant is such a heavy-hitting move, is actually the more efficient move there to go with, the more efficient attack, as we see the Araquanid now going to throw the Water Pulse, I believe, at the Moltres.
Yeah, Water Pulse will connect into the Moltres. Not a big deal, but the Bug Bites are slowly adding up. If this Araquanid sticks around, it might get to the Bubble Beam, and the Taurian does not want to take another charge attack. He's going to manage his HP, throw the Ancient Power.
Ancient Power should be enough to knock out the Araquanid here, and Out of Pocket has 2 options to come in with, but he understands that this Azumarill lined up against Superior is not of much use to him, so he's going to go for a big farm down. I suspect the no shield. He knows the Brave Bird's gonna hit hard, but he knows it's lined up against Superior anyway. He's gonna cut his losses. How can you manage the Superior if you're Out of Pocket? Maybe with some Ice Beam energy.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. He keeps the Sand Slash in the back as well, just in case that Shadow Drapion or the Kanto Marowak is that third Pokemon for the Taurian. Firing the Ice Beam here, Rise. I expect right after this, we're going to get a swap into the Sand Slash.
Ice Beam is super effective, but not enough to knock out the bulky Serperior. Out of Pocket actually staying in. Understands he gets to the second Ice Beam before the Frenzy Plant. So this does pull a Protect Shield and maybe opens up a potential win condition for Out of Pocket.
This is really clever. He goes into the Sand Slash, and now the Serperior with a decision to make. The Taurian throws the energy. Was that a mistake?
I don't know. The Frenzy Plant, if it grabs a shield, it could be useful, but it doesn't. Out of Pocket understands it's resistant damage, and now this is a very tough matchup for the Sand Slash, but you are up a Protect Shield. Is it enough to flip this matchup? I'm not sure.
Risky a position to be in if you want to bait. Out of Pocket goes straight for the drill run, the harder hitting charge attack. At this point, the Shadow for Alligator needs 3 Hydro Cannons. It needs to break 2 shields and land one into that Sand Slash. Is there any world, Rise, where we can see a Shadow Claw down, though?
I think that's what the Taurian is going for. Is the switch timer close to being available for Pocket? No, it's not. And if he can get the Shadow Claw down in 5 Shadow Claws, he gets it. He's got so much energy here on the Feraligatr. I think he might even get to triple Hydro Cannon before this Azumarill can take it out.
If the Azumarill can load an Ice Beam here, right? Load an Ice Beam in the matchup and throw it against the Serperior, he might have a chance, but these stripping shields left and right, that Serperior is going to come out any second. Out of Pocket might be out of time.
The sheer power of the Feraligatr and actually going to swap quickly into the Serperior, not giving Pocket any room to overfarm, and this Aerial Ace is going to deliver the final blow to Azumarill. The Taurian is sending this series to a decisive game number 5.
The Taurian Shadow Feraligatr roars him back into this series, tying it up. We've already played 5 games, believe it or not, Rise. We're heading into that fabled game 6 of our losers finals here in Sacramento.
The storied game 6. I think it's happened a few times in Championship Series history, and we have one yet again. Taurian, Out of Pocket. Have they met their match? We are seeing these trainers tested to their limits. This is where your creativity is tested. You've played each other so many times. You start to get a feel for each other's lines, and now you got to try and find a way to pull some magic for one decisive game.
One of our trainers has already locked in their team. They're putting it all on the table. The next 3.5 minutes will tell us exactly who is going to face SJ in the finals. Will it be Out of Pocket or the Taurian?
You see different styles, like we've mentioned, different mentalities, and the speed at which some players lock in, the speed at which some players take their time to muster over all their strategies. I don't think there's one correct way. I think sometimes you have a gut feeling in your heart. You go with that. Sometimes it may be more beneficial to think over, what do I want to run here? And we are seeing the Taurian and Out of Pocket gear up for this game number 5.
I don't think we need to wait much longer, Rise. These trainers have an idea of what they want to do. They've looked over the team sheets. Like you said, they've gotten a feel for each other's approach to the game. We have a lock-in on both sides. Game 5, losers finals, Out of Pocket and the Taurian.
In this decisive game number 5, here we go, and it's a positive lead for Out of Pocket. Azumarill into Marowak.
Oh, the instant swap into the Dunsparce, met by the Shadow Kanto Marowak from Out of Pocket. Right now, so far, everything is falling into place for Pocket.
All the pieces of the puzzle are aligning in Out of Pocket's favor. But don't be fooled. Dunsparce can potentially pull a shield advantage here in this matchup. We'll see if it's able to do so. It's going to be a charge attack priority here. Now, if you're Out of Pocket, you might hang on to the drill. We're going to see the Bone Club connect onto the Dunsparce. You could potentially hang on to this drill run, but it might give the Taurian an opportunity to shield and roll out down.
Yeah, which would be really tricky. Pocket does not want to risk it. He's going to go ahead and use his first Protect Shield of the matchup. That actually means he can likely mud slap this Dunsparce all the way down, because this Dunsparce is on the 4 cycle, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
So much energy for this Marowak, and not a whole lot of places to absorb it. Going to be coming in with his own Marowak, but 2 Bone Clubs is going to do a sizable amount of damage. The first Bone Club doing nearly half health, and Pocket actually giving up the switch advantage. How risky was that?
Honestly, I like this a lot. If the third Pokemon for the Taurian is that Shadow Drapion, he needs to be ready for it. So Out of Pocket is still playing with the information that he currently has. He has not seen the Moltres in the back, and here it comes into a weakened Azumarill, but he's got the Ice Beam locked and loaded.
Moltres swapped in, but that chip damage inflicted upon the Azumarill might be enough to put it within Brave Bird range. Could this open up any sort of play for the Taurian? I'm not sure. I think he's still behind, but now you can play with this energy, putting up the final Protect Shield already as he's looking to build up more and more energy with the Moltres.
Again, for the second time in a row, Pocket clinches the Ice Beam before the charge attack is ready. Rise, it could be the Brave Bird, it could be the Ancient Power. Out of Pocket, lets it through regardless.
Brave Bird is going to be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Out of Pocket still has a Shield to High Pine and the Sand Slash. This Moltres is debuffed, going for a parting Brave Bird to threaten the Sand Slash before it goes down, and the Taurian is going to be forced to pivot out here.
This steel type Alolan Sand Slash will bend, but it will not break. Here comes that Shadow Kanto Marowak, throwing the Ice Punch into it. I think the Pocket has a clear avenue to success. The Taurian is in trouble.
Ice Punch knocks out the Marowak. Moltres comes back. The Powder Snows keeping pace with the Sucker Punches and gonna deliver a Rock Slide here. And this Rock Slide is gonna be enough to knock out Moltres. Out of Pocket is looking for revenge against SJ onto the Grand Finals.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. Pocket notches a Game 5 victory against the Taurian 22. One of the most impressive trainers we've seen this weekend in Sacramento. Like you said, Rice, he wants that rematch. He is not done yet, and now he is back in the Grand Finals versus SJ.
When we were commentating some of the earlier matches, we were teasing the winners finals between Out of Pocket and SJ. We were looking forward to the Clash of the Titans there, and now we're getting treated to a rematch of the two upcoming. Credit to the Taurian, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
He has improved so much the last couple of seasons. Won the special event in Puerto Rico last season, which had a small number of participants. But since then, he has proved he can compete with the best of the best, coming off an incredible finish at LAIC, and now a top 3 back-to-back weekends showcasing what he can do against Out of Pocket, pushing him to the brink.
It was not a fluke, right? His win in Carolina and then going to these additional competitions and faring really well against both international and local competition. He is the real deal. And I know a lot of trainers saw the participation numbers and probably thought, well, I don't think I should take the Taurian seriously. I got news for you. If you don't take this trainer seriously, he will run right over you.
Climbing up the championship points leaderboards after this tournament, I would presume he's in the top 2, 3 or so in North America, and Out of Pocket, of course, up there as well among the top trainers on the championship points leaderboard. And we are going to be getting set for a grand finals between two trainers who faced off against each other in the winners finals in Indianapolis, like we talked about. And now Pocket has a chance to rewrite history, because in Indianapolis, he fell to SJ in one of the most incredible 5-game series I've ever seen, and then he lost to Trent in the losers finals. This time, he comes back, he maintains his composure, he's able to get back to the grand finals, and will have another chance against SJ.
Wasn't Pocket wearing that famous black hoodie for that tournament? He wore that for like 6 tournaments straight. I think that was the outfit he chose, but we see Pocket kind of coming out of that, coming into his own against some of the best players in the world. And the SJ series with Pocket that we saw earlier today was a great one. So we might get another classic here right off the bat.
I sure hope so. And when you watch these two trainers play, I've always raved about SJ's ability to maneuver, even coming out of bad leads. And if SJ has a safe Pokemon on his team against your team, he's very tough to beat. I was talking to Sotof about this in the audience for a little bit. You give SJ a safe Pokemon, Alolan Sandslash was safe in one of his previous matchups, well, good luck. You better watch out. And Out of Pocket is going to be tested against SJ once again.
It's so deceiving as well, because when you talk to SJ, he's just a really chill guy, right? He gives really short answers. He's very casual, goes with the flow. Actually, one of our producers, James, he loves talking to SJ because he's such a cool guy and he's very down to earth. So seeing him in this grand finals is very exciting because, again, the surface image that you get does not match the ferocious nature of his gameplay on the field.
I've heard people say he's a man of few words, but he's really just a chill guy. And
he is.
SJ and Out of Pocket, I would say different personalities, but that's the beauty that we have in this Pokemon Go Championship Series. We have people of all different demographics, all different personalities come together with this common passion and love for Pokemon, and we have the competitive aspect as well, where they're about to square off to try and take it all.
Out of Pocket has really kind of risen to a new level. And we talked about this at NAIC last year when Out of Pocket beat Ashton Ash in the grand finals, claimed his first international championship of his career. I think that was an inflection point. That was a turning point for Out of Pocket. We've always known he was great, but I feel like the one person that needed to realize what we all saw was him. And when he won that championship, I think it really kind of clicked for him, and he understood, I can go to an IC, I can go to Worlds, I can do very, very, very well no matter where I am or who I'm playing against. And that showed up again when he finished 5th at Worlds in Hawaii. And now he's back in the grand finals. I mean, Pocket's the real deal.
There's no doubt about that. And two champions are about to collide to add another championship to their resume. Here to get more from these two, we have Nick in the lounge with SJ and Out of Pocket.
Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome to Finals Finformation with Phoebe. I'm joined by our two Grands finalists, SJ as well as Pocket. Welcome, gentlemen. Congratulations on making it to the Grand Finals. Let's get some introductory thoughts from both of you about this tournament or about the matchup in general, starting with SJ.
I'm not going to talk about the matchup with him right next to me. But yeah, I feel like for this tournament for me, this is the first time in a while where I felt really good about a team that I was using. Did a few practice tourneys, one in an Adequences server, and kind of modified the team a little bit, and then tested out one more time, and then tested some other stuff out that I really didn't like. So I think I just settled on this, and then it worked out. So,
Pocket.
I actually am like kind of the opposite. This is probably like the first tournament where I felt kind of awkward about my team. Nighttime Clasher and I came up with this team like 10 or 11 p.m. And we finished the team at like 1 in the morning on Friday night going to Saturday. So it was definitely like a last minute like, yo, what if we run this? And that this was the Araquanid. In LAIC, I fell twice to Superior A/Core, and I figured that due to how successful it was in that tournament, people would choose to bring it this time. And I've never even hit that core once. So I've just been getting kind of awkward matchups, and like either it's going easier than I expect, or like I have to play well to make up for that poor matchup.
So SJ, you said that you really liked your team. If you had to start it all again, if you were back at the beginning of the tournament, would you make any changes to your team, or would you actually just completely stick with it? Do you think it is the perfect team for this current meta?
For a while, I was trying to get my hands on a Galarian Moltres. I think it's the best flyer in the meta, but even if I got one, I don't know if I would have known how to have build around it. But yeah, basically I just stole Marto's team, made 2 changes. I think he had like Malamar, and I switched it to like Drapion or something like that. And then instead of Clodsire, I went with Marowak just because I feel more comfortable using those than what he had. So.
And for you, Pocket, are you happy with the double water moveset on your Araquanid, or do you think you might switch that up if you started again from the very beginning?
Just for that Araquanid moveset, Water Pulse is like very helpful for multiple matchups. So it was like an informed decision. I figured like I'm gonna be weak to Gator anyways. Like they're gonna keep on bringing it to me, and I'm gonna want to go for Bubble Beams in like the drawn out matchups. Like if someone's gonna save swap their Feraligatr, I'm gonna go Araquanid. I'm not gonna like go for the Bug Buzz and then they shield and then I just lose the matchup. So it's like I may as well just double down and like run the moveset, even if it's forward into Gator. That will help me more times than not.
All right, and then this question to you both. Azumarill, is it bait or is it good? It was #1 usage in this tournament. It dropped down in usage for Top Cut, but is it good or is it not good in this meta?
I mean, I think it's good. I don't like running it that much, but I think it's good. I mean, I don't think there were a lot of talk specs at LAIC. I know North American players maybe think a little bit differently. I think I did play 1 talk specs today. But yeah, it's always a staple in the meta unless something changes in the movesets. I think it's always going to be there.
Azumarill's coverage is like so good. Until like just about every matchup, you'll like look at a team and they'll have like even like close to like 3 counters, 2.5 maybe, and you'll still be like, Azumarill doesn't look that bad. Like you can, if there's an Ariados, like you can set up a situation where you close the Ice Beam to win the game. If it's a Sludge Bomb Clodsire, if you have a good enough Azumarill, you can actually survive 2 sludge bombs to make 2 ice beams to flip the matchup. Like, you can be very optimistic with the zoom roll and get paid in dividends.
Well, thank you for your insight. Last question to you both. If you had to say anything to the people who've been rooting for you, what would it be at this point in time?
I had a list of shout-outs on my phone, and then I forgot to bring my phone up here again. I want to shout out Pokegains for his classic pranks. I want to shout out that boy Jay and Elam just for, like talking about stuff like whenever, about regionals. Pokemon Hen, some other teammates on Elite TMs, K-God, Team A, Snots for holding it down this week. I didn't play in Fax this week because, we're all getting ready. So, yeah, just everybody on Elite TMs. I feel like I've been getting a lot of support there from Tove Town as well, and then just like random people DMing. So it's always cool to see.
If I had to list every single person that supported me, I don't think we'd be able to get to the grand finals in time for before the venue closes. Number 1 shoutouts to my mom. I don't know if you're watching, Mom, but I will do my best in this grand finals. Of groups, I would say shoutouts. Number 1 shoutout to Lyle Jeff's boot camp and Pogos.
All right, well, thank you both for your time. Good luck in this grand finals, and let's go ahead and get out of here and send it back to the casters so you two can get ready up on stage.
Just shout out Nisus one last time.
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable interview there, Nick. Thank you so much. 2 characters would be an understatement, especially out of pocket. And, I love him always shouting out his mom. I've had the pleasure of meeting her across multiple tournaments, and the support she has given him since really the inaugural season back when there was a seniors division in Pokemon Go has been astounding.
Yeah, it's really remarkable, and just like the family support that both of these players have. I mean, as Pocket said, if he started down the list, he literally would be here all day, and I absolutely buy it because he's been in our competitive community for years. I mean, I remember Pocket when he was young, coming up into grassroots tournaments, but still doing really well, and he's just only gotten better from then.
One of the younger trainers you see at the highest level here in Pokemon Go, but don't be fooled, he's a veteran. He's a savvy veteran that's been playing this game for a very long time, since launch, and he is back in another grand finals. SJ, we talked in the past about the storyline, how he was 2nd placed in his first ever regional in Peoria.
Yeah.
He won his 2nd ever regional. Since then, he wasn't able to top cut at Worlds, which, I mean, that's a tall task, it's a tall order, and then didn't top cut just barely in Louisville. But fast forward to his regional number 5, or tournament, I should say, number 5.
Yeah.
Back in the grand finals.
Back in the grand finals, right? SJ actually was my strongest pick going into Worlds last year. I mean, just being able to see what he did with his Lickitung energy in that current meta that we were operating in, he was so impressive. And I felt like his mechanics were top notch, his awareness was incredible. And that's always a challenge as well, because the max out meta in September totally shuffled everything around. Counter users are not as common. Body Slam was nerfed severely. Gligar is basically gone. I have not even heard of a Gligar hitting our top usage anywhere remotely close to that. So it's really a challenge to see how these trainers adapt to a brand new meta, and I think that SJ and Pocket have done a phenomenal job of finding their footing. Yes, we are, approaching December, we're in late November here, but still, I think it's very impressive that they're able to adapt and adjust.
One of my favorite parts from Worlds was seeing the announcement of the new move changes, the new meta, and the reaction from everybody, the reaction from the community. Speaking of which, we have some tweets that we're going to react to from the community here as we approach our grand finals. Ju Muniz, I had the pleasure of meeting Jews in Brazil. Team Rocket is ready to mess around. Come and meet us at Cidades de Sao Paulo. How was my pronunciation there?
Oh, that's your Portuguese is incredible, Rise. Yeah, absolutely. The city of Sao Paulo, and the gentleman on the right there, that looks like LNDS Areo, who's one of the casters for the Portuguese version of the LAIC broadcast. So Team Rocket is out and about, and Just Muniz has a Master Ball. She's not playing around.
We've got another tweet here from Nick L3. Our Goa Day 1 event and meetup was awesome. We played 13 G Max raids and a bunch of normals during the day. My best catch was a 98% G Toxtricity. Got 12 shotties in total. Finally hatched my first Toxel. Hashtag Pokemon Go. Hashtag Ambassador. Go Wild Area.
Yeah, I think that the GOWA is that Go Wild Area. I think that is the acronym that was created there. There are so many like complex events in the game. Sometimes we have to make up our own acronyms, Rise. Let's hear from Gaming Gen. Shout out to our wonderful professors. Look at all these professors who have given their time and effort to running this event. We appreciate every single one of you and the energy you bring to our events. Thank you for making this possible. Hashtag play Pokemon. Everybody out there, please thank your professor because they worked really, really hard.
Shout out to Mama Fitzy, cheering on Khaleesi Fitzy from home while catching mods and watching football. Let's go, Team Fitzy. Always good to see the fun family dynamic, the Fitzy family making their travels to multiple tournaments every season. And
I'm a big college football fan, Rise. I got to say, they look like Ohio State maybe on the screen there. Who knows? Let's check out from SP Crash, though. This is a screen capture of Adam Skarzek and a fantastic drawing competition here. I mean, this is really impressive. Look at the Cubone. That is a phenomenally drawn Cubone there on the right.
I could only hope and dream to have the artistic ability to draw a Cubone 10% as good as that in the future. Unbelievable artistic skills from these trainers.
And we've got 6.9 million followers on the main channel. That is awesome, but we can pump that number up even higher. Let's hear from Norman. Apparently Pringle and Merly like watching the hashtag Play Pokemon Sacramento Regional, but where am I supposed to sit?
Oh, how adorable is that? And you got your little buddies watching next to you. Maybe they're giving some sleep. That looks awfully comfy. Looks like there might be a fireplace nearby, awfully cozy, enjoying some regional weekends. And Mr. Glass, who apparently is a Will-O-Wisp enjoyer, future VGC star, learning from the best at Cybertron VGC. That is Aaron, right? Play Pokemon. The young generation is up and coming. Watch out for this star right there.
I mean, when you think of competitive VG, you think of Cybertron, you think of Wolfie. They're right. There is no better person to learn from than those two gentlemen. Go is on the third screen this time, following feedback from the last regionals. Wish I was there with y'all in Sacramento, but I will be in Toronto. As always, shout out to GL Gaming Lounges, one of my local leagues. Thank you so much, Jay, for the kind post. We're on the third screen, but I'm not going to take that personally. I think we're still in first place in Jay's heart.
I agree. Pokemon Go is so exciting, fast-paced, dynamic. What other synonyms could we throw out there? Also, the double elimination format just leaves you with such a small margin of error. It makes it all the much more exciting and impressive, in my opinion, to these trainers that are able to make the grand finals, who we have right here.
I am so excited for this matchup, Rise. This is a rematch of our winners finals earlier today. We've got SJ on the left. Let's take a deep dive into this squad because this, like he said, is the perfect recipe to win a regional championship. But let's see if he can get it done. Shadow for Alligator, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, as well as Alolan Sandslash, Jumpluff, Azumarill, and Shadow Drapion. What do you think, Rise?
A relatively standard team in the current meta. He said it was inspired by Marto's LAIC winning team with a couple of adjustments, and sometimes that's what you gotta do. You take some notes from some of the top trainers, make some of your own personalized touches. It's been working well for SJ so far. We go over to Pocket's team, Malamar, Clodsire, Alolan Sandslash, the Araquanid, the most unique pick on this squad, Azumarill, and that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I just want to point this out. So Galarian Moltres, Guzzlord, and Araquanid are three of the only Pokemon with 10+ top cuts, but very, very low usage. They are outsized performers. Well, let's see if Out of Pocket can perform in the grand finals because we are getting locked in and ready to go for game number 1.
Trainers thinking it over, and we have a lock-in. Once upon a time, 124 trainers entered Sacramento. Only 2 remain. SJ taking on Out of Pocket here in the grand finals. Feraligatr gonna kick things off against the Azumarill.
The water types hit the field, and just like Out of Pocket said, Azumarill might not be the obvious answer to a lot of these teams, but it still has flexibility, it still has play. He's already got the play rough ready to go, and SJ gonna fire off the Hydro Cannon first.
This is a matchup you've probably played if you're a Go Battle League enthusiast. 2 very common Pokemon. The Feraligatr gonna significantly outpace the Azumarill. However, this heavy-hitting play rough is threatening. It's going to pull up a first Protect Shield from SJ.
This is really interesting because we know that Sand Slash for Out of Pocket has been instrumental, but there's also a Sand Slash on the opposing side as well. Neither trainer willing to switch out. Here comes another Hydro Cannon from that Shadow for Alligator.
Hydro Cannon chunking away at this HP of the Azumarill, and for Alligator so quick. Oh, Pocket actually throwing the play rough immediately, pulling the second Protect Shield from SJ early on in this game.
Well, if you look at the team here from Out of Pocket, outside of Araquanid, he does not really have a hard answer. He realizes that he has to send in the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I'm telling you, Rise, we've seen this a few times. Here it is again.
If Pocket allowed SJ to fully Shadow Claw down the Azumarill, he would be toast. So he figured he had to take a risk. He had to pivot out, and now he is met by the jump left, not where this Marowak wants to be by any means, but at least you have the super effective Rock Slide to fight back in this matchup.
I'm just gonna be honest, Rise, when you pull out the grass type like this, I'm looking at that Sand Slash in the back line for Out of Pocket. I'm thinking, yeah, shield advantage, Sand Slash line against this thing. This could be a positive situation, but the shield, I saw the head tilt. What do you think of this?
He's gonna try and preserve this Marowak potentially because after he throws a Rock Slide, he's gonna be able to pivot out into his, wait, what is this? Throwing the resisted Bone Club. There's no shields remaining. I don't understand this.
This is heavily resisted grass and flying resist the ground typing. Now we're gonna see the Sand Slash come in here. Gonna throw the energy ball Out of Pocket, looking around. What do you think?
The only thing I can muster up right now is he felt like he needs residual energy for later on.
Yes.
So he's trying to save that for later to try and get rid of that for Alligator in the end game. Now we see the pivot, the Sand Slash against the Azumarill. This is slightly favored towards the Sand Slash normally, but it's already taken some chip damage, so the Azumarill might be in favor here.
Yeah, I think that Pocket wants to take that Shadow Kanto Marowak energy as far as he possibly can, but right now, he's facing down this Azumarill. Play rough is resisted, but it is same type attack bonus. That's the correct charge attack to throw in this matchup. We're gonna see the Drill Run get fired off here by the Alolan Sand Slash, and this is, again, the benefit of the normal non-Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. He can hang in here. He is at no risk of being bubbled down.
Drill Run connects and actually swaps into the Marowak here. This is gonna be close. It's gonna reach the Bone Club, has the double Bone Club, and this is potentially enough to knock out the Azumarill right now.
This might be a Bone Club Boomerang. Here comes the first one. It connects. Azumarill goes down. In comes the jump left. One more Mud Slap into the Rock Slide. No, he holds the energy, but then he throws it. Great counting by Pocket. I don't know, Rise. He might even sweep this team with this Marowak.
Terrific counting, but can the Marowak reach a Bone Club against the Feraligatr? The Feraligatr is already got a Hydro Cannon. It might have to throw it Out of Pocket. Is going to not get to the Bone Club.
He doesn't have it. Is there potential for a peekaboo play? This Feraligatr almost has the double Hydro Cannons. It's got it loaded. It's got so much energy. Out of Pocket, out of time. He's got to send something in. It's a Sand Slash.
Out of Pocket comes to the Sand Slash. I think at this stage, it almost doesn't matter even with a peekaboo because there is double Hydro Cannon loaded, and this second Hydro Cannon should be enough to knock out the Azumarill from this range.
Yeah.
A very dynamic game one, and SJ is just barely able to hang on by one turn because that Marowak couldn't get off that Bone Club.
One turn. One single charge attack could have KO'd that Feraligatr and flipped this entire game. The 2-shield investment early on in the Feraligatr, that was the key.
We were perplexed. We were perplexed by the Bone Club of the Jump Bluff, but it almost was one of the Galaxy Brain plays of all time to reach the Bone Club in the end against the Feraligatr.
Yeah.
Unreal plays from Out of Pocket, and just a tad short, a half a second short to be exact.
A real head scratcher that could have been a brain buster, right, if it would have worked out. He came incredibly close to making that play work. One of our trainers is already locked in. This is the grand finals, best of 5. And the fact of the matter is that Pocket needs to win this first series to force the reset. If he loses 2 more games, it's over.
You see some of the accomplishments from these trainers. SJ has been on a tear over the recent memory of the last couple seasons. Out of Pocket, you see all the way back in 2022, the inaugural season of Pokemon Go added to the Championship Series, was World's top 4 in the Seniors Division, and he's continued that success, has only improved, has only gotten better since then with a recent World's top 8 in Honolulu.
I want to remind everybody that SJ is a Go Battle League legend, top leaderboarder, incredibly talented player who came over to the Championship Series, and he's putting his skills on full display. Rise, we are locked in. Game number 2.
And this is where Jumpluff wants to be against the Marowak here. Out of pocket is gonna pivot directly into his best check, the Clodsire, and immediately you have to give the advantage to SJ.
You absolutely do. I mean, in an even shield scenario, this Clodsire can put up a fight, but the Hydro Cannon is so devastating. So much super effective damage is at risk here, and Out of Pocket forced to use that first Protect Shield early. Lost the lead, having a really tough time in the swap. So far, this is looking pretty bad.
Sludge Bomb is going to connect, and that is not going to be enough to really threaten the Feraligatr. It's going to be building up energy. It's going to throw the Hydro Cannon. This won't be quite enough to knock out the Clodsire from this range, but it will deal some serious super effective damage. Out of Pocket decides to let it go.
Out of Pocket has the Sludge Bomb loaded. He's going to go ahead and throw it here against that opposing Feraligatr. He at least wants to get a Protect Shield back, and if you're SJ, you would really love a Shadow Claw down here to get ready for that Marowak, and I don't think he's going to allow it. Out of Pocket goes right into Azumarill.
A quick pivot into the Azumarill, and SJ, we've seen him do this many a times over, building up energy with the Feraligatr and then swapping into something that can absorb the damage. In this case, it's his own Azumarill.
I think SJ maybe even trying to catch the Ice Beam there. Out of Pocket doesn't fall for it, but you're right. He has that Feraligatr locked and loaded for another charge attack whenever it comes back onto the field. And now Out of Pocket in the Azumarill mirror match down a bubble in terms of energy, it looks like. He's going to go ahead and throw his play rough.
These two Azumarill fighting back and forth, playing rough with one another, and we see another one fired off here from SJ. But while this matchup is taking place, these trainers are obviously thinking about how they need to navigate the backline. SJ, with all that energy banked on the Feraligatr, it's going to be very difficult. Pocket swapping the Marowak in here and knows he can't really afford to Protect Shield because the Feraligatr has a Hydro Cannon loaded. Actually has two Hydro Cannons loaded.
Not only does the Feraligatr have energy, but there's also that Jumpluff, right? I mean, there is no place for this Kanto Marowak to go. It is really cornered and struggling in this matchup. I mean, this reminds me of the Toxapex plays earlier. It almost feels like a dead weight on this team.
Marowak does land the Rock Slide, but we're going to see a full Fairy Wind down for this Jumpluff. And Jumpluff still quite healthy, has energy to threaten the Clodsire. All you need, of course, is the Aerial Ace from this low of health.
I think that Out of Pocket wants some energy off of this Jumpluff. He's trying to calculate how much energy do I have on the Azumarill. Can I shield here, throw the Sludge Bomb to pull the final shield, and then swap into Azumarill and try to make a combo play?
If you're SJ, do you let this Sludge Bomb go knowing it doesn't quite knock out? And now we see the pivot into Azumarill and can simply go for the energy ball. If this doesn't knock out, it'll be very close to it. I think the super effective energy ball will lift SJ to a Game 2 victory. The Clodsire is still there, of course. So we're going to see a fast attack off, but this Aerial Ace will knock out, and SJ's about to take a 2-0 advantage.
What you said earlier, Rise, was absolutely prophetic. I mean, we talked about having a safe Pokemon into your opponent's team, and SJ just using that Pokemon to hammer you over and over and over. That Shadow Feraligatr had the stored energy. It didn't even need to come off the bench.
Feraligatr has proven to be one of the most dangerous, one of the most powerful, one of the most aggressive Pokemon in the meta. And in the hands of a trainer like SJ, he has maximized its capabilities. We have seen the Jumpluff as well, being positioned where it needs to be. Marto used it so well at LAIC. SJ took a page out of his book, said, I'm gonna bring it myself. And you know what, Speedy? The Jumpluff puts Pocket in a little bit of a conundrum, right? Does really well against the Marowak, does really well against the Araquanid, does pretty well against the Malamar. It limits his lines. He knows he can't be super soft to the Jumpluff, so maybe that allows SJ to healthily predict what Pocket might bring.
I feel like there's nothing stopping SJ from bringing a Azumarill Feraligatr every single game. I feel like there is no hard wall, there's no check, there's no reason not to leave his, not to bring his two best Pokemon and instead leave them on the bench. At this point, I think that Out of Pocket needs to summon up his Araquanid, try to pin down that Feraligatr and neutralize it, and then do as best he can with what he has left, because I think that he still has some play in the series, but he's got to start responding right now. This is an elimination game.
SJ 1 game away, and with a 2-0 advantage, especially after a very convincing game number 2 win, Pocket is going to have to really lock in. He needs some momentum. At this point, it's win or go home. He's already come this far. He's not going to look back now. He's going to give it everything he has. We have a lock-in for game number 3. The Araquanid making the appearance where it needs to against the Feraligatr.
Araquanid pounces on this Shadow Feraligatr in the lead. SJ going to stay in here for just a moment, gather some energy. Like you said, Rise likes to bank the Hydro Cannon before making any other decisions. That's exactly what he does.
And it's countered immediately by the Clodsire. Thanks to the quick swap, this will be favorable for out of pocket. The Sludge Bomb going to pace quicker than the Ice Beam, while both Pokemon are dealing super effective damage to one another.
Yeah, 2 charge attacks for the KO. No matter which way you look at this, first Sludge Bomb connects, Azumarill down into the yellow, Ice Beam getting fired off in return.
The Ice Beam will connect here. It is super effective, but the bulky Clodsire can withstand. And now you expect to see out of pocket build up a little bit of energy before firing off the next Sludge Bomb. Not going to mess around, just going to go for it straight away. And SJ going to put up the first Protect Shield, wants to maybe get a more shields down type scenario in this matchup.
Well, he knows his Shadow Feraligatr is at its best when the shields are down. He's going to look to fire with the Ice Beam here. Out of pocket, I'd be shocked if he doesn't match the shielding scenario here. It looks like he's going to let it through and give up that valuable switch advantage that he fought so hard for.
He's going to let it go. And we were talking about this backstage, Speedy. It's so surprising, the ability for Malamar to Psy-Wave its way through. This is just an Ice Beam. He doesn't even necessarily need to expend a Protect Shield here, and he's going to go for a potential full fast attack down. SJ's not going to let that happen, though. He's going to combo with the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, SJ wants that shield back. He says, I do not leave empty-handed, and that Hydro Cannon will take the shield back. Now, this gives an opportunity for out of pocket to overcharge a bit more and maybe go to the Araquanid, but he's going to stay and throw the foul play and take that final shield.
Takes the final shield, and now you have to expect he'll swap into the Araquanid at some point here. Maybe we'll build some energy first, or maybe we'll throw a charge attack first. Let's see. Oh, and catches the Hydro Cannon.
Araquanid taking a little bath here. The Bubble Spider is going to eat up this water from the Shadow Feraligatr. No problem. Bug Bites are going to add up, but the switch timer also about 15 seconds remaining. I think that SJ might be able to get out of this matchup.
And this game is gonna be awkward because the Jump Bluff is still lurking there in the back. The Water Pulse is going to connect, just barely knocks out the Feraligatr. In comes the Jump Bluff. You really need some debuff potentially here to try and put this in your favor if you're out of pocket, but the problem is you're switch locked, and SJ is going to keep on over farming with this Jump Bluff because you're not threatened by the charge attacks of the Araquanid.
The one time you want Bug Buzz, and he doesn't have it with the double water moveset here. The double Aerial Aces are loaded as well, Rise. He has to let this Araquanid take the damage. Do we see a fast pivot though?
I think after some energy is expended, yes, you swap into the Malamar. He's gonna need 2 foul plays and hope that they are enough to knock out. You still have 1 Protect Shield to hide behind, but keep in mind, there is still an Azumarill back there as well as a catch opportunity.
Aerial Ace gets fired off here. That Jump Bluff is only 2 Fairy Winds away from another Aerial Ace, and that might mean the game for SJ. He's got 1 more that he needs to win, and this might be it.
And this is going to be a charge attack priority. This is not going to be quite enough to knock out the Jump Bluff. This is going to be a photo finish in the end. Foul play connects. Keep in mind, this Jump Bluff, I believe, is still debuffed from that Bubble Beam, so the Aerial Ace might not be quite enough, but it's certainly going to be close to knocking out.
It's going to be so close. Malamar can't withstand it. It gets knocked out. Here comes Araquanid to Bug Bite down. It's going to load a Water Pulse. This might be it.
It almost has the Water Pulse. Azumarill doesn't have any energy, and out of pocket by a thread is going to keep himself alive in these grand finals.
Out of pocket stays alive in a closely contested matchup. The water types on the field. Araquanid cornered the Feraligatr in the lead, and it was his champion in the end. Out of pocket is not done yet.
Not to take anything away from that win, but he led Araquanid into Feraligatr, the best possible lead perhaps, and that came down to maybe 2 HP and a dream on the Araquanid. Just incredible skills on display from these trainers. What an entertaining game number 3 to extend this series.
Another test for SJ as well. He was moving forward with such momentum, already had the 2 victories, but now he has a loss. I mean, a lot of trainers might buckle here. They might not be sure of themselves and their next move, but SJ needs to dial back in and find that winning formula that he had earlier on in the series.
This was an awkward endgame for SJ because he knew he couldn't pivot out into the Azumarill because you'd just be giving free farm for the Pokemon remaining for out of pocket. So he had to stay in while debuffed. He couldn't really clear the debuff.
Yeah.
And out of pocket, you see there with just a sliver of health, the Araquanid able to deliver the water pulse. But here we go. Game number 4. Once again, SJ up 2-1. It's going to be Azumarill into Clodsire.
This matchup could go either way. We see the instant pivot into the Shadow for Alligator met by the Araquanid. Now, for real, the Shadow for Alligator is trapped.
This is looking like a solid start to this game for out of pocket, but don't be fooled. Feraligatr has been able to showcase some incredible skill, some incredible power, even in bad matchups. Going for the Bubble Beam immediately going to be reducing the damage inflicted by this Feraligatr.
I think SJ was either checking the team or checking the moveset. He says, there's no way this is Bug Buzz, right? I'm safe to no-show the Bubble Beam, right? And he was correct.
Yeah, Pocket talked about his strategy and was pretty forthcoming in how he planned to deal with some of SJ's Pokemon. Now Araquanid going to try and get rid of this Feraligatr. Here's the problem. I don't think this Bubble Beam is quite enough, and SJ has the Hydro Cannon loaded.
At this point, I think the Bubble Beam will connect. Like you said, Feraligatr hangs on, but the instant pivot, he banks a Hydro Cannon yet again, and now we see the Sandslash Mirror Match, but that early switch allows SJ to be up by 1 Powdered Snow.
Out of pocket is now behind in this matchup, which is so devastating in the Sandslash Mirror.
Yeah.
And SJ has a Hydro Cannon banked. Somehow, from a positive lead and counter swap, SJ has managed to put himself in now a favorable position.
This is a massive call. SJ knows that out of pocket is behind. He knows it might be a bait, and he calls it. Absolutely, just absolutely cracked to call that bait there on the Ice Punch.
Unbelievable. SJ understood Pocket was behind now, and he made the read. He made the decision to call the Ice Punch, and now this is going to look to be a very difficult spot for out of pocket, but don't count him out. Drill Run coming through. Shield is put up by SJ.
Great shield by SJ on the Drill Run. Now we see the Alolan Sandslash Mirror Match gathering up some energy. We might see an Ice Punch bait again or swap. Now we go back into the Araquanid out of pocket trying to make something happen. But we see the Azumarill response. Rise, could we see a full bubble down?
I think that's what we're about to see. A Bubble Beam is not going to be threatening at all to this Azumarill. It's going to just simply debuff its attack. And now we're going to see a massive farm down for SJ. So good at maneuvering his energy. Full bubble down. Pocket doesn't get off the Bubble Beam. Wanted to try to commit to the Water Pulse.
Wanted the Water Pulse, but could not get his wish. In comes the Azumarill. Going to fire off the Ice Beam against his Clodsire. It is a little bit debuffed, if I'm not mistaken, but it still deals a lot of damage to that Clodsire.
SJ looking to be in a very good position here. Ice Beam coming through. Super effective damage inflicted upon the Clodsire. He still has energy banked on his other 2 Pokemon as well. Super effective Sludge Bomb coming through. SJ gonna allow it to connect on the Azumarill.
SJ needs that shield. He needs that final Protect Shield away from Pocket because he has a Hydro Cannon for Alligator ready to go. He goes in the Sandslash, Ice Punch, counter swap, and a catch.
A nice play from Pocket, trying to keep himself in this game. Catches the double resisted Ice Punch, which may allow him to get off a parting charge attack, but no, doesn't live the 1 Powder Snow. And now this is devastating for out of pocket.
Yeah, this is so tough. We see the double Ice Punches. SJ looks out to the crowd. He thinks he's got it. Pocket knows he's got it. This might be the end.
He can't believe it. He shakes his head in disbelief, and SJ is your Sacramento 2025 Regional Champion.
Absolute fireworks on stage. There were ups and there were downs. Shadow for Alligator came out to play this weekend in Sacramento, California, and SJ is gonna take the crown.
In only 5 tournaments, this trainer has been able to claim 2 regional titles, and SJ has quickly risen the ranks and been one of the cream of the crop, one of the quintessential superstars, if you will, in Pokemon Go PvP, taking down another one in out of pocket.
Another one, right? Another one for SJ. 2 seasons, 2 championships, and he is not going to stop here. I'd be really, really excited to see SJ travel maybe to an international event or another regional championship this season, and I can't wait to see what he has for us at Worlds.
SJ's top cut rate has been incredibly impressive, and his regional win rate is at 50% at this point. He's competed in 4 regionals and has now won 2 of them. Absolutely incredible feat from this trainer.
I just want to emphasize again, you look at the matchup on paper, a lot of similarities, yes, but that Araquanid versus Feraligatr, that was the dynamo. That's what this entire series revolved around. And as we take a look back at some of the highlights, that was the tail of the tape, trying to align those 2 Pokemon, but it was just hit or miss. Sometimes it happened, sometimes it didn't. And Rise, even when it did happen, it didn't turn out how we expected.
There were some exciting back and forth opportunities. There were plays we didn't understand at the time that made sense later on. These players with incredible foresight, incredible creativity to try and maneuver their way to victory. And the rock slide we saw connect on the jump bluff pocket. It looked like he was in an impossible situation in this game. Made it incredibly close, but the Feraligatr was just barely too much. Didn't get off that Bone Club, and a couple of Hydro Cannons banked. There seemed to always be a couple of Hydro Cannons banked on this Feraligatr.
I'm looking right into that Feraligator's red eyes, and I know it is all business. Always with the Hydro Cannon, always with the pressure. SJ did not let his foot off of the gas here. He did jump out to an early 2-0 lead against Out of Pocket. That jump bluff just too much for Pocket to deal with. The Sand Slash, the Clodsire, not enough, and he was pinned with his back against the wall.
Shadow Feraligatr has been one of the storylines of this season. Its incredible ability as a safe swap was put on display by SJ, and we also saw him use it as a lead Pokemon to put that pressure on straight out of the get-go. And over the course of a match where you are just banking so much energy all the time, made it so difficult for Out of Pocket, even when he was in negative positions.
It's so easy to get lost in the sauce, and at this point, these trainers are such a high level. I don't think either one of them was really fooled. I think this was just a game of absolute centimeters, millimeters of energy. One Shadow Claw here, one Psywave there. That's what it really boiled down to, just the slimmest of hairs.
SJ putting on a clinic with the Feraligatr, and we saw him take this series 3-1. SJ dropped very few games in this entire tournament. I want to say perhaps only 2 games in this entire tournament, and was able to take down Out of Pocket with convincing fashion in the grand finals here.
And just to emphasize, right, that's not sets. That's not 2 sets. That's 2 games. 2 game losses this entire tournament. Absolutely astounding. And as you see here, Out of Pocket not trusting the Bubble Beam. He wants to be certain that he's going to win this game 3, and the Water Pulse will connect. 1 HP and a dream. Araquanid pulls through, but that victory was short-lived.
SJ proven to be one of the top trainers we have on the scene, and the theme of these grand finals, the theme of his run, was perhaps the ability to use that Shadow Feraligatr, and in the end, it said, see you later. SJ putting on a clinic with his skills, showcasing yet again. Last year was Indianapolis, and now here in Sacramento, doing it on the other side of the country, what he's capable of.
SJ never leaves a matchup empty-handed with his Shadow Feraligatr, and he's not going to leave Sacramento empty-handed either. He's going to leave with gold to boot. As you see the Sludge Bomb connecting to the Azumarill, SJ not phased, comes in with the Sand Slash. Out of Pocket makes the swap. SJ still not phased. He's got the energy, he's got the time, he's got the matchup, and everything else just fell into place.
And while we sing the praises of SJ, let's also give it up for Out of Pocket with yet another incredible finish. He has been so consistent in these past years, in these past few tournaments, whether it be Worlds, NAIC, LAIC, the biggest of stages, or regional tournaments across the country. He has been consistently showing up and showing out. And Out of Pocket, you can never count out for a tournament when you are playing here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
It's so fascinating, right? Because highest North American finish at Worlds last year. I know a lot of trainers were cheering for Out of Pocket. I would really love to see some hype and appreciation for both competitors in the chat, no matter who you are supporting. And I think it's really telling as well that we might have SJ win today. Out of Pocket, who knows, might come back in a few months, win a tournament on his own. But either way, we are going to support these trainers, especially from our region and overall from our game, right? The Pokemon Go champions of the world are appreciated and beloved by everyone.
Absolutely, and we were just spoiled with so many incredible trainers over the course of this weekend, so many incredible matches, and we take a look at the final standings. SJ on top, as we just saw. Out of Pocket, your finalist, your runner-up, the Taurian, with one of his best finishes today at number 3. Bogish, a newer name on the scene, finishing at number 4.
I really feel like the Azumarill Sandslash core has been so strong. It was strong at LAIC. It's strong this weekend in Sacramento. I'm shocked to see 2 Sableyes in our top 8. That's honestly astounding. But I also want to say I appreciate the rise of Mandibuzz. Looks like 4 Mandibuzz in our top 8. That was my core breaker pick for LAIC. Maybe I was just a week too early. But as we can tell, the Jump Bluff takes another crown. The modified Marto team, as SJ called it. I mean, that formula is absolutely brilliant. Let's take a look here at the event winners. Like you pointed out, Rise, these are the teams, these are the tools of the trade, but these are the faces behind the Pokemon.
The tools that they put in their toolbox to try and come away with a championship this weekend. We see a lot of similarities across these 3 teams and a few major differences. The Jump Bluff, the sole Jump Bluff in SJ's corner. Araquanid was the unique pick that Out of Pocket utilized to make the grand finals. And the Taurian with that Galarian Moltres, who even some of the trainers that didn't have it said it is the best flyer right now in the current state of the meta.
I mean, if only I had a 1500 CP Galarian Moltres, right, Rise?
I may have attained one today, and I feel very fortunate to have done so. But in the end, it's always not about the Pokemon you brought on your team, but what you're able to do in the moment and react. And it comes down to these minute decisions. And right at the end of the day, it was SJ who came out on top once again.
I mean, practically perfect, right? Always having energy on the Feraligatr, always composed and calm, and knew exactly what he needed to do to win. SJ deserves all the praise in the world. I would like everyone in the chat to get fired up in the venue as well. Let's welcome our champions. Stephanie, take it away.
So much, Will. We are here to award the medals for right now the 2025 Sacramento Regional Championships. In the crowd out there, can I please get a quick round of applause for all of our competitors here today? First up, we have our reigning NAIC, the North American International Champion, your finalist here today, Mr. Out of Pocket. So, I have to ask, no black hoodie here today. Do you think that was the difference maker here in the grand finals?
I've only entered the tournament so far with this hoodie once, and I think it was pretty good. This is a new hoodie I got pretty recently. I starting to actually try and like look good sometimes, and I like it.
All right, I like it. Got the good drip. Tell me a little bit about the Araquanid. Now, you said there you thought double water was the strategy. I don't know, Pocket. It looked like there were a couple times that Bug Buzz would have been nice. Would you still say double water is the strat?
I mean, I feel like with open team sheets, like SJ and other people knew I didn't have Bug Buzz, so they played in ways where like I kind of would wish I had it. Though, I mean, I think based on like the people that I played through this tournament, I did wish, like I think Bug Buzz had its moments, but I feel like also Water Pulse being like slightly cheaper on energy saved me like quite a few times.
Now, you are quite a bit of a globetrotter. You've attended the other 2 prior NA regionals and LAIC and have had consistently really solid performances at all of them. What do you credit your consistency to?
I feel like one thing that people don't really talk about a lot is that I played so much grassroots that I feel like no matter what, I've had so many, like, I've played just so high volume of games that I've had a wide range of unlosable to unwinnable matchups. I feel like the matchup against SJ in the grand finals closer to the unwinnable one, but it helped, like, that type of experience helps me use totally different Pokemon from regional to regional, and also how to deal with awkward matchups.
All right, do you have any last messages for the crowd, for your supporters here today?
Shout out to my day ones, Drew, Frank, if you guys are still watching. Maybe you guys just closed the stream. Shout outs to my friends from my high school. Maybe Shakib, you're still watching. I don't know about anyone else. Davin, Ilya, and also the groups that have supported me together, like Lyle Jeff's Boot Camp, and Pogoats as well.
All right, everybody, give it up for Out of Pocket. the reigning Indianapolis Regional Champion, but your champion here today in Sacramento. Welcome up, S. James P. All right, hello, S. James. So you mentioned in the interview with Nick that this is the first time that you're feeling really good about your team going into your tournament. Can you tell me a little bit more? Are you continuing to feel, what was the difference, I guess is what I'm getting at?
I mean, I would say I felt pretty good about Indy. It's just, that was a little while ago last season, so I think this is my second regional this season. I played Lao Jeff, and he made me realize how weak I was to Kanto Marowak, and I realized how strong it was. And then getting to watch Marto just last week with that team, and I just wanted to make a couple minor adjustments so the team kind of fits my playstyle a little better, and just went from there.
I also noticed in that interview you mentioned you're like, I don't really like playing Azu. I saw Azu make quite a few appearances here in the grand finals. Tell me a little bit more.
Well, I mean, if the opposing person doesn't have like a superior attack specs or something, it's always going to be safe, right? But it just feels so slow and clunky. I mean, it's good. It's very tanky, but it's not my kind of Pokemon. I usually like more offensive pressure.
My other question for you, you always seem like such a chill guy. Can you tell me more? What's your secret to being so cool, calm, and collected?
I don't know if I've always been that way. I think my first tournament I ever competed in, I was like a bundle of nerves. But I usually feel like once I get one win down, I start to calm down a little bit. And then I don't know if there is like a secret per se. I feel like I'm always pretty tired here, always a little anxious, but my friends are here supporting me, and that always helps. And so, yeah.
You said you forgot your phone backstage. Did you bring it up with you this time?
Yeah, I did.
All right, let's hear those shout-outs.
Okay, so shout out Pranav, new captain of Elite TMs. Wholesome for the Sand/Slash IVs once again. Yasser, the original Elite TMs captain. Ed, just because he wants a shout out. Smash, I forgot him on the first two shout outs. Soph is here, Brandon, Mango, Monahan. I mean, everybody on my team. Like, really, I don't think I could have done this without any of them. Like, they've been so supportive. So, yeah, shout out to them.
All right, let's give one more round of applause for your champion, S. James. All right, now let's head over back to the lounge with the gentlemen who are going to wrap up the tournament for us.
All right, thank you, Stephanie, and congratulations again to SJ on the dominant performance in that grand finals. I'm here, joined by Speediest Chief as well as Rise to Occasion. You two were behind the casting booth. Give me a little bit of your take, now that you're in the lounge, about how that grand finals went.
Two trainers known for their dynamic gameplay, able to dance around so well. And SJ and Out of Pocket, two of the best North America has to offer squaring off. You can't really ask for much better in a grand finals.
I feel like the point that Rise made earlier about SJ having a safe pick and relying on that Pokemon was very, very very present throughout that entire grand finals. Out of Pocket really couldn't find a opening. There was no window that he could actually exploit to win those matches. And SJ, once he clamped down on that matchup, he was really, really hard to stop. SJ shows that he's just as good as ever.
Speaking of openings, let's go ahead and open up our bracket so we can see how those two finalists made it all the way there. Of course, they faced off in the winners finals, Out of Pocket after taking down the Taurian, and S. James after knocking down Mystic Mamba. On the loser side of the bracket, take me through it, Speedy.
Absolutely. Loser side bracket was absolutely stacked. We started off that round one with BJ Pawat versus Bogish, and then Gerald versus Eomero. Eomero looked very, very special, but was taken down by X-Gerald. And then as you track our finalists here, Out of Pocket didn't fall to that losers bracket until the losers finals. He got really, really deep into the tournament before he even had a single notch in his armor.
And Rise, that's a little bit about the bracket. Talk to me a little bit about our day two usage, about the Pokemon that performed really well here. Our co-caster, Stephanie, always say day one is popularity, day two is performance. What stuck out to you as the top performer here?
We saw a few more Mandibuzz than normal early on. We saw the Air Slash Mandibuzz take on. Look at that, 50% in day two. And then some of your standard picks with the Dunsparce, the Azumarill, the Clodsire. and Shadow Feraligatr. I've heard some people say that it's a strong Pokemon, but it's yet to really capture that championship that often. And Shadow Feraligatr proved it has what it takes as SJ maneuvered it so well in those grand finals.
If you were watching the tournament and you saw Dunsparce after Dunsparce, it was not a fever dream, it was accurate. There were so many Dunsparce in this meta. The core breaking potential and the normal typing is absolutely unchallenged against most of these top picks. Dunsparce, I think, is the hero of the tournament, although Shadow Feraligatr was incredibly impressive as well.
You know, at the beginning of these tournaments, we always make our own predictions. Let's see if any of us put down the Dunsparce on our teams, and unfortunately it looks like all 4 of us got it wrong. No Dunsparce is there. I see 2 more Peko, but I don't think we saw that at all in either day.
Perhaps it was more of a hope than an honest prediction that we would see some more Pebble. We were trying to manifest the unbanned Pokemon making an appearance, but we did not see any of them on stream. Seemed like trainers weren't quite willing to make that experiment a reality here in Sacramento.
I don't know, Phoebe. I think I was the closest one. I've got the Miltank. It's a normal type. I just chose the wrong normal type.
There was a Jumpluff on the winning team. I did have Jumpluff in there.
Okay, there you go.
And I think I had Shadow Jumpluff as well, so I guess we'll share that a little bit. That's it for Sacramento, but let's take a look into the future. We have a lot of regionals to go. We're going up over the border into Toronto for our next one, and then heading down south in San Antonio. London afterwards. Talk to me a little bit about the EUIC experience, Speedy.
I'm going to tell you, Phoebe, it's going to be a little bit cold, it's going to be a little bit rainy and overcast, but the battles inside of the venue at the Excel Center will be fierce. EUIC is a barometer of how these trainers are doing, especially in the EU region. I cannot wait to see what unfolds. So speaking of the EU,
yeah, that's Stuttgart coming up next. November 30th to December 1st is going to be our very next Pokemon Championship Series events. Rise, have you had the opportunity to participate in a tournament over in Europe yet?
Only the international championships in London, not a European regional. Would love to make the trip across the pond at some point to experience that for myself.
Fun fact, the max out season actually began and will end in Germany, Stuttgart and Dortmund.
That is an amazing fact. Up next in the North America region, we will have Toronto. I've talked about it a bunch. It's December 13th through December 15th. Will either of you make it there, starting with Speedy?
You will not see me in Toronto, although I would absolutely love to go. One of my favorite venues and one of my favorite places to play and to cast.
I will not be in Toronto as well. Next tournament I'm planning on appearing at is San Antonio this coming year, so looking forward to that one.
You know, I was about to say it's really close to you up in Milwaukee, but you are no longer there. You are down in Texas. Let's talk about social media as well, of course. Everyone loves to make the callouts. Hashtag play Pokemon, following the channels as well. Instagram, on YouTube, as well as Twitch. They're going to show up in the lower third just in a moment. The channels that you need to follow all the action in Stuttgart and in Toronto as well.
I've heard that the viewership for Pokemon Go is going through the roof. Thank you all so much for tuning into the stream, for watching the battles, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, maybe even TikTok for the World Championships. Thank you so much for watching. Please tell your friends to tune in as well, because the action is so incredibly dynamic.
And we're wrapping up things here. I want to get some final shout-outs from you two. Anything you'd like to say here at the end of this tournament?
Go ahead, Rise.
It's been an absolute pleasure. My second cast personally, and somehow SJ is undefeated in matches in which I've been a caster at the tournament. So maybe he'll be hounding me for the next time that happens. But we'll see. It's been a pleasure working with you guys this weekend.
This definitely feels like the shout-out stream, right? A shout-out to my beautiful fiance, to my mom, to my dad, to my brother, and all the incredible friends I've made in the Pokemon community. Love you all so much, and thank you for all your support, and thank you for tuning in again.
And I'm going to make one last shout out to Brazil. And at that point, we're canceling shout outs. No more shout outs for the rest of the entire season. And it's been a wonderful weekend. I'll say it's been a lovely time casting with all 3 of our casters. Stephanie's standing outside. You can't see her right now, but she's been monitoring our end of show. That's it for us. We hope to see you next in Europe and then Toronto afterwards. Have a good rest of your night.
Oh.